About it. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, hit that like button, hit the share button, share this with your friends, with whoever you know. Help us get more folks into the guest request by doing so, and help us get to 10,000 likes. Ash, oh my gosh. Ash, I didn't even start breathing yet. What just happened? Ash, thank you so much for the galaxy. That's insane. That was way too quick. I mean, that was like, can we get some W's, Ash, in the chat, please? That's insane. That's absolutely insane. Thank you so much, Ash. Hi, everybody. Hi, Maria. Hi, Otto. Hi, Shelly. How we all doing, everybody? Hi, Paul. Hi, Noob. Hi, folks. Uncle Hippie with Galaxy now, too. What is going on? Guys, stop! Literally, stop! I haven't even breathed. Thank you so much, Uncle. That was insane. Thank you, thank you. Folks, what is going on? That was like, you already got me. I'm already cheesing. Literally, I can't stop smiling. Knock it off. Knock it off. Lauren, hi, everybody. Folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, I can't stop smiling. Whatever. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. But if you are voting for Kamala Harris, hit that like button, hit the share button, help us get to 10,000 likes. We're going to get started in just a minute with our first guest. I do hope that everybody is having a good day. Hopefully, we are halfway through the week and almost ready to go to the weekend. Vance is on. Oh, Vance is always on one. Vance is. Ooh. Lisa, that's okay though. It's okay if you hate your job because Lisa, we are almost at the weekend. Folks, again, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, hit that like button, hit the share button, help us get to 10,000 likes, and we're going to get started in just a minute. Oh, you all like the mug? It's got a friend too. So there's a ghost holding a pumpkin, and then there's a pumpkin holding the, like a ghost. You know? It's like a double thing. To our first guest, if you are voting for Donald Trump. We're going to have to get through some crazies before we get started. I already know. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah. What age did you come out?
I think it was 52.
Damn, you look young for
Thank you.
Being 52 plus.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. It's all the, all the abortions and stuff, that whole Pizzagate thing. Yeah. Anyway, so how old are you?
27.
When were you born?
97.
Okay. Why are you voting for Donald Trump?
Because he's a man of good character.
All right, now come on, let's be more realistic than that. If you ain't had a reason, if you ain't have a reason to vote for Donald Trump, just say that. I mean, we know for a fact that Donald Trump's not a man of good character, right? This is a guy who was found liable of sexual abuse, found liable of civil fraud, found guilty on 34 felony counts. I don't know what your mom and your pa taught you, but my parents taught me growing up that, if somebody's committed sexual abuse, they ain't got good character. So you want to tell me again why you're voting for Donald Trump? And maybe use a coherent sentence this time?
Yeah. So, why else am I voting for Donald?
You don't know, do you?
So, well, no, because his foreign policy is going to be better.
Okay, break that down.
So, we're currently feeding into wars right now, and there's only, there's 3 players right now.
What does that mean?
So there's 2 players actually, but we're kind of on the sidelines helping one of the players. And to get the issue resolved, you need all 3 parties to come together to resolve the issue. You can't just keep feeding one side. Russia's never going to stop,
Yeah, but that's not, and no, I don't know, because that's not Donald Trump's stance.
But
what you just said isn't Donald Trump's stance.
But Donald Trump has a big pee-pee, so he deserves my vote. Yeah.
Hocus pocus, poof, and he's gone. Let's get up our next guest. Folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, hit that like button. Help us get to, oh my gosh, we're already at 20,000 likes. Y'all are too quick. Do this with your vote. Be this quick with your vote. Help us get to 30,000 likes and please share the live out as well. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Oh, no, I'm not voting for Trump.
Smart move. Have a good one. Thanks for coming up. Let's get up our next guest. How y'all doing, by the way, folks? Everybody who's just tuning in, y'all having a good day? Happy Wednesday. Halfway through the week, almost at the weekend. Couple more days to go. Lawrence, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, I am.
Lawrence, this isn't your first time up here.
What's up? No, I got cut off yesterday. I was going through a bad spot in Texas.
You ought to talk to Greg Abbott about that. You know, that guy's a Republican right there. If you're concerned about having some broadband infrastructure, maybe some better connection, maybe some better service,
No,
might be a
I'm
good
fine.
one to talk to. Because
good.
I'll tell you
I'm
what,
fine with it.
I'm from a rural conservative area, and up here in Pennsylvania, where we got a Democratic governor who believes in investing in rural infrastructure, we don't got that problem. I got good connection, so I ain't cutting out. But you tell me, why are you voting for the felon?
For Trump, well, just because we need him. He's a strong president. We don't need a weak president in office because we see what's going on with Putin.
So just to
And-
confirm, you know that this one's Donald Trump, right?
yeah,
Okay. But you're saying he would be a strong president? The guy
yeah,
who...
the guy's a savage. Do you remember when Obama
I mean,
was
listen,
in
I know he committed
Hey,
sexual abuse, but I
No.
wouldn't necessarily call that a savage. I
No,
mean,
you remember when
I don't
Obama
know
was
if
in
savage
office?
is the right word to describe it. Maybe like appalling
Okay.
or
Let me-
or violent, maybe something
give you-
like that.
Let me
But-
give you a couple instances. So you remember when Obama was in office and we were dealing with ISIS, right? Obama couldn't figure.
Obama's
Oh, I'm
so
gonna-
redundant to me, dude. Obama hasn't
Okay,
been president
I'm
since
trying
I
to
was
give you an
like
example.
a kid. So again, hold on,
Obama
take a
couldn't
step
take-
back. I don't really
Obama
care about
couldn't take
Obama.
care-
This is like mentioning
Okay.
Bill Clinton or George Bush.
All right.
I just don't care. So you have
Okay.
two candidates in the race. You have Kamala Harris and you have Donald Trump. Why are you voting for Donald Trump when you know, just as well as I do, that he was found liable of sexual abuse, found liable of civil fraud, and found guilty of 34 felonies?
I feel like you show me a straight up politician, I'll give you a medal. Yeah. How did she get there?
Where's my medal?
She is not a straight up politician.
Where's my medal?
She's not even black.
Where's my medal?
She's not a straight up politician.
Why is it that you always do this? You MAGA Republicans are always like, I'll give you a cookie or I'll give you a medal
You-
or I bet you $1,000
So-
if you do this for me. And then I do it and you make me
all right.
dance and I
So can
don't
I
have
tell
a
you-
cookie. I don't have $1,000 from you. I want my medal. Give me the medal. You told me to do
All right.
You told me to show you one. I did. Give me the damn medal. I ain't waiting.
Well, we can agree to disagree on that.
It's
So,
not really a agree
no-
to disagree
no medal-
thing, right?
No medal
Because
for
you have Kamala
So-
Harris. There's my medal. Thank you, Lucky. Thank you
Can
so
I-
much, Lucky.
can I explain myself
so,
now?
Well, I want to explain in further detail. When you look at Kamala Harris is as straightforward as it gets. What you see is what you get with her. She was a district attorney, an attorney general, a
that is-
senator, a
that's
vice
not true.
president. I'm not done. And yet, let's also consider the fact on this matter. MAGA Republicans tend to claim that Democrats are weak on crime. Kamala Harris is the first Democratic candidate to be told by MAGA Republicans that she's too tough on crime and over prosecuted. That should tell you something, because you MAGA Republicans can't even claim that she's weak on crime. That's how that's how qualified of a candidate she is. Donald Trump, again, has this civil liability, not a couple dollars, not a couple $100, $488 million. And I should know because I'm the guy who programmed the site that tracks his debt for him. You're welcome, Donald Trump. So I want to be very clear, $488 million owed by Donald Trump. We also recognize the sexual abuse and the 34 felony counts. Kamala Harris doesn't have 34 felony counts. She doesn't have one felony count. Kamala Harris doesn't have a debt. Kamala Harris never committed sexual abuse. Donald Trump did. So
Okay.
whenever you're ready, though.
I mean, I was trying to keep interrupting me. So
It's not
anyways,
an interruption. It's a conversation, right? It's
no,
two
I know,
people.
you asked
Takes
me why
two
I
to
was voting for
tango,
Trump.
don't it?
You asked me why I was voting for Trump. I started explaining why, and then
Yeah,
you
and
cut
I
me off and
responded.
started. Yeah. So anyway,
You're welcome.
Trump, when Trump first took office, he bombed ISIS with the Moab bomb, dropped it right on them. We didn't hear nothing from ISIS since. After that, the Taliban. He handed the Taliban leader a photo of his house, and said, the guy said, "What's this?"
Allegedly.
No,
Allegedly.
he did, because
Allegedly.
after that happened, not one soldier died until Trump was out of office, and guess what happened?
Wait, well, now that's not true.
Hey, Biden botched
But you just
that.
lied.
Biden
But
botched
you
that
just
Taliban,
lied.
and then
You just
guess what?
said
13 soldiers got
you just
killed after that happened.
Hold on. But you just said the lives of troops weren't lost after that move, and there were. And then let's also
Yeah, when
recognize.
Biden took office,
no, stop that.
and then they tried to get
I'm
out.
not done now. Okay. I also want to be very clear and concise on this matter. Donald Trump, you're saying, well, Donald Trump was strong on foreign policy. It's not even a matter of agreeing to disagree or just disagreeing altogether. The fact is the facts. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. Donald Trump couldn't negotiate a deal with Vladimir Putin. I'm not done. To bring home U.S. Marine Paul Whelan. Donald Trump didn't do that. Joe Biden did bring home U.S. Marine Paul Whelan. And we saw this with numerous other Marines. Again, and you look at Donald Trump, and Donald Trump wouldn't hold Vladimir Putin accountable for putting bounties on the heads of our soldiers. Donald Trump had an entire meeting with Vladimir Putin, and his own chief of staff, John Kelly, said that Donald Trump never brought it up once. Donald Trump, the guy who went to North Korea, which you MAGA Republicans believe is a good thing, but we recognize as a bad thing, because for the very reason there is a photo of Donald Trump saluting a North Korean soldier being used as war propaganda in North Korea as we speak, is the very reason a president shouldn't have gone there to begin with. I'm not done.
Are you familiar with?
No, I'm not done.
Your friends
and then
closer,
again,
enemies closer.
No, not when it's North Korea. And so then again, you look at Donald Trump, and you're suggesting now that, well, Donald Trump, initiated the,
Donald Trump was in the process of getting North Korea to stop trying to get nuclear bombs. But all right, so go back to your original question.
Talk about the withdrawal a little bit more for me.
Well, I'm just telling you why I'm voting for Trump.
Well, yeah, and I want to know a little bit more about the withdrawal, if you could break it down.
That's part of the reason.
Right, but I don't want to do a tangent. So if you could break down the withdrawal a little bit more, I think that would be productive to our conversation. Go ahead.
I was just giving an example. I don't really know. I got a.
You brought it up, and you don't.
I don't have
that. Okay.
I know
Let's recognize. Hold on. You said I got a real job. I don't really know. Listen, you don't got to insult me just because your intelligence is. Take a step back. Take a step back.
I don't do this all day long.
Take a step back. I work a 9 to 5. It's 5:13. You're my first conversation of the day. I too have a real job. So let's take a step back. I didn't insult. I didn't insult your intelligence. If you feel as though your intelligence was insulted, that's because there is a lack of intelligence, and that's all. I'm not done. You keep cutting me off. So again, if you feel the gaslighting, the aggressive, the passive aggression, okay? Let's cut it back, okay? Let's stop it. Don't cut me off again. Let's tone it back. I'm being very nice to you, and the chat can attest that I'm not that nice of a guy. So when you go to insult me, you better bet I'll start insulting you. No, if you feel as though your intelligence was, I am still speaking. If you feel as though your intelligence was tested, and if you feel there is a lack of intelligence, then that's on you. Do more research. So I asked you, when you brought up the withdrawal, if you could talk more on the subject, and you're refusing to do so. So then maybe don't bring up the withdrawal, because Donald Trump initiated that withdrawal. You maybe don't know that, but that's again because you just said you don't know about the withdrawal, and that's on you. I'm not done. So again, maybe you don't know enough about it, but then do not bring it up. So you bring up foreign policy, and I slap you down on foreign policy, making very clear Donald Trump was weak on foreign policy. But you want to bring up these two wars, the conflict between Israel and Gaza, and the conflict between Ukraine and Russia. So what I'm going to ask you now, tell me, what is Donald Trump's solution to the conflict between Ukraine and Russia? Go ahead.
I have no clue, because I don't follow.
Then how dare you? How dare you bring up foreign policy if you don't even know what Donald Trump's solution is to the conflict between Ukraine and Russia? How dare you bring up foreign policy saying that's why you're voting for Donald Trump when you don't know his solution to the conflict between Ukraine and Russia? Do you know his solution to the conflict between Gaza and Israel?
I don't even know what's going on with them.
Then how dare you bring up foreign policy? Now we'll go back to the get-go of this conversation, and I will ask you once more, why are you voting for Donald Trump? This time, don't say foreign policy when you don't know his own plan when it comes to his foreign policy actions. Go ahead. Why are you voting for Donald Trump? Let's start anew. Second time's a charm, right?
Keystone Pipeline. We need to get that back going. When I bought my house, I got it at 3%. You ain't seen those rates anymore under Democrat.
Sir.
What?
Two issues. First off, when you look at, and what state are you from? Did you say Texas? Am I remembering properly? Okay.
Yeah, Texas.
So if you're having an issue with the housing market and you're having an issue with achieving a proper interest rate.
I don't.
Okay, but you just mentioned, right, that's great. Congrats. But this is a statewide issue, not a federal issue. For example, we don't have that issue with high interest rates in Pennsylvania. We have a Democratic governor and strong local government. Talk to Greg Abbott about that. Don't point your finger at Joe Biden or Donald Trump. They didn't do anything for you on that. I'm not done. Second, you spoke on what exactly surrounding Donald Trump again? Start from the get-go of what you said. I want to hear a repeat on this.
On which one? The Keystone Pipeline?
Yeah, Keystone. Go ahead.
No, I think we need to finish it.
Okay, you said bring it back.
Yeah, we need to finish the Keystone. That Biden lost all those guys' jobs in day 2.
The Keystone Pipeline. What do you think happened to it?
He stopped it from happening.
So the Keystone Pipeline and the Keystone XL pipeline are two different things, and you're conflating them.
You know what I meant.
No, you didn't know what you meant. So you didn't know that these are two different things. Neither did you know that there were two different pipelines. The Keystone Pipeline, but you didn't know that. Pipeline. Don't pretend like you knew, just because I'm breaking it down now.
I missed.
No, I asked you to re-explain.
I really don't care. If you want to prove you're smart, that's fine. I really don't
This isn't me proving I'm smart. Why do you feel as though you're intelligent? Stop complaining. Can I speak?
Because you're pointing stupid stuff out. You know exactly what I meant when I said Keystone Pipeline.
You're purposefully disinforming those listening in. Okay. Every time I talk, you get emotional and start crying about how you feel insulted, and then I let you speak and I don't interrupt. Knock it off. So you just went on for 5 minutes. Stop it. So again, the Keystone Pipeline and the Keystone XL pipeline are two different things. You didn't know that. You didn't know that there were two separate pipelines. The Keystone Pipeline is operational, was operational, will be operational. We get a ton of oil from it. Nobody's touching it. Nobody has tried to touch it. The Keystone XL pipeline was never under construction. Did you know that? Okay, you didn't. The Keystone XL pipeline is a permit. It was introduced by Barack Obama. Then it was shut down. Then it was picked back up by Donald Trump. Then it was shut down again by Joe Biden, because the land that they want to build the Keystone XL pipeline on isn't our land. Bethany, thank you so much for the $5. Love you, Bethany. Oh, massive shout out to your dad as well. Thank you. So again, that land that they wanted to build the Keystone XL pipeline on does not belong to the United States. So the platform, the blueprint, was problematic and thus shut down. Okay, so when you're saying, well, that lost jobs, there were never jobs on it. It was going through Native American land. It was going through, right. So again, let's recognize here, that was not your land to build it on, which is why it never took place. If that land belonged to America, like our land, our government's land, this might be a different discussion.
So but it didn't. 10,000 union workers that lost their jobs on day 2.
Nobody lost a job because they never got the job. Nobody lost a job because nobody got a job. There were never jobs from this. You're not understanding. It was never built. It was never under construction. So how could the jobs be lost if they were never created to begin with?
I could have swore they were.
That's like saying the 10th Supreme Court. No, this is like saying that Donald Trump has a plan to expand the Supreme Court by 1 job, making a court of 10. And then the Congress saying, no, you're not allowed to do that. And him saying, well, you just cost us a job. Okay, that's... You're not allowed? You know what I'm saying? You can't do this, so you don't get to claim that jobs were lost. You were never going to be able to create them to begin with.
I used to have the numbers. I forgot what it was. It was up there though with union workers that were out of work.
Okay, real convenient. So again, there were no union workers out of work because again, the Keystone Pipeline and the Keystone XL pipeline are two different things. The Keystone Pipeline's operational. The Keystone XL pipeline is a theory. Never existed. Nobody touched it. Nobody picked up a pack of steel. Nobody was doing anything to build the product because it could not exist. They weren't allowed to step foot on the land that they wanted to build it on. So when you say it was under construction, that's impossible because they didn't have land to build it on. Okay? Now I wanted to really break that down to help you better understand that if you're going to talk about these topics, you really need to be better informed on them. Because you're disinforming people by telling them that Joe Biden shut down the Keystone Pipeline. You said it lost jobs. Well, none of that's true. None of that was true. Okay, so why again are you voting for Donald Trump? If it's economic focused and it sounds like it might be economic focused, then let's move into that direction if you want to talk more on that.
No, I'll get more simple. I don't support any gun control. That's another reason.
You what?
I don't support gun control, and I know Democrats want more gun control. I don't support
I'm a Second Amendment Democrat. Let's talk a little bit more about that then. Tell me more about your stance regarding the Second Amendment. Be mindful of your words because there are families watching and we don't want to use,
the Constitution says we have the right to defend ourselves. against foreign enemies, foreign and domestic. Everybody has a right to form their own militia, and we technically, as Americans, we should have the same weapons as the military.
That's not what the Constitution guarantees now.
No, but it also doesn't say muskets. It doesn't break down specific guns.
I believe in the Constitution through and through. I believe in the Second Amendment through and through. But I understand that you and I are bending the Second Amendment by suggesting that the founders who wrote that Constitution wanted us to have access to the Second Amendment capabilities that we have today, when at that time they had muskets, for example, right? So when they were thinking, oh, this will protect the Second Amendment, never did they think we were going to have what we have access to today.
Well, they experienced tyranny with Britain.
But take a step back. At the time that do you understand, though, at the time the Constitution was written, there was never an expectation by our founders, because they couldn't possibly perceive the kind of Second Amendment capabilities we have access to today. So for you to say, well, this is protected, I agree it's protected, but I also recognize that you and I are bending the Second Amendment by suggesting that's what's protected, because at the time this was written, muskets were protected, not what we have today. This wasn't even a twinkle in the back of the mind of those who wrote the Constitution. Do you understand that point?
But I feel like if they wanted to be specific on the type of weapon you're allowed to own, they would have said it would have been described only single shot weapons allowed, only, it doesn't say anything.
They couldn't possibly say single shot because that's all they had at the time. So they wouldn't think, oh, maybe we should bring in, for example, automatic pew-pews, because they didn't have those. This isn't, or assault pew-pews. They didn't, but to be clear,
technology was going to come out there.
No,
they know the weapons are going to get better.
They did not know that technology was going to come out.
So you're telling me right now,
hold on,
you don't
take
think
a step
our
back.
weapons can get more advanced from right now?
They can, and you and I don't know how they will. So how could we, for example, if you and I were going to write a law about regulating the Second Amendment, are we supposed to game plan what we may have? We could have lasers in 50 years. Why would we write a law regulating that? Because we don't know that's going to exist. There's probably something that will exist beyond yours and my capability mentally to recognize what that may be. Same thing with the founders. They were not thinking about automatic pew-pews because that wasn't on the bucket list at the time. They had muskets. So how could they possibly perceive? This is like going back in time and asking a founding father or a founding mother to think about like the iPhone. They can't possibly consider the concept of FaceTime. Neither would you be able to explain it to them, because they wouldn't understand the simple verbiage behind its definition. So these are just things to consider. That I want to put straightforward. So again, I believe in the Second Amendment through and through, but simultaneously I recognize that we've been bending what the Second Amendment actually interprets throughout time. I'm okay with that. But as long as you recognize that that is what we're doing, and why other people are stepping in and saying we need to regulate this, because you and I are getting out of control. And that should be recognized. And I do recognize that. Now, I want to look at Donald Trump's record on the Second Amendment. You're talking about the Constitution. You're talking about the Second Amendment. Donald Trump, pardon me, Donald Trump signed a bump stock ban. And whether you agree or disagree with the bump stock ban, I don't really care. That bump stock ban was in direct violation.
I actually own one.
That's fine. But the point is, again, that Second Amendment bump stock ban was in violation of our Constitution. It was overturned in June of this year by Donald Trump's own Supreme Court. And they marked him as the first modern day president to have violated the Constitution. And ironically, the Second Amendment for signing an executive order to implement a bump stock ban. So when you bring up the Second Amendment,
I feel like they had Trump in a corner on that one with the bump stock ban. I didn't agree with that either. And trust me, there's things I don't like about Trump. He definitely needs to keep his mouth shut more than he does. But you know what? He's at the end of the day, I still feel like he's going to be the better man for the job.
Listen, but the issue is when you bring up, because you brought up the Second Amendment as to why you're voting for him, and when you bring up the constitutional right to bear arms, you then need to recognize that if you were voting based off of the Second Amendment, you would be voting for Kamala, not Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is the only candidate in the race who, over their entire career, like between these two candidates, Donald Trump is the only candidate who violated the Constitution by implementing a direct violation of the Second Amendment, that bump stock ban, being that bump stock ban. But you didn't bring up the bump stock ban. You just said you don't agree with it. But so then why would you say you're voting for him based off of the Second Amendment when, one, he can't own a pew pew,
Because
he's a convicted felon, and two, when he's the only candidate who violated the Second Amendment? Like
He's
the
not
Second
going around
Amendment is
saying
part.
he's going to ban assault weapons. Kamala is the one saying she wants to do assault weapon ban. I do not agree with that. So I'm
But
not
again,
gonna-
let's take a step back now and recognize Kamala 5 years ago. This was 5 years ago, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. So Kamala 5 years ago said that we should consider regulating, for example, assault pew-pews. Now, considering that fact, she's not saying we should step into an outright ban. She's saying we need to put this on the table and discuss it, because as of right now, Congress isn't discussing anything. But she's made very clear, listen, if it comes down to mental health resources, if it comes down to better concealment, whatever the case be, then great. But we need to do something because the numbers are proving we're having an epidemic, a loss of lives due to pew-pews. So we need to do something. She's saying, let's talk about it. That's reasonable, because that brings it back to the conversation where you and I are saying, well, it's outright protected. We agree on that. But we still need to have a conversation, because when there's children losing lives in their schools, when there's Donald Trump getting attacked at his rallies, something's wrong, okay? Because other countries don't have this problem. This is a United States specific issue. So how can we have a conversation to come up with a solution? That's what she's saying. Donald Trump, on the other hand, again, said, here's an executive order. We're going to implement a bump stock ban. I'm not going to ask Congress to approve this. And then he violated the Constitution by doing so, violated the Second Amendment. So if you were for the Second Amendment, and I am, and part of the reason I'm voting for Kamala is because she'll protect the Second Amendment, you would be voting for Kamala too.
I don't. I just can't. I could never support Democrats.
But I have voted for Democrats. I have voted for Republicans.
I voted for Obama his first term. And
Okay. Yet you seem to have lost your sense.
Actually, I just moved out of my parents' house and I started to have more responsibility and realized I lean more towards Republican because I don't take government handouts. I don't.
Okay.
I just want to make my money and do my own
fine and
thing.
dandy.
I don't need nothing from the government.
Okay, that is fine and dandy, and respect you for that. But you got to understand here again, you're suggesting that you won't vote for a Democrat solely based off of them being a Democrat, even if you can recognize that the Democrat would be in the best interest of your favor. So Kamala, for example, knowing that she hasn't violated the Second Amendment or stripped away our access to our Second Amendment, and in fact owns Pew Pew and picked a hunter as a running mate who served in the Army National Guard for 24 years.
Have you actually seen him hunt? Because he couldn't even load a shotgun.
Yes, I have seen him hunt. I have seen him hunt.
You see that video
now,
of him trying to load a shotgun? He was struggling.
So I want to recognize here that you would vote for Kamala if you preferred access to the Second Amendment. If you'd like your access to the Second Amendment impeded on, you'd vote for the guy who violated the Second Amendment by impeding on your Second Amendment via a bump stock ban. And that was the Supreme Court saying so. That's not me saying so. This isn't my personal belief. This is his own Supreme Court saying he's a constitutional Second Amendment violator. So then why wouldn't you vote for Kamala? Is it solely based off of her being a Democrat? Because if that's the case, then you have lost your sense.
No, I told you. I lean more towards Republicans. So I disagree with some stuff Trump does. I'm not saying Trump isn't a saint. I know he's not a saint.
But Donald Trump isn't a Republican, right? There are Democrats and there are Republicans, okay? You can say like Nikki Haley's a Republican, Ron DeSantis is a Republican, Kamala Harris is a Democrat. And then there are more left-leaning Democrats, like look at Bernie Sanders, for example. Donald Trump is so far right that he's almost done a 180. He is at the point of taking policies from Bernie Sanders, like no tax on tips, which we know was introduced by Bernie Sanders. He is now taking credit for that. Okay, so let's recognize here that Donald Trump is so far out of touch with the Republican Party that he's done basically an entire 360 and has gone around to fascism. So I'm trying to understand here why you would vote for Donald Trump knowing he's a constitutional violator while Kamala Harris is protecting the Constitution, knowing that Donald Trump has 34 felonies, was found liable of sexual abuse and found liable of civil fraud, and Kamala Harris is a prosecutor. Last one, knowing that Donald Trump's background and record is that of based for corporations and those who are far wealthier than you and I, rather than Kamala Harris, who has a middle-class background and a middle class policy for middle class Americans like us. Lisa, thank you so much for the $20. That's so nice. Lisa, you don't have to do that. Thank you, Lisa. So if you want to explain that a little bit more.
About what?
Why you would vote for Donald Trump when Kamala Harris is the candidate of the working American and Donald Trump is...
I don't support all the government handouts that you guys propose, like the paying off your school, like that's taxpayer dollars. The government, look, how much trillion, what are we, I know our national deficit, what are we at, like 35 trillion, 36 trillion? Like, we don't have money to give out. The government doesn't have money. That's our money.
But why don't you have money to give out? Why don't you have money to give out?
Because the cost of living's high. And thank God I live in Texas, so we don't have state income tax.
Wait, I wouldn't say thank God you live in Texas, because Texas is part of the reason that women don't have
access. Colorado,
and
I moved to Texas.
Why women don't have access to programs like WIC in Texas. Okay, Texas isn't a flex. It shouldn't be a flex for you to say I'm proud to live in Texas. Not right now. Okay. Second point I want to make clear here: when you talk about handouts and blah blah blah, you talk about the deficit. Donald Trump added $8 trillion to the deficit, and in part that was because of a 14 percentage point corporate tax deduction he handed out to those who were already making record high profits. He took money from you and gave it to people who already had record high profits and didn't need it. $8 trillion in the deficit. Kamala added $4 trillion. So if you care about spending and deficit, you'd be voting for the one who added half the deficit that Donald Trump added. $4 trillion. $8 trillion.
I don't know the breakdown of where that money went. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure some of it was military, or I would assume most of it was military. Didn't he?
No, because there are military. You're not understanding. There are budgets,
a whole
right?
Other branch. How much does the Space Force cost to make?
Wait, that's not a deficit though. So there are budgets, right? There is a military budget that is allocated so that it doesn't impact the deficit. Donald Trump's 14 percentage point corporate tax deduction wasn't allocated into a budget. So when he implemented it, this told us in the deficit. This increased our deficit. When a deficit increases, that's something that they were not expecting in the budget. For example, the 14% corporate tax deduction. Corporations were never supposed to get a 14% double-digit tax cut when they already have record high profits. This is why his deficit increased at such a significant amount. But you talked about handouts and how you don't want them. Donald Trump gave handouts. Donald Trump literally gave a handout to rich people and increased the deficit. And you said you don't want to have handouts because you don't want to increase the deficit. He had double the amount of deficit that Kamala had because he gave handouts to rich people.
So are you saying, are you referring to handouts as like loopholes in the tax codes for for all like the wealthy people? Is that what you're referring to?
Nope, I'm talking about Donald Trump sticking his hand out and it having the number 14% in it and giving that to corporations who didn't need it. That's a handout.
Yeah,
that is a handout.
Is that a bailout? Were they going bankrupt or what?
Nope, dude, I kid you not. So for example, Microsoft had record high profits. They were rolling in money. This isn't like I'm a capitalist, to be clear. Listen, you want to become a millionaire? Please do it. I hope to someday become a millionaire too. The thing is, when we support capitalism, we need to recognize the flaws in it. But so I want to be clear, I'm not anti-corporation. I am anti-greed, and this corporation, Microsoft, benefited from Donald Trump's handout of the 14% corporate tax deduction, took it, and yet was already rolling in money, had double percentile record high profits. They didn't need it. That money should have gone to me, you, and everybody in this chat. But we instead got a 1% tax deduction, 2% on the higher end. But 1 to 2% is nothing in comparison to 14% for corporations. And mind you, and I'll end on this, the corporate tax deduction is permanent. The temporary tax cut for the middle class, we got temporary. Like you and I got a temporary tax cut that expires next year. The corporate tax cut for like Target never ends. How is that fair?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know anything about that. That's all news to me. So, like I said, I know bits and pieces. I don't go into full details. You obviously do your research a lot more than I do. I give you that, but.
Listen, I would have preferred not doing this research, right? I would have preferred.
No, you're making money. You're making money right now. I'm not. I'm about to get my guys ready to sign out here for the end of the day,
to be clear, I do these conversations not to educate you, but to educate other people listening in and to show them the lack of education you have and the hypocrisy in your argument.
So now Now you're going to throw jabs at me?
No,
So
I'm not
lack of
trying to. I'm
education.
trying to explain something. I'm choosing not to deliberately
I might not be
mislead
as
you.
educated,
Wait,
but
to be
yeah,
clear,
shoot,
hold on, I'm not done. I want to be clear. I was taught that kindness is in being straightforward, so I'm being very straightforward with you. I'm not trying to educate you. I'm pointing out your hypocrisies. Like, for example, you had said you were voting for Donald Trump based off of the Second Amendment, and I explained, but he's the only candidate in the race who violated the Second Amendment with his bump stock ban, thus being a constitutional violator, and Kamala Harris never touched her Second Amendment. And she has access to one while Donald Trump can't because he's a felon. So that's a
because it got
hypocrisy you
turned
made.
down.
But that's
They've
my
been trying
point.
to
Right.
put
Let's
the
take a
assault
step
weapons ban
back.
through and it
Hold
keeps
on.
getting shut
But my
down.
point is that you're a blatant hypocrite when it comes to that point. Or like you bringing up foreign policy as a reason to vote for Donald Trump, but then not knowing why or what or who, where, when is Donald Trump's foreign policy plan when it comes to our two largest conflicts, thus being Ukraine and Russia and Israel, Gaza. You didn't know anything about it, but you said you were voting based off of foreign policy. So that's another hypocrisy. Or the
never said I
last
was voting on
hypocrisy
foreign policy.
being the handouts. You said you care about the deficit and handouts just moments ago, yet Donald Trump gave a 14% handout to corporations who were already rolling in dough, and that led to an $8 trillion deficit, double that of what Kamala added. So that right there is a third hypocrisy. This is what I do. I'm not trying to educate you. I'm showing other people to educate them as to where your hypocrisies lie. That's not me being rude. I'm just being straightforward with you. I feel like it's probably better that I be straightforward instead of misleading you into thinking I'm trying to educate you. I'm not. That's not my point. That's why it's a debate. I'm not trying to teach you. This isn't a classroom. This is a debate.
No, I know. I was just answering your question why I'm voting for Trump, and I told you why.
But you
I mean,
really didn't. You really didn't.
The way he is as a leader, we had 4 years of Trump. My life was way better under Trump than we have been through Obama.
Why?
My mom lost her house under Obama, and I'm barely making it by. Luckily, my wife could still stay at home and raise her kids, and she doesn't have to work right now. But it's close.
When did your mom lose her house?
And 2008 during the market crash under Obama.
But that's not because of Obama. You
It
know
was
that,
under
right?
his economy.
But
the housing market.
who caused the housing market? Because for reference, the housing market was already underway under Bush. Do you understand that? We were already in the housing market crash under Bush. So it's Bush's economy that Obama inherited and Obama fixed. But the
I wouldn't say
housing
he
crash,
fixed it.
the housing market was already crashing under Bush. You understand? So when you say, well, it was under Obama, sure, maybe she lost it under Obama, but that's because of Bush. Bush started the housing crash through trickle-down economics in part one, and too many other issues when it comes to housing and loans and whatnot. But Obama inherited that and then fixed it. By the time he left office, the housing market was stable again. It was back to pre-housing crash conditions. So that I don't understand your point. You're blaming Democrats for things that Republicans did. That's like saying that Bill Clinton caused the recession that Reagan started.
Democrats.
But that didn't happen under a Democrat. That was a Republican who caused that. And it happened under a Republican at the end of his term, so he got to run away as Obama came in to clean it up for him.
So then why was it 2 years later or 3 years later in 2008 when it actually happened, when the housing market crashed? If it was
No,
already crashed?
2007, it was already happening, to be clear. They're like, I've read books and books and books on this.
I think it got at its worst at the tail end of 2008.
Okay, but again, things have to get worse before they get better. Obama inherited a market crash, a housing crash from Bush. Bush caused that. Obama couldn't have possibly, in his first year as president, 2008, have implemented any policy that would have made things worse. Like, you understand? Again, Obama came into office in 2009. Bush was president in 2007, 2008. Obama was inaugurated 2009, and there's not a single policy, even in 2009, that you could have felt, because that's just not how fast policy impacts the economy. You wouldn't have felt Obama's policies until at least the middle of 2010.
I got the dates wrong then. But yeah, and I know Obama was president when Mom lost her house. That's all I know.
But you said she lost it in 2008.
The dates are wrong. I'm sorry.
But okay, even if it was 2009, my point stands. No policy he could have implemented in 2009 would have led to the impact on the economy that you're blaming him for. Bush gave him a market crash. Blame the Republican for that. Stop pointing your finger at Democrats. Stop pointing your finger at Democrats for something a Republican did. This is like blaming Bill Clinton for Ronald Reagan's recession. You can't even blame George H.W. Bush for the recession because it was Ronald Reagan's recession. Bush and Clinton didn't cause that. Reagan did. Like, point your finger at the right person.
So then how come you want to give Biden credit for supposedly bringing back or making all these, creating jobs when really people were just going back to work after COVID?
Oh, I don't give him credit for the pandemic jobs.
But a lot of, well, maybe you don't, but a lot of Democrats always like to say all these jobs he created. Well, no, people went back to work. He didn't create no new jobs. People
I agree.
Went back to work.
I 100% agree. Yeah, but
right,
here's the thing.
At least we agree on that.
But to be clear, he still created more jobs than Donald Trump solely based off of policy. For example, he had the infrastructure package, the CHIPS and Science Act. Those created tens of thousands of good paying jobs, like hundreds of thousands of jobs in various sectors across industries like construction, plumbing, and electrical. Jobs even in the government level with like the Department of Transportation, for example, to fill potholes and build bridges. So on average, and I'm not counting jobs lost or created because of the pandemic, I don't think that's fair. Like, for example, if I was counting jobs lost because of the pandemic under Donald Trump, his number here would be negative 30,000, but I'm not doing that because that's not fair. That's so fucking not fair. He created 178,000 jobs every month on average. That's phenomenal. That's great. However, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris created 400,000 jobs on average per month, not including pandemic jobs created solely based off of policy. That's even better. That's double what Donald Trump created. So while Donald Trump created a lot of jobs, and that should be applauded, Joe Biden created double the amount. And so that should be a standing ovation. Sandy, thank you so much for the money gun. I think that's what it was. Thank you, Sandy. So he created more jobs. But if you could break down again a little bit further, we're spending so much time on policy and whatnot. I'm really trying to understand the core of why you're voting for Donald Trump, and I'm just not seeing it still. So if you want to break this down a little bit further, that'd be great.
I don't have that much time. I got to get ready to get my guys, get ready to leave for the day. But at the end of the day, there's stuff I agree with, there's stuff I don't, but I lean more towards the Republican side based on values. So, and I mean, we can get into it all day long, but
those values, like Donald Trump's values aren't Republican values, right? I was taught that Republican values lie around military service, uplifting our veterans, making pro-life policies that benefit mothers. But we understand that Donald Trump, for example, doesn't have a single pro-life policy in his platform. He's pro-forced birth. He's saying women can't have the right to choose. And then he won't offer them a single policy to support a mother after she gives birth financially. So you have Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, who has a $6,000 permanent child tax credit to benefit a woman after she gives birth. Donald Trump has no such policy. So what values are you talking about here?
Well, Trump I just brought up he wants to give homeschoolers a $10,000 tax credit for all the homeschoolers, not tax credit like government's giving money. It's going to be whatever we buy is tax free. So if we can spend $10,000 and whatever we need for homeschooling a year, we're going to get free taxes on whatever we buy.
You're talking about homeschoolers.
Yeah.
Well, he simultaneously says he wants to defund the Department of Education. So let's recognize here that but 2 points. One, when you say you want to defund the Department of Education and then suggest you want to invest in homeschooling, that's not going to benefit our country's educational status in the world. Two, that's a handout, what you just said. So you just advocated for a handout. What you just said. I'm not paying
taxes on what I already paid taxes on. He's not, like I said, he's not giving me a handout. I just won't pay taxes on what we buy.
Understand.
That's not a handout.
Understand. You're talking about funding via tax cuts. And then while Donald Trump says he wants to strip away the budget for the Department of Education, that will increase the deficit. What you're suggesting is a direct handout that would increase the deficit. Like mathematically and statistically, categorically speaking, what you just said was the definition of a handout that will increase the deficit, because while the budget for the Department of Education is wiped away, you will receive a tax cut via homeschooling. The second point I want to make clear here once more, what you just said was in direct contrast to the remark you made before about wanting a lower deficit and no handouts. You want to take advantage of handouts by increasing the deficit. I'm not okay with that.
I don't want to pay taxes. To plain and simple. That's what
fine
I
and
want.
dandy, but if you don't, somebody else will have to. So it will be me or it'll be the chat. Somebody here is going to have to pick up the cost for you because you want to
No,
homeschool.
because I paid for it.
No, because you're not paying for it. You're saying you don't want to pay for it, which means I'll have to pay for it. That's not going to
How's
work
that?
for me. No, that's not going to work for me. The second step here I really want to point out is when you say, oh, well, you know, I agree with Donald Trump's values. There's no values. Donald Trump says he's pro-life, but he doesn't have a single pro-life policy that benefits a mother after he forces her to give birth. So that's pro-forced birth. Why aren't you giving her money after you force her to have a baby? Kamala says here, if you want to choose your own path forward, you can have the right to choose. Or if you do choose, you can choose to have a baby. Here's a $6,000 permanent child tax credit. That's pro-life. Donald Trump says, veterans, let's uplift our veterans. And yet,
Trump upped the child tax credit to $2,000.
Hold on. Donald Trump, for example, with our veterans, exploited their graves at Arlington National Cemetery for a photo op to the point where a police report had to be filed against him. He mocked the legacy of John McCain. He refused to negotiate deals to bring home our veterans. He refused to take bounties off of their heads that were placed there by Vladimir Putin. He dodged a draft. I mean, what values does Donald Trump have?
We got everything picked up?
Okay. Donald Trump has no values. No values. His only values are rooted in greed and hate.
Okay. And that's your opinion.
It's not an opinion. Sir, he buried his wife on a golf course. So where's the
You know
love?
why he did that? So he can avoid. So now his golf course is considered a cemetery and doesn't have to pay taxes on it.
That's exactly. But that's not
That's
a value
savage.
that you should admire. That's a value
that's
rooted in
badass.
hate. No, that's greed.
That's badass. That is no greed. Not paying.
You and I have different values
Taxation-
then. Because
taxation
what
is
I
theft.
see are two different values here. You, one, claim that that's a value rooted in intelligence. I say that's a value rooted in hate and greed. Because again, when you don't pay that tax, somebody else will. For example, the 14% corporate tax deduction you gave to Walmart, Amazon, Target, that money didn't come from nowhere. You and I are paying for that. That's in an $8 trillion deficit. Okay? You can go now, though.
Let me
I don't
ask
gotta
you
keep
something.
playing with you. This is, I
No,
mean,
you're fine.
can you hurry
One
up?
more
Like,
thing.
what is the...
So here in Texas,
You have no
when-
values.
when-
Hold on. Do you understand?
school-
Do you understand that you have a lack of values? And that is where you associate yourself with Donald Trump. You don't associate yourself with his values. And when you say that you lean towards Republican values, you don't. I do. I do. You don't.
Okay.
So there's a difference between you and I. Because again, when I say let's support our veterans, when I say let's uplift the Second Amendment and then find a way to ensure everybody can be happy with how we protect it, when I say we should protect the right to choose, and if you want to stand for a pro-life value, then offer a woman who you forced to give birth money so that she could financially support the baby you forced her to deliver. When you say that you don't want to do any of that, but you want to instead just say, well, Donald Trump's for it, even though he violated the Second Amendment, doesn't have a pro-life policy on his platform, exploited the graves of soldiers, then you can't suggest that you share those values with me. You're instead
never
saying that you're
said
voting for
anything
Donald
about
Trump
abortion.
solely based. You said pro-life. We spoke about
never
this.
said-
Or is
never
it, it's
said
a little.
pro-life.
It's a little early to be sundowning. So what you're
That's fine.
suggesting isn't a Republican value. You are standing with Donald Trump solely based off of one reason alone. And I'll wait until you figure out whatever that reason is, but it's not based off of value, record, character. You didn't know any of his policies to discuss with me as to how they benefited you or
Told you
others.
the stuff that I like he does. Like if he gives me the tax credit for homeschooling, that's awesome.
But that's a handout.
That's not a handout.
That's
I'm
a
not paying
handout.
taxes.
So it's not a
Now,
handout if you don't think it is.
$10,000,
hold
that's
on.
a handout.
No. If they cut your taxes by $10,000, that's a handout, right? So again,
So
you're
here-
saying that
here
you're
in
not going to have to
Texas-
pay $10,000 for homeschooling. I'm not done. First off, yes, that is by textbook definition a handout. But two, let's say that wasn't a handout. Because Donald Trump is saying he wants to strip away the budget for the Department of Education and release that fund into the world, that right there makes what you just said a handout even further. Because now it's not coming out of the budget, it'll come out of the deficit. So you're going to increase the deficit by cutting your own tax. So I have to pick it up. That's a handout
wait.
for you.
Water? What do you need? What?
Okay, I'm going to let you go. But thank you for, proving your ignorance. On the count of three, everybody, we're going to say hocus pocus. 1, 2, 3. Hocus pocus. Poof, he's gone. All right, folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. If you do like what you're hearing today and you want to support me, feel free to do so. My Venmo, PayPal, my Cash App are in my bio. I use those funds to travel around the state of Pennsylvania, the swing state here, before the election as I continue meeting voters to ensure that it goes blue in November. So if you want to pitch into that mission that I've got here, feel free to help me by supporting me in my bio. Hello, Kevin. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Give these little feetsies some sugar.
Okay, Kevin, calm down now. That was I don't know who you're touching like that. I don't know if I'm happy for her or if I'm disgusted. Hi, Ash. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I sure am.
Gotcha. What state are you from?
I'm from South Carolina.
Gotcha. And why are you voting for Donald Trump?
Why not? I have
Are you
all
in a
reasons.
car? Are you driving right now?
Yes, I am.
Ma'am, respectfully, I was taught at a very young age, it's pretty easy not to commit a felony offense. If you want to run around with your attention on your phone instead of on the road, fine by me, you do you, boo. But at least understand you're going to end up in the same prison cell as Donald Trump after he's sentenced come November. It's pretty easy not to text and drive. Try not to commit a crime. It's easy. Maybe that's an unpopular opinion, but I do think it's pretty easy not to commit a crime. Just a thought. Just a thought. I don't know. Maybe my mom taught me wrong. Maybe she was wrong. Maybe it is easy to commit a crime. Who knows? Hi, Olivia. How you doing?
So I'm doing good. I just realized that you want only Trump supporters. I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm undecided.
Gotcha.
where
Let's talk a little bit more about that then.
Okay, thank you.
Are you leaning one way or another? Or are you
I'm leaning left. I'm leaning left.
Okay. So what's holding you back?
So I have a stepdad who we get along, but he's very Republican. And he's been telling me that basically they kept RFK from being on the ballot. And that was like more of a moral thing where I was like, did they really do that? Or is that just not being explained to me?
Yeah. No, you're good. So it's a genuine question and worth asking. What I want to explain here as well is there would be more hypotheticals and misunderstandings surrounding RFK Jr. if not for his uncle Ted Kennedy, who did the same exact thing to Jimmy Carter. But this time, Democrats wouldn't let the Kennedy do it. Or you could also look at Joe Kennedy, who tried doing the same exact thing to Ed Markey in Massachusetts. He also lost. So Ted Kennedy ran against Jimmy Carter. But Jimmy Carter was still popular among the Democratic Party. There was no reason for Ted Kennedy to run against him, but he chose to do so because he had aspirations to become president. This led to a divided party that inevitably caused Jimmy Carter to become a one-term president, and Ted Kennedy and Jimmy Carter were both no longer president. Now we had Ronald Reagan. So that's a lesson learned by the Democrats. Now you look at Joe Kennedy III. I think that's Ted Kennedy's grandson. I think he ran against Ed Markey for the Massachusetts Senate seat in parallel with Elizabeth Warren. Elizabeth Warren said, don't do it. Ed Markey said, hey, buddy, my approval rating's great here. I'm not being pushed out of office. There's no reason to primary him. Like, don't primary me. There's no reason to. And Joe Kennedy III said, I'm going to do it anyway. Joe Kennedy lost the race because the Democratic Party stood by Ed Markey. Then there was no reason for him to drop out. RFK Jr. stepped into the race as a Democrat who, mind you, at the get-go didn't have a lot of Democratic policies. He stood on some stances that were more right-leaning and also just policies that weren't at the front line of the Democratic platform. It's not items that they were discussing. They wanted to focus on, for example, abortion rights, because that is something that was just overturned for women across America. RFK didn't want to talk about that. RFK Jr., I apologize. RFK Jr. didn't want to talk about that. Democrats said, no, but you have to. He said, I don't want to talk about that. Let's talk vaccines. And they're like, we just did vaccines. We need to talk about abortion rights. But so RFK Jr. said, you know what, I'm going to primary Joe Biden. The Democrats said, don't do that. We understand your grandson did. We understand Ted Kennedy, your uncle did. Do not run against the incumbent. We plan on him becoming the candidate. Okay. Well, so now you have Joe Biden, who, because of pressure after RFK Jr., after that primary, after the nonsense with the media and his age and whatnot, he did inevitably step down because he was going to have the same fate as Jimmy Carter, become a one-term president against somebody that should have been a relatively easy challenge like Donald Trump. you have RFK Jr. saying, well, shoot, the Democrats still don't want me. Let me try something else. He was going to run as an independent. But I want to preface this with Donald Trump wanted RFK Jr. to step into the race because RFK Jr. would have been
votes.
easier to beat than Joe Biden. RFK
Yeah,
Jr. had no campaign experience, no public office in his past, no stance or background, was unpopular among Democrats. And so RFK Jr. was getting support among conservative voters as a Democrat. After that,
Yeah.
he became an independent, got even more conservative support, and Donald Trump effectively pressured him to drop out because it was hurting Donald Trump. And RFK Jr. said, okay, I'll endorse Donald Trump. Maybe I'll get a spot in his administration if he wins. And so I want to recognize here that RFK Jr. wasn't pressured out of the race. RFK Jr. wasn't pressured to run against or not run against Joe Biden. RFK Jr. was just being aspirational, thought he could jump in and challenge an incumbent who was popular among Democrats at the time, just like Ted Kennedy and Joe Kennedy III did. This is the third time the Kennedys have tried it. They've lost every single time, cost us a presidency almost twice. I mean, he's just not popular among Democrats. Like, Democrats do not like the Kennedys. They're not popular. They're like the image of Democrats, right? Like the Kennedys are like a pretty American family.
Yeah.
They're nothing more than a reality TV show right now. Okay, it's not. They're like fun to watch. They're fun to look at, but politically, it seems the Democratic Party is just done with them, and we have moved on. So I hope that answers that question a little bit there, but.
Yeah, that was very helpful actually, because I'm in an all Republican family right now, so it's really hard to get things that aren't from Fox News or stuff like that, you know. But the other thing is, I've heard that she voted to keep people in prison for free labor. Is that true?
No, that's not true. So there's like this narrative, and I want to preface this with MAGA Republicans claim that Democrats are weak on crime. The fact that Kamala Harris is the first and only Democrat that they are claiming was too tough on crime and who was over prosecuting should be an alarm to everybody that she was in fact very good on crime. She was recognized as a fierce and strong attorney general, leading the largest Department of Justice, second only to the U.S. Department of Justice. Largest state in the nation. State had the fifth largest economy in the world, not the country, the world. She did a great job. I've worked for an attorney general. I recognize that if she didn't do the job well, she would have been removed and somebody else would have been put in to do that. And that's a relatively straightforward process. But MAGA Republicans don't like talking about that stuff. They'd rather say she was over prosecuting, which again should make you question, why is she the only Democrat they claim was too tough on crime when they say everybody else was weak on crime?
Yeah, you're right. So the other thing that I'm so confused about, because the other thing I've been debating is, like, I'm for abortion rights. You know, that's a thing that Kamala? Yeah, Kamala's big on. But I've heard that Trump isn't trying to take that away, that he's just leaving it up to the states. I'm very confused on what he says, because I've heard him say, like, the woman should be punished, but then I've also heard him say that it should be up to the states.
Yeah. So I want to start this off with Donald Trump. Okay, so we recognize that Donald Trump appointed 3 Supreme Court justices with the intent on overturning Roe v. Wade. And they did overturn Roe v. Wade, which was the law of the land for 50 years, thus taking away the right to choose from women like Kate Cox in Texas, who couldn't receive an abortion for a non-viable pregnancy and now can't go back to Texas without facing charges for having an abortion in a different state because they forced her to flee. Or Amber Thurman in Georgia, who is no longer here with us today because Georgia's government made the process of her having an emergency abortion so difficult. And we have to recognize that that is in direct response to what Donald Trump did with Roe v. Wade. Donald Trump made very clear he wasn't going to touch Roe v. Wade. And women trusted him. And then he did. When he says now, well, you know, we're going to protect IVF, and you have MAGA Republicans in states like Alabama trying to strip away access to IVF, then that's contrary. When he says, for example, well, we're going to ensure that healthcare covers IVF, or we're going to protect access to IVF, whatever he wants to say is fine and dandy. It doesn't matter when there are Republican states trying to overturn and strip away access to IVF. And then I also want to expand on that by his own stance right now is changed depending on who he's talking to. If he's talking to a Republican crowd, he'll endorse a 6-week abortion ban. If he's talking to a moderate swing state crowd in Pennsylvania, he now says, I believe in restrictions and a woman should have the right to choose, but we of course need to regulate it. Okay, so we don't really know where he stands because he went from, for example, in the matter of 2 weeks, endorsing a 6-week abortion ban in Florida, then saying, I don't support the abortion ban in Florida, then saying once again, you know what, I'm going to vote for the 6-week abortion ban in Florida. Like, make up your mind, dude. Women can't trust him to actually stick to what he's going to say or do.
Yeah, you're right on that too. But I've heard also that, so apparently she was in charge of the border and did nothing about that. I mean, I know that the vice president has very few actual decisions on what they can do, especially without the president. So I know that that's something to be factored in. But did she really not do anything about the border, or is that also something I'm being told?
No, yeah, so there's a bipartisan border package. And so we understand that Kamala Harris is currently running on an entirely separate platform than that of Donald Trump. Donald Trump is running on mass deportation. He's not even running on the wall anymore. He has given up on the wall because during his first term, he built 50 miles onto the wall. Obama built 400 miles. Bush initiated it. Donald Trump just couldn't keep that promise. Once again, not keeping a promise that he said he would do. So, pardon me. So Kamala is now running on the wall. She's also running on 1,500 border agents. She's running on money for border states. Like if Greg Abbott needs further funding to secure the border how he sees fit, she will provide that. If there is, she wants a cap on immigration. She wants to block illegal asylum seekers, those who come here illegally seeking asylum. Those are comprehensive and very straightforward policies when it comes to border protection and border security. Donald Trump, when she presented that to Congress alongside Mike Johnson and Joe Biden in a bipartisan way, Donald Trump tried to block that bill and effectively did. Pardon me, let me get this cough out. But I'm sure you know this. Donald Trump blocked that bill, which would have made this conversation that you and I are having about the border redundant. There would be no point to this conversation. The border construction under the wall would be underway. The border would be secured in its entirety. But even so, even though this package didn't pass, I think it's still important to recognize that Kamala and Joe have done an effective job at protecting our border. I mean, we have less border crossings today than at this point under Donald Trump's presidency, even without the border package that Donald Trump blocked. And this isn't me saying as a Democrat, oh, he blocked the package. I'm not like, here's my tinfoil hat. Like, he blocked it. He's a bad man. No, Mitch McConnell, Senator Tillis, Senator said he blocked it, that he was making calls to congressional Republicans to block the bill that would have made this conversation about the border redundant. So,
yeah, that makes sense. Well, I'll give you your space to talk to other people because my vote is now secured and I'm going to vote blue. I've wanted to vote blue, but those are just some of the questions I had. So I really do appreciate you taking time to educate me and not just make me feel stupid.
You're not stupid at all. And I also want to be clear, if you have any other questions about the candidates, I will come forward with stats on this stuff. And if by the end of our conversation, and this goes for anybody else in the chat, if at any point you guys are like, well, you know what, Johnny, you proved Donald Trump's my candidate. Look, as long as you vote, let's have that conversation. So if you have any other questions or anything, feel free to message me. I appreciate coming up, Olivia.
Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Let's get some W Olivias in the chat, please. I hope that everybody recognizes what she just did takes a lot of courage. That takes a lot of courage to come up here and speak so candidly about, your beliefs like that. But hi, guest, are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay, I guess they're not. Let's get up our next guest. Oh my gosh, Lisa, thank you so much for the $20. That is so nice. You didn't have to do that. Thank you so much, Lisa. And thank you, Tracy, as well. And Jeznique, Jeznique. That's a beautiful name. Thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate it. Folks, if you do want to support me or you want to support my travels as I continue making my way across the swing state of Pennsylvania meeting voters, Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, or my bio. That helps me immensely well. Nurse Nina, yes, my asthma is acting up a little bit, but I'm trying to keep away from my inhaler, which I do have here, just to see how long I can go without it, because I don't want to overdo it with the inhaler. Otherwise, my lungs get worse, not better. So, yeah, we're doing okay, though. I appreciate it. Thank you, Nina. Hi, Terry. How you doing? Terry? Okay, bye. For my friends with asthma in the chat here, do you guys ever have that where you have asthma, but if you overdo it with your inhaler, it makes it worse, not better. I love my inhaler, but I got like a love-hate relationship with my inhaler. Let me tell you something. Yeah, right? Okay, it's not just me. Sometimes I think it's just me. Betsy, thank you so much for the Venmo and your message. That's so nice. Thank you, Betsy. Let's get up our next guest, slowly but surely. The makes higher heart rate thing. Yep, Lady Boss, you were right. All right, trying to get up a couple more guests. Let's see. Then... So yeah, the cough's going to be a little bit. I apologize about that, folks. Hello, CJ. CJ, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hell no. I'm in Texas and I voted for Kamala. Let's go.
Let's get some W's in the chat for CJ, please. That's awesome. What's your cat's name, by the way? Is that a cat or a dog?
Yes,
I can't see.
It's
Oh,
a
what's
black
the name?
cat.
Black cat? Nice.
That's not my cat. That's just a random cat.
Oh, it's just a random cat. Don't take it to Springfield, Ohio. Otherwise, you know,
Oh,
of
God.
course, as JD Vance says. Thank you for
Can I
coming
give
up,
you one
CJ.
message real quick?
Oh yeah, please, force. No, please, force.
Okay, I just want to say, Gen Z, get out there and freaking vote early. I'm in Texas. Early voting has already started. You can go to any college campus or something like that and get out there and vote because we really are going to be the change. We have to be. We are the next generation.
Are you Gen Z?
Yeah, I'm 19.
Oh, this is
my phone.
awesome. Well, thank you for voting.
You're welcome. And
Have
I
a
love
good
you,
one, okay?
Chico. Y'all are so funny.
We love you right back. Thank you so much for coming up.
All right, bye-bye.
That's phenomenal. Can we get some W Gen Z in the chat, please? That's exciting. That's really cool. Hi, Becca. How you doing, my friend? Michael, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Michael? All right. Bye, Michael. Okay, let's get up our next guest. Todd, hello. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hell no. Serious?
Thanks for coming up, man. I appreciate
Hey,
it.
can I say one thing though before I go?
Go for it.
Just want to let people know that I am a Republican, but I am a never Trumper. So I just got to put there. There's a lot of Republicans out there that are not voting for Trump. Just to let you know that.
Dude, thank you so much for coming up and saying that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
That's some. Let's get some W Todd in the chat, please, folks. So we just had a Gen Z voter come up and a Republican come up, both of whom are voting for Kamala Harris. I hope that you folks feel a little bit hopeful today because that should give you hope. Gianni, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
19.
When were you born?
2005.
Okay, and why are you voting for Donald Trump?
We could start with economic policy, and then we can go into other things. I always see you talking about immigration, so...
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me do something. Hold on. Fetus deletus. Poof. Unfortunately, I'm really respectfully, I mean this sincerely out of my heart, I'm not going to have a 19-year-old come up here and talk about economic policy to those in the chat who actually have experience with economic policy. I don't think that is... Also, I don't think you were 19. Even if you were, my statement stands. I don't think having a 19-year-old come up to talk to Republicans and Democrats alike, talk to Republicans and Democrats who have economic life and actual experience to tell them your thoughts. I mean this so sincerely. You haven't even gone through college yet. Like, I'm not trying to do you know what I'm saying, chat? I'm not trying to downplay the experience, but you're all adults with kids and stuff like that. And I'm trying to be you know what? I hope that wasn't rude, but I meant it sincerely. To every Democrat and Republican in the chat, I feel like having a 19-year-old come up and tell you why they think you did or didn't benefit from the economy is a little, insulting, I guess, is my point. I just think it's a little insulting to Democrats and Republicans alike in the chat. Didn't want to do that. Jaden. Hi, Jaden. Hello, my fierce friend. Jaden, I'm going to do solos for another 15 minutes, I think. But I definitely would love to get you up here in 15, I think. I want to get the algorithm to bump it up just a little bit more. Love you, Jaden. Brandon, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir, I am. But I can't vote because I'm 10. But
delete us. Yeah, let's have the 10-year-old talk about that. The economic life experience, too. Oh my gosh. I can't. Let's get up our next guest. Y'all are making me laugh today. What's going on? This is funny. I go, are you voting for Donald Trump? He says, yes, but I can't vote because I'm 10. Okay. Hi, Nick. Are you voting for Donald Trump? All right. Bye, Nick. Let's get up our next guest. Sorry, folks. Sometimes it just takes a little bit to get a guest up here. We'll get through them. Wait until that 10-year-old finds out he's not allowed to vote. This is something he'll learn once he enters the 6th grade. Slowly getting up our next guest. He's like, I voted in my school election. Okay. It's like I voted. Junie, oh my gosh, what was that?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hell no. I just wanted to say something real quick to you. I'm asthmatic too, so I know what you're going through. Yes, it's like you take your medication, but it's like it works, but then it doesn't work. Like, and the more you take, the more the worse the coughing gets. So
Yep.
I know, I feel you. I take my medication in the morning, and then the pump I use during the day.
Yep,
So I
yep,
feel
yep.
you so much.
That's a lesson I learned the hard way because nobody tells you that. Like you have to experience that. That is not something the doctor tells you. I appreciate you coming up, Junie. Thank you.
Okay, sweetie, I love your live. Talk to you later.
Thank you. Can we get some W asthma in the chat? Let's get some W asthma in the chat, please. Let's some W lungs, W asthma, please. That's too funny. That's too funny. Ugh. If you know, you know. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I did vote for Donald Trump.
Do you want a cookie or something? Or is the...
No, I don't want a cookie.
Probably wouldn't know how to eat it anyway.
Yeah,
Listen,
you're right.
Chris, you got some wind going on in the background right now. Are you like outside? Do you want to fix that?
Hold on 1 second. Is that better?
Yep, that is better. So why'd you
Okay.
vote for a convicted felon, sexual abuser, and civil fraudster?
Now, why did you have to start like that? You've been good so far, Johnny.
Gosh, you know what? I'll start a different way. Here, let me try again.
Yeah,
Why would you vote
let's
for
try
somebody who violated the Second Amendment, overturned the law of the land, that being the right to choose, saluted a North Korean soldier, mocked veterans, and exploited their graves at Arlington National Cemetery, slapped down union workers and their rights to join a union, mocked workers across the country, implemented a corporate tax deduction that benefited an $8 trillion deficit coming out of the pockets of the middle class, led a tariff policy that slapped down small business owners and farmers, and spit in the face of Americans across the board, including transgender Americans who are trying to serve in the military, Black Americans who would like their vote to count as much as a white American, and women. Go ahead. Was that better?
That was a lot. That was a lot.
You asked for a different introduction, so...
Yeah, so I like the economy the way it was when he was president, piggyback off of Barack Obama.
Okay, so let's get some W Obamas in the chat. Thanks, Obama. Your point? Wouldn't you be voting for the Democrat like Kamala? If you liked Obama, maybe you should consider voting for Kamala. Just a thought. Just a thought.
But why was she not the primary?
What do you mean? She is the primary, right? She is the candidate for president of the United States.
Well, no, she wasn't until Nancy Pelosi pretty much went to Joe Biden and invoked the 25th Amendment, right?
No, nobody invoked the 25th Amendment. However, I also wouldn't credit Nancy Pelosi for that. I would say that the voters pressured, along with donors, obviously, but that the voters really pressured Joe Biden out of the race, right? And rightfully so.
Why do you think that is?
Because they wanted Kamala. Right? That's why she's ahead in the polls now. I mean, I feel like that's not a bad thing, right? I mean, your party tried pressuring Donald Trump out of the race. The only difference is he refused to listen, and now you're on track to lose the race. Congrats. Like, if you guys were smart, you would have put Nikki Haley in as the candidate, and you probably would have won. But you didn't. You took Donald Trump, and now you're slated to lose the election. I mean, even in states where you really shouldn't have been competitive, like North Carolina, why is that even on the dinner table? Like, why are Democrats about to have a feast in North Carolina? Like that...
That's a swing state, is it not?
Shouldn't be, but it is now. The same way Georgia with Donald Trump. Like, why did Georgia go blue in 2020? Okay, Donald Trump was unpopular in Georgia. Why is Georgia a swing state today? Because Donald Trump wasn't the right candidate, but y'all picked him anyway, and that's on you. So let's recognize again. My question
Georgia
to you is:
apologized.
Georgia apologized? What? All right.
That's
anyway,
what I heard. That's what I heard.
Yeah, the whole state came together, grabbed hands.
We're
sung
sorry,
Kumbaya, and
Donald
apologized.
Trump. We're
All right,
sorry.
yeah. So why are you voting for Donald Trump?
Well, I'll just compare it to before the pandemic. I mean, look, I'm 30 years old. I work full time. The economy, I feel like, was better when he was president. I mean, that's what I base everything off of.
Okay, but so are you are you working a different job today than you were before the pandemic? Do you have a different job?
Yeah, so I actually went and got my CDLs. So now I drive a truck.
Cool. Okay.
So I'm making more money now, but I could be making more money. And then one good thing that Donald Trump did do when he was president is increase on wages.
No. Because we recognize that wages have gone up at a higher rate under Joe Biden than under Donald Trump. But I want to set that aside and recognize that if you have a different job today than you did under Donald Trump's economy, and you're saying you're making more today, then applaud yourself for that. You shouldn't associate that with Joe Biden or Donald Trump. That was you. Like, credit yourself here, right? I want to recognize I have a better job today than I did under Donald Trump. Although I also recognize Donald Trump steamrolled my small business and many other small businesses. So who knows what I would be doing today if not for Donald Trump destroying my business. But that being said, I'll set that aside and recognize that if I am now making more money today, and I am because of the job I currently hold, that is because of me, not because of Joe Biden or Donald Trump. Same with you. Let's recognize that. Now, you're talking about Donald Trump's economy, and we have to recognize that today. Again, wages are higher because of Joe Biden. There are more jobs because of Joe Biden, so we have a better pick of the litter. Under Donald Trump, we understand that even pre-pandemic, he was sitting on Obama's economy, and we already discussed that, and thanks, Obama. But the policies he did implement weren't benefiting middle-class Americans. I mean, for example, the Jobs and Tax Act of 2017. By which, can you tell me a little bit about that? If you know, if you don't, that's fine, but just let me know.
I don't know, but if you want to talk about it, that's fine.
Yeah, so this was one of Donald Trump's more significant economic policies, if not the only one. But this policy benefited the middle class. It gave us a 1% to 2% tax deduction. The issue is that was nothing in comparison to the 14% tax deduction he gave to corporations like Microsoft, who were already experiencing record high profits. They didn't need the tax cut. Like, there was no reason, there literally was no reason for it. He gave it to them anyway. And this led to the $8 trillion deficit we have today. Not entirely, but about 3 or 4 trillion is from that tax deduction. Then the middle class, we saw pennies go into our pockets. That was rude, not pennies. We saw a couple $100s go into our pocket via this tax deduction every month. Okay, and that's a big win. Every few months, we got a couple $100. Great. Yet, Donald Trump at the same time, if he didn't do this next part, then that tax deduction would have been a win. There still would have been an issue with the 14% corporate tax deduction, but at least the 1% to 2% middle class tax deduction would have been a win. Because of this next part I'm about to tell you about, he lost the win. So he had a trade war with China. The tariffs he implemented, including a 15 to 25% tariff on China on agriculture, was tossed back into our face. And farmers here in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, for example, had to shut down their farms because they had a newly found export surplus and supply and demand issue. This led to small businesses like the one I used to operate having to raise our costs on produce because farmers raised their costs on us or went out of business, making a supply and demand issue for us. And then middle class consumers picked up those costs. So it was the equivalent of a $230 billion tax hike on the middle class because of this one tariff alone, among many other tariffs taking place. Like, we could talk about steel and aluminum as well. But because of these tariffs, the money we got back from the 1% to 2% tax deduction was wiped away. And then some. And he's doing the same thing again, right? He's running on that overtime tax. He's like, I'm going to cut your overtime taxes. Great. But yet he's not stopping there. He wants to implement a 60% tariff on China, 10% across the board, and include the tariffs that he had been, that he implemented in 2017, 2018. And now Penn Wharton economists say that this could lead to a $3 trillion deficit, or at least will lead to $2,500 to $3,900 coming out of the pockets of Americans every single year. That takes away from him and that overtime tax. So he's taking more money out of our pocket, putting some money into our pay stubs. So we see we're getting more money via paper, like it's on the paper. We see more money, but then we lose more out of pocket via this tax hike through tariffs. And to be clear, this isn't a Democrat, like this isn't some Democratic talking point. Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, when they ran against him in the primary, this is what they were running on. The trade war with China is the tariffs. It's just a different name. Right. It's the same thing. So to be clear, I'm not like I'm a Democrat and I hate Trump because of blah blah blah, and this is why no, this is Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis saying it. I'm just repeating what they said after fact checking them.
Okay. Well, what about the energy of everything? So, like I already mentioned, I drive trucks, right? So I would deliver to places like Target. Deliver, their groceries to them, all the stuff, that they have in their stores. But where we're at right now in the economy, fuel is up, right? So the diesel prices are up, DEF is up, everything is up. So, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to say, well, this is what it is, and this is actually not. Did Donald Trump buy 11 million barrels of oil when he was president? Or am I wrong about that?
I got no clue about that. Yeah, I'll be super straightforward. I don't know anything about that. I will say, though, regarding fuel, gas prices right now are down. They're not up. And they're on a continuous downtrend. They have gone up again a little bit and then back down, but they're on a continuous downtrend overall. And we're at about pre-pandemic levels with gas, and that's a good thing. Same thing with inflation. Pardon me. Inflation right now is 2.4%. Inflation in 2018, right before the pandemic hit, it was 2.4%. That's a good thing. That should be applauded. That Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were able to get us back down to pre-pandemic levels after this once in a generation, like it's every 100 years we have a pandemic, once in a generation experience that caused these disruptions and supply chain issues, economic disruptions. So I just want to make that clear. We're also more energy independent today than we were under Donald Trump, and we are also drilling more today than we were under Donald Trump. I mean, this is just what it is.
Would you not say that the Republican Party and the Democratic Party have similar views on some things? As far as like if we're drilling more, I mean, that's one thing that Donald Trump is wanting to do. He wants to drill more.
No, because I don't consider Donald Trump a Republican. I would say that Republicans and Democrats have certain cross sections between their platforms where they agree. For example, Republicans and Democrats want to support a mother after she gives birth financially. Donald Trump does not. So Donald Trump doesn't have a single policy in his platform to support a mother financially after she gives birth. But there are Republicans who do support giving a mother money after she gives birth, because they're not just saying, well, we're going to force you to give birth, which I say that they should have the right to choose, and you should support them financially if she chooses to give birth. That's what Kamala says. Like Kamala says, I'll protect your right to choose. But if you do choose to give birth, here's a $6,000 permanent child tax credit. That's a pro-life and pro-choice stance. Donald Trump is saying, I'm going to block you from having your right to choose, make it harder for you to choose, and then I'm going to not provide a single policy that benefits you economically if you give birth. That's not pro-life or pro-choice. That's pro-forced birth. So I wouldn't say that that's a cross-section between the Republican and Democratic platform. That is a blatant, negligent, ignorant stance by Donald Trump. I don't think there's a reason why Republicans are voting for Kamala at record high numbers. Like Republicans don't turn out for Joe Biden like this. It's because Donald Trump is so out of touch with what Republicans want.
Okay, so since Donald Trump did not have a political background, he comes from a wealth of running businesses, and he did file bankruptcy on I don't know, what was it, 5 or 6 times, but
sure. I mean, let's look at Trump University, Trump Water, Trump Vodka, Trump Airline, which literally crashed, not figuratively. The plane went pew. Trump Football League. I mean, Trump Casino. Dude, how hard must it be to bankrupt a casino? Like, do we recognize, guys, that a casino's sole purpose is to take money from people? And like, how do you go bankrupt on, like, you even need to give people a product.
Well, my whole point was, I mean, he looks at America like it's a business. He doesn't look at it from the same eyes as like people like Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi and J.D. Vance and everybody else looks at it, because they've actually, ran for Senate. They're in the House. Mike Johnson, he's the House, which I think he made a mistake by stepping away. He actually should have came back before the election is ending.
But we agree on this. I would say that Donald Trump is a businessman. I think that one, in part because of the civil fraud debt he has now, right? From making simple issues like, dude, don't falsify business checks and statements. If you're a good businessman, you know not to do that. Or if you're a great businessman, you know not to get caught doing that. But Donald Trump was neither. And so he got caught falsifying business checks and statements. Donald Trump, the guy who now has $488 million in debt, Donald Trump, the guy who had 6 bankruptcies, like, he's not a good businessman. And let's also recognize that this whole let's run the country like a business statement, it doesn't. One, yes, it also proved not to have worked during Donald Trump's first term. But 2, we shouldn't fall for that statement again, because what business has a military the size of ours? There's not a single corporation or business that has a global superpower known as our military. Like, we can't keep acting like our country should be ran as a business. It shouldn't be. It should be ran as a country.
Right.
Donald Trump doesn't understand that, which again, MAGA Republicans will say, oh, well, I'm glad that Donald Trump takes risks like a businessman. Yeah, I agree. He takes risks like a businessman. He took a risk on his trade war with China. That wasn't a good thing, though. That was a bad thing. We shouldn't want a president who takes risks. He did that, and it led to a $230 billion tax hike for the middle class. He took a risk on that 14% corporate tax deduction, thinking the money would trickle down to the middle class. It didn't. We got an $8 trillion deficit. So like this whole he's a businessman and that helps us, it doesn't. Like, he proved that the first time. Like, I wouldn't, and it's not just Donald Trump, I wouldn't put Jeff Bezos into the presidency either. Like,
Do you think J.D. Vance or Donald Trump has done anything good in their time in office?
100%, yes. I mean, I look at the animal cruelty bill that Donald Trump put forth. I'm so happy he did that. And yet I can say thank you to our Congress and Donald Trump for putting that into action, and then simultaneously turn around and say, I hope you go to prison, Donald Trump, for your crimes against humanity. And also, no thank you for slapping down the middle class with your tariffs and tax deductions. No thank you for hurting women across America by stripping away their right to choose without financially supporting them after they give birth. No thank you for violating the rights and freedoms of veterans and then exploiting their graves for your personal benefit. No thank you for hurting union workers and telling them they could work a full-time job but not earn a living salary. No thank you for hurting farmers by shutting down their economy and causing them an export surplus supply and demand issue. No thank you for telling Black Americans that, they're only Black if you think so. Like, these are things where I would say no thank you. No thank you for telling transgender Americans that they can't serve in the military. Like, they're trying to put their lives on the lines to protect yours and my life. Why are we telling them they can't serve? So, yeah, thank you, Donald Trump, for the animal cruelty bill.
More harm than good.
Obviously, I think everybody thinks that. Listen, again, the economy was shattered under Donald Trump even before the pandemic hit. The guy was playing with awful policies, trickle-down economics, and tariffs, thinking that's how you run an economy, and it ain't. Which, again, I mean, look at his administration alone. Why are dozens and dozens of cabinet secretaries? Why are hundreds of national security advisors? Why are they either endorsing Kamala or at the very least not endorsing Donald Trump? Even his own vice president won't endorse him. Okay. Right. That should be an alarm. But for some reason, to many MAGA Republicans, they're not even thinking twice about it. His own vice president? What? This is the guy that Donald Trump trusted to appoint to the second highest office in the country. And now that guy is saying he can't vote for Trump because Trump wanted him to violate the Constitution. And it's not even like this is a hypothetical, because Donald Trump already violated the Constitution with the bump stock ban, that being the Second Amendment where he violated it. It was decided by the Supreme Court in June of this year. This should be an alarm to everybody. So again, Donald Trump, thank you for that animal cruelty bill. I appreciate that. And then also no thank you for trying to completely shatter our middle class, slap down and steamroll the economy and hurt middle class Americans and Americans across the board. Like that's, yeah. Also, he's a criminal. I don't know. I was taught pretty young. I mean, even if we let policy aside, let's even pretend that he was the greatest president of all time, which we know he wasn't, right? Because 154 presidential advisors and specialists from like departments across the board decided unanimously that he was the worst president in our country's history, ranking 45th. Didn't we only have 44? Because there was a consecutive, somebody has already been non-consecutive.
He was worse than Nixon?
He was worse than Nixon. He was the worst, they say, out of everybody. That right there, let's say he was number one, though, which, mind you, Abraham Lincoln was listed as number one. Historians listed Donald Trump as the worst, but let's say that he was actually Lincoln and he was the best. That still wouldn't be reason to vote for him because the guy is a civil fraudster, sexual abuser, felon. Okay, I was taught very young. My mom taught me very young. Don't surround yourself by criminals. Or don't surround yourself with felons. I don't know why we're trying to make one our president. It doesn't seem normal. Again, your party had the option to put Nikki Haley in or Ron DeSantis in. You picked the felon. That's on y'all. Y'all did that. So now you get to watch him lose the race. Anyway.
I think I have a bad connection.
All right, we're done here. On the count of three, everybody. You know what to say. 1, 2,
I got back.
3. Hocus pocus. Poof. And he's gone. Oh, I was just about to get up Jaden. I think that Jaden left. Jaden. Sad. I love Jaden. Jaden is a brilliant mind, I'll tell you what.
Nigga, I'll kill you, nigga.
Whoa. Lisa, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. I appreciate it, Lisa. I want to point out, MAGA Republicans say things like that. I don't know why they think that's going to help them win over like Black American voters, or when they come up and they say the F slur, why do they think that's going to help them win LGBTQ plus American voters? Like, do we understand where MAGA Republicans have a massive disconnect? They're behind in the polls. So they should be thinking about how they can unify and win over voters. Instead, they're doing that. Okay, that doesn't help you, MAGA Republicans. Just a thought. Just something to consider. Just something to consider. All right, let's get up our next guest. Folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. If you want to support me, and maybe you like what you're hearing, or if you want to support me in my travels across the state as I continue meeting voters and flipping them to the Democratic side, which, mind you, we did flip 24 Republican voters this past week. Can we get some W democracy in the chat? If you want to support me and support my travels, my Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App are in my bio, and I greatly appreciate it. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
No, I'm a Kamala supporter, nigger.
Oh my god! All right, here's what we're gonna do. Again, I wanna point out something. So the MAGA Republicans who are coming up and saying things like that, I understand you want my live stream taken down. So you're coming up here thinking that by saying the N-word, I'm gonna get my live stream taken down. That is not how this works. So hi, I'm Johnny. I'm a digital strategist. I work with algorithms, ones and zeros. I do the programming. That's me. Hi. By coming up here and doing that, you put a flag in violation on your own account, not mine account, not I don't get affected by it. Do we understand? Okay, so now one more time. If I bring up somebody else and they try to do this, you're going to look really foolish because I get that you're racist. Okay, go be racist in your closet. Do whatever you need to do. Nobody else needs to hear it. Okay, but I want to make very clear this won't impact my algorithm because that's not how the algorithm works. My account doesn't get flagged. your account gets flagged. Do you understand? Does everybody understand what I'm explaining again? Okay, so one more time. To the MAGA Republicans who are saying things like that, thinking they're going to get my live pulled down, that is not how it works. Everybody get it? Okay, great. So going forward, if another MAGA Republican thinks that by saying the N-word or the F slur, by coming up here and showing their blatant bigotry and intolerance, that I'm going to get my account taken away, blah, blah, blah. I just want to be so clear one more time. That's not how the algorithm works. You're just going to get a police report filed against you for blatant hate crimes. And then TikTok will be contacted for your IP address and you'll be tracked. Okay? So that was your pre-warning. Again, hi, Johnny, digital strategist. Not the first rodeo that I've done this. That was your pre-warning. Next one who does it, I'm not playing. Okay? All right, let's get up our next guest. Hopefully that was enough of an explanation before somebody gets a police officer knocking on their door and they say, why? Hi, April. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I'm actually not voting in at all. I came up on here to actually just ask you why you're voting for.
That's a bot. Let's get up the next one. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am leaning more towards it, but I feel like I'm closer to the election. I become more on the fence. I voted for Joe Biden in 2020. I feel very unhappy with how our country is right now.
Okay.
Economically, I mean, I think our country has been going on a downward spiral since Trump has even run in 2016 of just hatred towards each group. I think I've really started to become independent when it comes to politics. I used to be very far left. I'm very socially left, but economically, I would say just with the past 4 years, become a lot more conservative when it comes to money and that type of stuff, but I'm also trying to educate myself more on it. I would say my biggest issue right now is, there's a lot of, everyone already knows the reasons of Trump and the issues with him. I am very aware of those issues as well. I think my biggest issue though is I do not trust Kamala, and I feel like there's just a weird shift of how everyone just got so quickly on the Kamala train.
Kamala.
Kamala. Wait, am I saying it right? I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
No, it's Kamala. You're good.
Okay, sorry. But I think that everyone got so quick to it, and I just don't feel like she is answering the questions that I need to hear as an American voter.
Okay. Well, I want to...
And I think I don't trust her with because this is the next 4 years. I'm hoping to be able to have kids in the future and a house. Okay. And those are my biggest issues.
How old
I
are
would
you?
say. I am 22. I'm getting married in June.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Okay, so I want to preface this with there is a massive contrast between Donald Trump and Republicans. There is a massive contrast between Donald Trump and Nikki Haley, Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis, Donald 100%. Trump and Mike Pence, and so on. So when I think of Donald Trump, I don't think of the Republican Party. I have voted for Democrats. I have voted for Republicans. I am very centrist. I don't think it gets more centrist than me, frankly. And to prove that point, I've also ran for office myself, and I won the Democratic nomination, becoming the youngest in Pennsylvania to win a Democratic nomination. Also, I almost won a Republican nomination statewide, winning a Republican nomination, youngest in Pennsylvania. Only lost it by 45 votes, 50 votes, out of hundreds and thousands of votes cast by Republicans. So clearly Republicans like something I'm doing. So I want to preface this with, it doesn't get more moderate than me. So take what I'm about to say from my heart, okay? So Donald Trump, you're talking about how he may answer your questions and that you don't have trust in Kamala Harris to respond to the needs of America right now or to answer your questions. And I disagree. When I look at Kamala Harris, I see somebody who, when asked, responds and doesn't back away from a question. I mean, not only because she owns up to what she believes in, but also because she's a prosecutor trained to respond very immediately in her approach. And sometimes she'll talk about her life and build her life into the equation when she provides an answer, and that's not a bad thing. And we see hypocrisies between MAGA Republicans who claim that they don't like the way she speaks or the way she presents herself or the way she responds to questions and how they feel that she can't answer. Well, I argue that's blatant sexism. And there's a reason I do that, because when we look at her presidential debate, she kicked off the beginning question with an answer that showed her upbringing and then answered the question. MAGA Republicans criticized her for that for like a month, saying, well, she didn't answer the question. She spoke about her personal life, blah, blah, blah. Even though she did answer the question, they just weren't paying attention to it. And once they saw she was talking about her life, turned down the volume. JD Vance, opening question, vice presidential debate, did the same exact thing. Started talking about his life and then answered the question. They don't criticize him, though. Why? Because he's a white man and she's a black woman. So she can't do anything right when it comes to presenting herself, apparently. JD Vance always can. And so that's a hypocrisy that really stood out to me with them. So when you say, you can't trust what she's saying or she's not answering your questions, the first thing that comes to mind for me, is it because you're not listening or is it because she's not answering? Well, I know she's answering because I hear her answers. So now I question if you weren't listening, especially when I look at Donald Trump, somebody who never answers a question when asked. I mean, I've attended numerous Donald Trump rallies and town halls. I was even at his Butler County rally when that tragedy unfolded. That's how often I go to these things. He never talks about policy. Ever. Even Kamala Harris now, think of how unprecedented this is. Kamala is telling people to go to Donald Trump's rallies. She did this at the debate, told America, go to one of Donald Trump's rallies. She wants you to hear the blatant ignorance and the lack of responses and the lack of answers he provides to the American people. You can't trust him. You can't trust him to actually respond.
I don't disagree. I don't trust him either. And I think I just get kind of frustrated as, I want to be educated as much as I can, but it gets really noisy on both sides. I honestly, I feel like I've started to lose faith within, the Democratic Party itself. And I've, really geared towards just being more independent. 2020, I was very, very liberal. I still am liberal, like I said, when it comes to socially, gay rights, abortion, I'm pro-choice, all of those things. And so those are my big issues with Trump. I think that just thinking of my life personally, and I'm sorry, I'm kind of getting all over the place. Okay. But I do get frustrated though, as a voter, where there really is propaganda on both sides though. I mean, that's just how politics work. And I just really feel like there's so much noise and there's such a shift of hatred from both sides. I mean, I don't know. I can talk to my friends and we all have different political beliefs and we never fight. We never yell at each other. But then when you go on social media, it just gets really dirty and gross in my opinion. And so I would just like to know, what is Kamala's policies on housing and what have economics said, people said that they will help us. That's one of my biggest issues.
Okay. So let's talk about some of those policies. But first, I want to preface this with, I agree with you to an extent. There isn't hate on both sides. Let me make that clear. There is, you had said propaganda. There are passionate people on the further left who maybe are a little aggressive in their approach. And I don't necessarily agree with those on the far left in the way that they approach certain issues. I don't agree with heckling, for example. I believe in a more systematic approach, I suppose. That is not what MAGA Republicans on Donald Trump's side are doing, though, right? They're just showing blatant hate. So while those on the far left may get passionate or even aggressive in their approach when they do things, they're not running around saying the N-word and the F slur. And this guest just ran away. What was that? They're not running around saying the N-word and the F slur like MAGA Republicans are doing in this very live stream. So do we understand? So again, when you say, well, it's on both sides, it's not. On the far left, there are people who are just very passionate about what they're fighting for, and they may get a little aggressive. That's not really a bad thing. That's not my liking. But that's just because they're passionate. So when you both sides this with people who are running around saying the N slur and the F slur like the MAGA Republicans are doing today, that is hate. What they're doing is blatant hate, and propaganda and far right rhetoric that's just disgusting. What far left people are doing is just being passionate and even a little assertive in their approach. I just want it to be clear. There's a distinct difference. Lisa, thank you so much for the $20 for traveling. Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate it. Let's get Jaden up here. Is Jaden here? Jaden! Jaden.
Hey.
Jaden. Hello, my
How
friend.
are
How
you?
you doing?
Good. I've missed you.
I've missed you so much.
Well, we're back. Let's do this thing.
Let's do it. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
What do you mean? What do I mean? Why?
Are you stupid? Are you slow? Are you retarded?
Really? Okay. Let's get up the next guest. So this one right here, everybody, fetus deletus, poof, didn't know how to answer a simple question. I even asked him about a stat or something. I wasn't even like, hey, tell me about this economic policy. Nope, just did what a MAGA Republican always does. Jumps right into the R slur. Said an R slur. Like, why are you... Brandon,
I think they
hi,
see
are
that
you
more
voting
than
for Donald
Jesus.
Trump? It's insane, right? It's insane. They're like... just throwing slurs into their phrases. Don't even know why it's... Hold on one second.
Like I said, I can.
1 second. Yeah. Fetus deletus. Poof. All right. You know, fetus deletus is a beautiful spell, but it is banned in a few states.
Hello.
Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
No, actually, I voted yesterday and I voted for Kamala.
Well, thank you for
Awesome.
voting. Let's get some W Leo Loves in the chat. Thank you for coming up, Leo Love. Let's get up our next guest. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yep.
Fetus deletus. Poof.
I
Oh,
think
it's
he
your
was
voice.
old. I think he was older.
Oh, maybe I misheard. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I think I survived an unalive attempt from him. I know it sounds incredibly far-fetched, but I was hoping maybe you could hear me out for a minute.
Sorry, it's breaking up just a little bit.
Oh. Is this better?
Yeah, that is.
Yep.
What'd you say?
So I actually think that I survived an unalive attempt from Trump via the FBI. I know it sounds ridiculous, but if you wanted to give me a minute, I think I could shed some light on this enemy from within issue, because I think he already did that in his last presidency. Essentially, I was on American Idol with my anti-Trump song, and Katy Perry asked me to sing that song, but they didn't air that part. And then the second the show aired, I started getting hacked at a Black Mirror level. Continued for years. I still get hacked every once in a while. It's not like a disabling issue anymore. But yeah, I just was wondering if you wanted to hear more about this story. I think it's, I'm not sure if this is the right place for it, but if you wanted to do a separate interview, it was incredibly frightening. Basically, the hacking turned into hacking with more physical issues. So like, I would hear and see people try to break into my home, and I would, hey buddy, I'm trying to tell him what Trump did to Mama.
Can you post a video or something about it?
Yeah.
I've posted quite a few. If you want to just go to my page, like the last 5 are all kind of a summary of
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
So I'd love for you to check out my page, and
Yeah, we will.
if you're interested, because he's legit when he talks about the enemy from within, and
Yeah.
I'll never prove it, but I'm a survivor. So
Well, I appreciate you taking the time to come up here and mention that. And yeah, we'll definitely take a look. And then I would love to do one of these where we get you up here and we have a full conversation about it. I want to read more into this first, though. I appreciate
get
it,
that.
okay?
I appreciate it so much. So maybe I'll try to
All
message you or something.
That'd be
All right,
great.
thanks.
Okay.
All right. Let's get up our next guest, folks. That's wild. That's wild. Ashton, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
No, but
Okay.
I just want to say,
Okay. Hello, Patty.
Hi, Patty. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay, guess not.
Okay.
All right, just going to continue going down the live to get somebody. Folks, please
We're
make
in
sure
the
you're
final
tapping that
stretch.
like button. Help us get to 500,000 likes and share the live as well. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, I am.
How old are you?
23.
When were you born?
2001.
Gotcha. And you're voting for a convicted felon, civil fraudster, sexual abuser because?
Because he is a better president than Kamala can ever be.
You're saying was, not is.
No,
Do you know who
is.
the current president of the
Will
United
be.
States is?
Joe Biden.
Okay, good. All right. So now again, Donald Trump
Geriatric
was
president,
a president.
Joe Biden.
All right. If you want to
Trump
talk
would be
about
the oldest
geriatric.
president ever elected.
Right.
Trump would be
No.
older than Joe Biden
He'll
was
be
when
the
he was
best
sworn in.
and richest president.
He would be the oldest.
Unlike corrupt
most
Kamala.
senile.
Okay.
You
let's
talk
take a
about
step
corruption.
Back.
Yeah.
Okay, let's
Yes.
take a step back.
Okay, let's do so. So can you explain why you're voting for, quite literally, the man who was listed by 154 presidential specialists, experts, and historians as the worst president in our nation's history? Mind you, hold on. These were Republican historians. They made Abraham Lincoln the best, rated number one. Donald Trump was rated as the worst. So why are you picking the worst president?
Just because they're Republican doesn't mean they're supporters of Donald Trump.
Right. That's why all the Republicans are voting for Kamala now. So
And
anyway,
there's a
that
lot
being
of
said, can you
Democrats
tell me
voting for
why?
Trump.
That's not true. So can you tell
Yeah,
me
there
why
are.
you're voting for a felon?
Again, because he will be and is a better president.
That's not really an answer.
Kamala.
Respectfully, this is like me asking you, what kind of food do you like to eat? And you saying, I like the edible kinds. Can you give me a list of ingredients? Maybe a recipe?
Ingredients, when it comes to the economy, Donald Trump is better. When it comes to just speaking on the global stage, Donald Trump
got laughed
presents
at.
better than
Choose
Kamala
kindness, choose
Harris.
kindness, choose kindness, choose
Yeah,
kindness.
so let's talk
choose
about
kindness.
that. Let's talk about that economy front. You're saying he would be better on the economy than
would
Kamala
and
Harris.
is and
Right, okay,
wants.
okay, you spoke. I'm speaking now.
Okay.
We're talking about policies that he is running on compared to Kamala Harris. And I just want to get an understanding as to how tariffs, 20, 30, 40, 50% tariffs, are going to be better for the economy than Harris.
That's not going to happen, and I disagree with
So he's lying?
having 100% tariffs. He's not. I mean, sure, you could say he's lying. He's lying.
And you're voting for that? You're voting for a promise that you know he doesn't intend on
Name me
keeping?
one politician that.
But you're
lies.
voting for him over a lie that you know he's lying about.
Kamala lies plenty.
No,
Well, what is
that's
she lying
nonsense.
about with her
Before we
economic
jump
agenda?
into lying, because I think that surrounds around a more larger character conversation, a conversation surrounding morals and values, and we can get there. I want to stick to the economy. Let's recognize that Donald Trump's economy wasn't a win for middle-class Americans or Americans across the board from the get-go of his term, right? Donald Trump inherited a strong economy from Barack Obama, and that's something that both sides should celebrate. We then look at the policies that Donald Trump did implement, for example, the Jobs and Tax Act of 2017, and how this led to an $8 trillion deficit and millions of dollars coming out of the pockets of middle-class Americans. I mean, right? Donald Trump gave, well, maybe you know this, guest. What was the tax deduction that Donald Trump gave to corporations? Do you know the digit?
I think what it was at 32.
What was the percentage of a tax cut he gave to corporations?
I honestly don't know the exact number. It's either 16 or 32 or something around there.
It was 14%. Then
Okay,
do you
so
know
it's
what
fine.
tax deduction he gave to middle-class Americans? What was
I
the
don't.
percentage?
No, I don't know.
1 to 2%. So the first issue with this policy is that it was focused on corporations, giving a double-digit tax cut to those who already had record high profits, and yet gave 1 to 2% to middle-class Americans who could have benefited far more economically from a tax deduction. Then, on top of this, Donald Trump implemented, for example, a 15 to 25% tariff on agriculture that caused a surplus in supply and demand issue, led to an export crisis, and took $230 billion out of the pockets of middle-class Americans every year. I mean, so we got to recognize when you talk about like Donald Trump's economy, who was it good for? Because it wasn't good for farmers, it wasn't good for small business owners and entrepreneurs, it wasn't good for Black Americans, it wasn't good for middle class Americans, it wasn't good for women and predominantly women-owned businesses. So who was it good for?
If that's true, then why do 99% of the people who come on your live saying they're voting for Trump say that they had a better life under his presidency? It's not all just because Obama.
Okay.
I'm not saying it doesn't help.
So you just asked
And
why
immigration was on
hold
an
on.
all-time
So you just
low.
asked hold on. So you just asked why the people coming on my live say that their life was better under Donald Trump than Joe Biden. That's because I'm inviting Trump supporters up here. So they're going to say their life was better under Donald Trump than Joe Biden, right? Because
The
they're Trump
Republicans
supporters.
are all liars, and Democrats are just
Well, no.
these
Republicans are
godly,
liars. Hold on.
perfect
Hold
people.
on. Republicans
You guys
aren't
got us into
liars.
2 wars.
Republicans aren't liars. I have voted for Democrats and Republicans. Trump supporters aren't Republicans, right? Republicans believe in particular policies that Donald Trump doesn't even have on his platform. For example, Republicans claim to be pro-life. Donald Trump doesn't have a single policy that benefits the life of the mother or the baby after she's forced to give birth via his abortion ban. That's not pro-life. So that's not a Republican value. That's a Donald Trump fascist specialty. That's like his specialty, fascism.
And the immigration issue, there was much lower crossings under Trump, and I know you guys give that bullshit statistic that it was higher under Trump than now. That is, you're just being disingenuous by saying that.
Is following the facts and following the stats?
They're underreporting.
Following the facts and following the stats isn't being disingenuous.
No, the stats
what you're
aren't
doing
real
is being
because they're
disingenuous.
Underreporting. They underreport the crossings and also send them through.
Wait, based on what?
Based on what?
You're saying that they're underreporting based off of what?
Source to just pull up for you. And
It's the
that's why
same
there's
source that
government
counts Trump's
corruption.
numbers.
There's
Then what are you
government
referencing?
corruption.
What are you? If it's all corrupt, then what do you have to reference to say that they're underreporting?
What do you mean to have to reference? The fact that you think there's less
What was that
crossings
word?
now when there's clearly
There are. We are at a
border
46-month low.
There's clearly
August.
a border crisis. Yeah, get your
That's
tinfoil
fine.
hat.
Yeah.
Jaden, do
What's
you have your
up?
hat?
I don't.
Okay.
I'm putting my hat on right now too.
Sir, you already had yours on. Don't even BS me
You're
right now.
right, it was
Sorry,
on, and I
tell
have
me
a-
again.
I have a buckle
Tell me
under my
again.
neck.
So you don't follow any sources. You don't follow any stats or percentages. You solely follow whatever you you personally just
No.
rip out of your ass. Is that what you're doing here?
No.
Like, and I mean that respectfully. Like, when I don't know something, I say I don't know it. It seems you know nothing and you're just coming up with random nonsense and then saying, well, I don't follow the media, stats, or the government because, that's all corrupt. So I'm going to follow my heart's desire.
Okay, so
what
do
do you
you
think this
tr-
is?
let me
Well, hold
ask
on.
you.
What do you think this is? A Disney movie? Like, no. You
Do
don't
you
get to act like
trust
this.
the government completely? You think they're out there to just better our lives? Do you think
Do
that?
I trust the government completely after
Yes.
4 years of Donald Trump?
No, I'm just saying in general.
After 4 years of Donald Trump, you're asking me if I trust the government completely? Really? The
Yeah.
Donald Trump and the far right MAGA Republicans who tried to overthrow an election as they were controlling the government. I think that's a pretty easy question for you to interpret my answer on.
When Donald Trump offered the National Guard, and he also said no violence, he said fight with.
Okay, we're
no
talking about
violence.
Jan 6 now.
No, this
I guess
is
we're talking about
January
January
6th
6th now.
deniers.
That's what I just said.
And why is January 6th so crazy when everyone?
How did we get on this subject? Were we not
all
talking
these
the?
people rioting?
Okay,
all the
respectfully.
Democrat and
Christ,
Antifa
let me tell
people?
you, man, you fucking Trump supporters debate like how you think Joe Biden talks. Just meandering, nonsensical fucking nothing burgers.
Right.
We were talking the economy. You didn't answer that question on tariffs. Somehow pivoted to migration, and now we're on
did
January
answer.
6th.
Well, 'cause we're
Can we? No,
talking
you
about
didn't.
different
Can we
things.
stay on this goddamn one subject at a time and not weave, not the weave, okay?
Okay, well, wave.
To
Tell
be
me
clear,
what the
I
next.
want to recognize here, I was just about to infer the same as Jaden. You sound like you're sundowning, and I know you can't be because it's definitely too early to be sundowning as it's only 7 p.m. on the East Coast. So what I need is some sort of coherent reasoning as to
Okay.
where you're getting your confirmations from. So I'm going to ask you again. Do you recognize that Donald Trump, on simple stats, just to know if you have the basic intelligence of a ninth grader,
Yes.
do you understand that Donald Trump added twice the amount of debt as Joe Biden and Kamala Harris?
I do, but he also had to deal with COVID.
Hold on. The debt didn't come from COVID. The debt came from his 14% corporate tax deduction.
Okay.
Okay. So great. Second point being, do you recognize that Donald Trump didn't have one feasible or straightforward policy that benefited middle class Americans economically? And if he did, then please name that now.
Tax Cut and Jobs Act.
Okay, we already broke that down. That didn't benefit
We've
the middle
already
class.
been over that.
Okay.
Increased
so,
deficits added to the debt.
Okay.
Right.
Increased deficits add to the debt.
Steamrolled small businesses, shut down farmers.
That's true. He had to bail the farmer. You're right.
He didn't bail out farmers. He slapped them down and ran away.
I guess you can say that.
Okay. So you don't have that economic policy. You understand he added double the amount of debt. Who created more jobs, Joe Biden or Donald Trump?
Joe Biden.
Okay, and that's not counting pandemic jobs. That's solely based
It
out of the
is. It is
infrastructure
bounce
package.
back jobs,
Nope.
and it is the fact that people had to get two jobs because they can't afford anything.
Nope.
And it's immigrants.
Nope.
Yeah, illegal
So let me
immigrants
explain
getting
why.
jobs.
So if we were counting jobs lost because of the pandemic,
You guys
Donald
are
Trump-
delusional.
Tell me something I don't know. So again, if you look at jobs lost because of the pandemic, he would be at negative 30,000 per month.
Okay.
Donald Trump had 178,000 per month. And I'm not counting jobs lost because of the pandemic, as that's not fair. He didn't cause the pandemic. Now, I'm not giving Joe Biden credit for jobs created out of the pandemic, because that's not fair. He didn't cause or should get credit for pandemic jobs created. I'm just giving him based off of policies like the Infrastructure Package and CHIPS and Science Act. 400,000 jobs per month. That is still well over double what Donald Trump created on a monthly average, not including the pandemic whatsoever. If I did include pandemic jobs, Donald Trump's number would be in the negatives. Joe Biden would be double what he just said. Okay? Great. So you understand
So if you're
Donald Trump's
honest
economy
with
was
yourself-
trash.
So you say Donald Trump attempted a coup of the government, correct?
Oh, now we're jumping back to election
No,
fraud.
I'm bringing
We're
up
not going to
another
stay on the
topic,
economy.
yes.
Great. So can we stay on the economy and first have you concede
Yeah,
that
but
Donald
we have
Trump's
to
economy
level-
was
You
garbage?
acknowledge?
We have to level set here. I have
You
to
don't know
where
what
we
level set
stand.
means. What you just did was a pivot. So can you tell me, will you first slap down and concede that Donald Trump's economy was awful?
Yes, I will concede. Can we?
Perfect. Now let's pivot. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay,
So
January 6th.
wait. So so you admit that the Republicans and Donald Trump attempted a coup on the government, correct?
Yes.
It depends.
Okay, so
it depends
wouldn't
who
you
you're
say
talking to.
that
MAGA
Kamala
Republicans
Harris
seem
did
to
the
think
same?
it's beautiful.
No, wouldn't you say Kamala Harris
painful.
did the same thing with the election? She just jumped in, boom, she's the
let me-
candidate for the Democratic
How is that a
Party.
coup?
No, I would love to talk about this. So first, I want to preface this with the
You
question.
can't think she's a serious candidate for
No,
president.
hold on. I want
She can barely
yeah.
speak. She can't hold an interview.
Okay.
You know-
Kidding me?
Yeah.
Azurations?
Joe Biden? No, I'm not
All right,
being
so I
racist.
want to explain something without raising my voice, and I understand
Okay.
I haven't been raising my voice or stepping into my intelligent
this other
father's
guy,
voice because
Jaden,
I'm
was
trying to
raising
choose
his
kindness.
voice.
Now
I'm not
listen
trying to-
closely. Again, I understand if you're choosing my kindness for ignorance, but the chat can attest I've been very kind to you.
I
Don't mistake
understand.
that for ignorance. Now I will speak, and you need to listen here. Okay. One more time. So we understand that there is a discrepancy between what you're saying that Kamala Harris did and what you think she did. You tell me first. If Trump steps out of the race because he's sentenced and put into a prison cell, who becomes your new candidate?
It would be J.D. Vance.
Exactly, but it should be Nikki Haley. So your own party would do, according to, I'm not
prefer
done,
Nikki
your own
Haley
party,
anyway.
but it wouldn't be, it would be J.D. Vance. And it should be Nikki Haley. But you're going to do, via your own Republican Party's textbook, the process that you're criticizing the Democrats for when that isn't what they did. But your own party would do
Yeah, but
that.
you're also-
Hold on,
you're
I'm not
also
done.
hy- you're
I'm
saying
not
a
done. I'm not
hypothetical. Does
done.
this
I am
happen?
not done.
Sorry.
Okay. Then you look at what the Democrats actually did. Kamala Harris, after Joe Biden stepped out of the race, said, I'm going to run for the presidency. And Josh Shapiro, Gretchen Whitmer, Gavin Newsom, anybody could have ran against Kamala. They didn't. For numerous reasons. One, she had a claim to the donations Joe Biden received, so anybody who ran against her would have had to start from scratch. Two, she's the only candidate who was receiving primary votes as a vice presidential candidate, and because we recognize the Constitution puts her into the presidency if Joe Biden steps down, this is the same vibe. They're saying, well, she is the most qualified for the job. We were going to have her assume the role of the presidency anyway if Joe Biden stepped down.
She's not qualified.
But I'm not done. That's your opinion, but that's not the opinion
It's
of the
not
rest
an
of America.
opinion,
I'm
it's
not
a-
done.
Okay.
And then three, we recognize that while I understand you MAGA Republicans think she was just put into office or put into the candidacy, Kamala went around gathering in a democratic way every single delegate who was electorally voted into the delegate position. So for example, a county, like my county, picked a delegate, and we picked that delegate to vote for at the Democratic National Convention the next candidate. She won those delegates, so she became the candidate. Anybody could have ran against her, nobody did. So when you're saying, oh, well, that was a coup and she was put into office and blah, blah, blah. No, that's just you misunderstanding how an election works. Kamala was put in because she won the delegates, okay?
Do you believe in your heart that Joe Biden wanted to step aside?
I don't care if he did or didn't.
But I think that's important to recognize.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is,
Joe
because
Biden
there's
could have
a
wanted to sit
system.
there for the rest of his life. That guy needed to go, now he's out. Great.
And
like, great.
Don't feign any kind of sympathy for Joe Biden. Over the last few years, you've been calling him the Biden crime family.
Right.
You've been calling him a schmedophile. You've been making up stories about him and his daughter showering together. And suddenly, now that he's not the fucking line of attack, now that he doesn't have a target on his back, you guys care so much about dear old Joe? I don't want to hear it.
I don't
bow out. He's out of the
What
race.
about-
Kamala Harris is now the candidate. She's outpacing, outpolling, outperforming, and outracing sleepy ass Donald Trump. And you guys can't handle it. What does it say about your guy? Just a second. What does it say about your candidate that he is caps lock tweeting in the middle of the goddamn night? Come back, Joe. You want it, Joe. You know you're going to get it. He's going to storm the DNC. This is not somebody who is sane. This is not somebody who lives in reality. Certainly not somebody who should be in charge of the nuclear code.
Also,
Nuclear
Kamala
codes.
Harris,
Just
when
wanna
she's
say-
on a
just
Call
wanna
Her
say-
Daddy podcast while there's the hurricane situation going on.
I want to
So-
say something real quick.
Go.
All right, Lori, thank you so much for the $10, and Jordan, thank you for the 15 as well.
Shout out,
Lauren, I
Lori.
also just received your message. Thank you too. Thank you so much for your support and your love. Sending some love right back to you. And Lisa, it's both Lisas, Lisa D and Lisa J. Thank you so much for your love as well. All right,
you
continue.
make a play on these lives, honestly.
It depends how much my
curious.
daddy George Soros wants to give me. I am his mistress, so it really depends on how much he wants to give me. But anyway, can you continue with the conversation instead of
Yes,
pivoting
yes.
to my relationship with George?
Yes.
Great.
Are you going to say something or should I?
Oh, sorry. Continue.
Okay, so what, can I pivot then? Or
No,
what
you
are
can
we
stay on the
talking
topic
about?
of our
So
electoral
what-
democracy and why you feel as though we should overthrow it.
Oh, no,
right,
I
you're
don't
making
think-
the case why.
I don't think we should.
Oh, well, then you wouldn't be voting for Donald Trump, and yet here you are voting for the guy who incited a textbook definition of an insurrection. So,
I mean,
That's
if you're
great.
going by the textbook, you could say
Belladonna,
Kamala
thank you so much for the there.
But back to Kamala being not a serious candidate or qualified. Number one,
Really?
it took her 40 days to do an interview. That says something.
No, it
if
didn't.
she's too scared to just go out and give a speech or do an interview with tough questions, that says something about your candidate.
It didn't take her
You're
40
projecting.
days.
First
I'm
off,
not
this is projecting.
projecting.
No, this is straight up
I'm saying
projecting.
it's- no,
You
so
understand
tell me-
that your candidate, Donald Trump, is neglecting and refusing to do interviews with organizations, companies, media companies like 60 Minutes, who, mind you, Donald Trump is the only president to have actually denied doing an interview with 60 Minutes. Okay,
So
that
how
should be
about
I'm not
her-
done.
Sorry.
I am not done.
I said
That
sorry.
is an alarm. That should be sounding the alarm. The fact that Donald Trump did not do 60 Minutes among numerous other interviews he has done. Then you look at Kamala Harris, who's doing interviews with Fox News, reaching across the aisle. What you're doing is projecting. You're saying Kamala didn't do interviews and blah, blah, blah. Dude, she's doing interviews on both sides of the aisle. Donald Trump wouldn't do something that is quite literally rated the most bipartisan source that reaches the largest audience, that being 60 Minutes. That is telling. I also want to explain here that Donald Trump has gone weeks without doing a simple media interview because his own press secretary is trying to hide him from the public. You understand he went 2 weeks
He's
without
gonna
doing
get
a single
shot
event?
probably because people are killing
Okay.
him. Yeah, no,
Okay.
that's pretty scary. Why is no one?
I know.
talking
Why are
about that?
Republicans shooting at your president?
Come on.
But let's talk about. I
There-
wanted to
you
pick
know
up on that
that's not
60
an
Minutes
honest
thing. One
argument.
second. I wanted to talk about that 60 Minutes thing. And not only is he dropping out of that interview, he's also threatening to suspend the broadcasting licenses of CBS because of what he deems unfair coverage or fact checking that don't benefit him. Not only that, 4 years ago, when he did sit down with 60 Minutes, he ran out of that interview. He walked out of it. He did not like the questions that were asked. He said, "No, I don't want to take tough questions from you. Why don't you give tough questions to Biden?" This is not someone with the temperament, with the capacity, with the intelligence, and with the restraint to even just sit down. The idea that he's going to be a forceful creature of nature and stand up to dictators, stand up to adversaries, stand up to the toughest that our world has to offer is laughable when he can't even sit down for a fucking pre-taped interview.
You can say the same thing about Kamala.
Let's make something clear.
1984.
There is a mass discrepancy in what we're suggesting right now, and while I appreciate the pivot to the Al Smith dinner, and I personally would have liked to have seen Kamala at the Al Smith dinner, that is not an interview or a media source. The Al Smith dinner is the equivalent of a roast. So for Kamala
Yeah,
not
but
to
it's
go, I'm not
something to
done. I'm not
bridge
done.
the
No,
gap
no. It didn't bridge the gap.
Republicans and Democrats.
I am speaking. It did not bridge the gap. That dinner is for a very select audience that Kamala's already reaching. She didn't need to go there to mock Donald Trump, which is what the whole point of that dinner is to do. So she said, I'm going to continue meeting voters in person across the country as I am. Donald Trump said, I'm going to go there and make fun of Kamala, and that's what he did, and he can choose to do so, but that's not bridging a gap. That is mocking a candidate.
Yes, it's not mocking.
I'm not done. It is also not a media source. The Al Smith dinner is not a media source, media company, the press. It is straightforward a roast for and by rich people to mock two presidential candidates because they're dangling money in front of the, like, do we understand? To everybody in the chat, do we understand what the Al Smith dinner is? Okay, because I know what it is. I have friends who have gone. The Al Smith dinner is where rich people dangle money in front of the faces of the two presidential candidates as they roast each other for their entertainment. It's not about reaching voters. It's not about educating people. It is about rich people dangling donation dollars in front of candidates to make the presidential candidates dance. There's a reason Kamala didn't go.
And for you to compare Kamala Harris,
Hillary shouldn't have gone, but she did. That was on her. That was stupid, but she did.
For
Kamala
you to
didn't
compare,
make the same choice.
I just think it shows unity because at the end of the day, America is America.
Dude, it is the definition of going to a benefit dinner in the Hunger Games at the Capitol. The Al Smith dinner is about rich people dangling money in front of the two presidential candidates to make them dance. Okay, there's a reason why the people surrounded by the candidates there are multimillionaires and billionaires. They're sitting there laughing at the candidates who make fools of themselves and each other, and then as they dangle money saying whoever's funnier gets my $1 million donation. That's not unity. It's literally making them dance like monkeys for money. It's not normal, okay? Now that you know what that Al Smith dinner is, hopefully you recognize why it's humiliating to attend that and why I could see she didn't. Okay, let's continue.
But for you to compare her sitting out a dinner versus Donald Trump threatening to revoke broadcasting licenses is just a patent false equivalency.
No, I'm not.
One is a danger towards our systems of the free press, towards the media.
Agree.
The other is her sitting out. But you're saying that that's just as bad. That's what you just said.
No, see, first of all, they're corrupt, but he says that Donald Trump. I don't agree with everything he says. I don't think he's this godly figure who just is better than everyone else in the world. But
you're arguing that conduct, that belief, that behavior is better than anything Harris has to offer, and I've yet to see that. Where is she called for suspending broadcasting licenses? Where is she called for pitting the military against the quote unquote enemy from within? Where is she called to harm protesters? Where is she called to do away with the systems of justice in place and defunding the FBI, the CIA, and what have you? She doesn't.
The Democrats are known for suppressing information.
Sandra, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it, Sandra.
No,
thank you.
Democrats don't suppress information. Suppression of misinformation, I think, is totally justified. But for you to say that fucking anti-COVID...
Who are you to judge if it's misinformation?
I trust what the scientists say. And if they've made this strict determination that what is going out towards their practices, towards their policies are fake and harmful, then I would back that.
Oh, God, we got Tashika in here. I'm not...
Oh, hey, Tashika.
What's up, Tashika?
You know what? Have I already cooked you before? Why are you immediately scared of me?
You never cooked me.
Hello, my
I don't need to do anything. Like, you're already getting slow burned.
Slow burned.
Johnny and Jaden over here.
I'm sundowning right now.
Yeah, you are.
Well, at least you know it. All right, so point being, know, and I want to be clear, to anybody tuning in and who maybe, to other MAGA Republicans who may want to come up and chat with us, don't be shy. I understand there are three of us now. We can do this one-on-one. We can have a decent conversation. This guest right here, what you're witnessing is him getting slapped down left and right by people on all sides of the aisle just because he's completely incoherent and sundowning.
No,
That's
I'm not. You didn't cook me.
No, I mean, you are. So again, you're making the case that you're voting for Donald Trump, even though you conceded his economy was awful for the middle class. You recognize he added double the amount of debt.
Because if I don't concede, you won't speak.
No, but that's not accurate.
If you didn't actually concede, then why are we having a conversation?
Right. You conceded because you recognize Donald Trump added double the amount of debt, half the amount of jobs that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris added. You conceded that he didn't have a single economic policy that benefited the middle class. And when I asked you, if you don't concede on that, tell me what the policy is, you couldn't. So you chose to concede. And that right there is a sign of you not recognizing Donald Trump is not a candidate with your interests in his heart. Instead, you're just choosing to vote against Kamala for what I imagine is one sole definition, right? You're not voting based off of policy. You're not voting based off of record, character, morals, or values. Why might you be voting against the black woman running in the race?
Well, first of all, she's not black. She's
Oh
Indian.
no.
Yes, she is.
She is black.
There
She
it
is black.
is.
She is black. With this, fuck off with this racist bullshit. Okay. I don't know why you guys. Are you white?
No, and I'm not racist.
No, you are. First of all, you're covering your mic.
If you have to tell somebody that you're not racist,
Yeah.
you probably are.
You racist.
That's
though.
I mean I
I've never
disagree
heard a
with that.
not
I could
racist
say I'm
person
not
say
a
that shit.
murderer.
Yeah,
and I
most
could say
people who
I'm
aren't
not a
racist have to
murderer.
clarify that.
He's like, I have a black friend.
Well,
okay.
no. If you're in
I
a
slowed
situation where
down.
you have to say I'm.
He
not
literally
a
just said he
murderer,
doesn't even. Oh my god. That's not funny.
Hey guys, I'm not a
Because
cannibalist.
I do, but you think that that's important.
Jaden,
No,
what?
wait, no. Like, what the? It is important. She's going to be the first black female president. She's going to be the first Asian female president. Why is it all of a sudden that you guys like don't care about representation? You guys bitch and moan about like enough white people not being in a certain like TV show all the time. You guys,
Well, I'm
you guys
gonna
cry
say
about like
something,
the
and you're
media.
gonna
Stop
call me
talking.
racist.
Stop
I'm
fucking
gonna
talking,
say
please.
something.
Please stop talking. You
George
guys.
Floyd, why is he a representation?
What
of
the fuck?
Minnesota?
Are
Why is he-
you? Are you?
I can barely hear him.
He's talking about. He's asking
We can't
why
even hear
George
him.
Floyd is like the fucking
Guess,
like.
can you take the phone out of your mouth,
Do you
please? You're
think-
not. It's not edible.
Do you think
Sorry.
George? Do you
I
think
thought
George
it was
Floyd is
edible.
like
I
Folks,
black
wait, I
people's
also want to
person?
set the preface. I apologize for everybody in the chat and for everybody on the panel. I have a little. We're halfway through the week, and I do this thing where I try to limit my swears. And then I have to put a coin in the jar every time somebody does it. That's a little tacky thing I was taught in my rural hometown. So let's try to back away from any
I was
slurs
raised
both
in a small
on here.
town.
And yeah, I know. It's a thing I do and my family does. I just try to stick to it. It's something I've done since birth. So everybody in the chat too, please tone it down with the swears for just today. Thank you very much. I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
please.
Okay,
quiet. No
dude,
fucking
come on.
way.
So again, I want to preface with you though, guest. You are making the case that Kamala's somehow unqualified, yet you can't
Yes.
actually justify why in your mind she's unqualified. But we have to recognize
I
she is
can.
more
Can I
than
name a few
qualified. Stop
points?
talking.
Sorry.
So you look at Kamala Harris and you have somebody who was a district attorney who, by all odds, was never supposed to become a district attorney, let alone the vice president of the United States, because every card socioeconomically was stacked against her as a black woman. Yet, she became a district attorney and attorney general, leading the largest Department of Justice, second only to the U.S. Department of Justice, in a state that had the fifth largest economy in the world, becoming the only Democrat that MAGA Republicans claim was too tough on crime, not too weak on crime. That's weird.
not tough
Pick
on
your
crime.
battle. I'm not
It's not
done.
tough
And then
on
she
you.
becomes a senator
That's
and a
a
vice
small
president.
crime.
One more time. When I tell you I'm not done, I'm not done. Understood? Okay.
You're saying
Senator then vice
misinformation.
president. So you look at Kamala Harris, who persevered through all this, became the second highest office in the country, and is now a leading candidate for the highest office in the country because ignorant people like you who don't have actual reason to justify why she shouldn't be in that race, but then justify why you should vote for a felon and sexual abuser, are trying to step in here and vote in favor of him. Let's make very clear here. Kamala Harris gave us the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, the CHIPS and Science Act, the infrastructure package, created double the amount of jobs that Donald Trump created while only adding half the amount of debt. Kamala Harris
Yeah, and
fought
how
for
did
middle
those
class Americans
policies-
through
what
and
was the
through.
result of those policies?
Kamala Harris gave us tens of thousands of good paying union jobs with a roaring economy that focused on the middle class out, while Donald Trump played with trickle down economics and steamrolled small business entrepreneurs and farmers. Okay, there is a big discrepancy between the argument you're making. You have no reason to suggest that Kamala Harris is unqualified, and yet you do so solely based off of one reason, which one more time comes down to her race. And I don't play this, I don't say this often. I'm saying this because you're not voting based off of record, character, morals, values, or anything of substance, solely based off of what? Donald Trump's haircut? Because we could go with the weave right here if you want this.
He does have.
Does this make you want to vote for the Democrats now that I got him about the haircut?
I don't care if Kamala's pink. It doesn't matter. The point is, she's not qualified to be president. She is a cackling.
She has 30 years of experience. What the fuck are you talking
What does
about?
that mean? There are
Donald
people
Trump
with
hasn't
30
even
years
been
of
a president.
experience as a receptionist. That doesn't mean
Exactly.
that
That
they can run the country.
means that's unironically what that means.
What single metric can you point to that has disqualified Kamala Harris?
It's all anecdotal, but it's very clear.
Just give me something. That's not clear if you can't name it.
Yeah.
I just told
I can give you things for Donald Trump. He's a
Joshua,
felon.
thank you so much for the $5, Joshua. I love you, man.
Convicted felon,
Right.
civil.
His role on
civil
January
back.
6th.
It's all civil because it's all bullshit. It's law.
The stealing of classified documents.
I'm
That's a
sorry.
disqualifier.
So
Okay,
did
guest,
Biden.
guest,
He's the
guest,
Hunter
guest,
Biden.
guest. I just made very clear, do not swear. Apologize for saying
swear.
it. You just did. You said the
What did I
S
say?
word. Apologize. Go ahead. I ain't playing with you. You got pre-warned. Now you apologize. Go ahead.
I didn't even hear that.
Thank
I
you.
just
All right,
realized.
continue.
Anyway, so I don't know. I was about to curse. Yeah, I don't know what.
Come on, Tashika, you can give it to me. Let's hear it.
What the hell
Shut
are we
up.
talking about? That's what I'm saying. Ew, why are men today just like, ugh? Anyway, like I was saying before, I don't know where you're getting this from. Like, again, can you go ahead and answer Jaden's question? I don't care about if it's like an anecdote at this point. Like, what could she possibly? Oh, actually, no. That's not the question I wanted to ask you. Define civil court right now.
Civil court.
Define civil court right now.
Now you got him.
I'm not even quite sure how to define that. Like, are
It's
trying
because
to
you
get
don't know
at-
what the fuck it
are you
is,
trying to
right?
get
Because
at
you're
the
trying
civil
to
process
devalue the concept of
convicting
civil court, and
someone?
you don't even know what the fuck it is.
You didn't even let me. You didn't hear me.
Thank you so much, Mallory, for the $5.
You just said you
Love
didn't know
you
what it
so
was.
much.
You said you
Thank you,
couldn't do it.
Mallory.
What am I supposed to let you keep talking for? You just said you don't know what civil court means. What is criminal court? Define that, actually.
I honestly, it's a court where people are criminally convicted. What do you want me to say? There are lawyers,
So where
juries,
did you get that? Where did you get that? Like this notion from that? Like a criminal court is like somehow worse than like than like a fucking civil court.
The point is, if he's so bad, big and bad, and did all these crimes, and it's so terrible, lock him away and throw away the key.
That's not how. I don't know if you know that, but that's not how our Constitution
It's
works.
not how our Constitution works.
Robert.
If this case was reported years ago, why didn't?
So why are you victim blaming her? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Robert, thank you so much for the $20. Robert just dropped a 20 to kick this guy, so we are going to kick him. So
Okay.
on the count of 3, chat, we say hocus pocus. If you're new here, this is something we do. 1, 2, 3. Hocus pocus.
Hocus pocus.
Poof. And he's gone. The magic is real in America, everybody. The magic is real. Woo! All right, let's get up our next guest. Folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. If you want to support any of us, feel free to do so. Our Venmo, PayPal, Cash Apps are in the bio. And this guy is glitching out and running away, so let's try to get up our next guest. Again, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Don't be shy, come on up. Thank you for the ghost flower. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Fuck no.
Okay.
Thanks
Fair
for coming up. Let's get some W's in the chat, please, and get up our next guest. Again, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and come on up, come chat. Don't be shy. Again, I know that we have a few people on here, so if that makes you nervous, feel free to let us know and we could do one-on-ones. Okay, trying to get up our next guest. That guy ran away. Gonna try again. How's everybody doing, by the way? Y'all doing good?
Yeah, I'm doing all right.
We all good?
I have food poisoning.
What?
I went grocery shopping.
I have food poisoning. That's why I can't go live.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, I feel like even I feel
Yeah,
like
that guest ran away. I'm sorry to hear.
I don't want to spend all day on the toilet. Someone
Plot
just said
twist.
good.
Plot twist. Tashika's on the toilet right now, live streaming.
As we speak.
As we speak. Okay, I'm trying to get up a guest. It's not working. Where are they going?
Why are you guys so mean to me?
It's because you're pretty. If
It's
you weren't
kinda
pretty,
funny.
they wouldn't be so mean. It's because you're gorgeous. That is why people are mean to you. Michael, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Absolutely.
All right. And why so?
Because I feel like he's going to be the better one for the job. I don't think she has what it takes.
Let's take a step back. Respectfully, and not really respectfully, because I mean this with the lack of respect. And I mean that genuinely. This is like me asking you, what kind of food do you want for dinner? And you saying, I want the edible kind of food. I need like a list of ingredients and a recipe if we're going to make a meal out of this equation. Okay, so if you can, justify this a little bit more and maybe speak coherently, that would be useful information and more productive to the conversation at hand.
All right. Well, if you could be quiet for a minute, maybe I could talk.
No.
Shut up.
Why would he be quiet and you're already not answering the fucking question?
You know why? Because I've been sitting here listening to you guys, and you guys have big mouths. You don't allow people to
Michael.
talk.
Freaking goatee. Come on.
Michael, calm down. Or at least first
And
change the beard if you're going to cry.
Your language on here on this live is terrible.
Our language. Have I not been censoring everybody from saying a single...
that lady that's on there.
Okay,
that
Michael.
lady that's on there.
Michael.
Are you a gay
Michael. All
That's
right,
disgusting.
everybody quiet. Hold on. Michael, calm yourself. This is not your therapy. Like, if you need a therapist, I can make a recommendation. Or if you're going to treat me like a therapist, you ought to pay me like one Venmo, PayPal, Cash App in the bio. I'm going to try to unmute you here, and I want to have a productive conversation. But if you want to cry more than anybody I've ever dated in my life, then maybe you should ask me out to dinner first, right? At least buy me a meal first. That only seems fair. So let's have a productive conversation here. If you need to go somewhere else and cry first and then come back, that's fine. Just say so. So, Michael, unmute. Great. So why are you voting for Donald Trump? This time, try to speak coherently. Thank you.
Why I'm voting for Donald Trump because simply I look at, for an example, I look at the border, okay, security. They did not have border security until after 3 years. Okay, they allowed all these people to come over.
That's not true at all.
I listen to you. No, I listen to you talk and sit there and say all different types of things about border security, and I sit there and I listen to all the people that have gotten killed.
All right, you're back to crying again. Thank you.
You
You're
listen
back
to people that got killed?
Listen, first off, if you're going to talk about somebody being raped, you need to recognize you're voting for somebody who was found liable of raping a woman. Secondly, if you want to talk about the border, and border security is my number one issue, parallel to veterans and military support, let's recognize that the conversation about... Excuse me. Because...
Nasty woman.
Okay, quiet
This
time,
woman that
Michael.
has destroyed-
Michael.
She's
This guy is so emotional; it's beyond reason. I don't know what's going on. Is it roid rage? Like, what's happening here? Because I don't see any results from the roids. So maybe stop taking them if this is all you're getting.
He looks a little bit too small.
Exactly. So, what's going on here? So let's recognize that Kamala Harris is fighting for Americans. Donald Trump's not. When you come up and talk about border security, let's recognize that conversation about border security would be redundant because the border wall would be under construction. Border agents would be receiving job offers as we speak to monitor said border wall. Border states would be receiving millions of dollars in funding. There would be a cap on immigration and a block on illegal asylum seekers as we have this conversation because Kamala tried to pass a border deal that Donald Trump blocked. And that border deal was in a bipartisan manner. Okay, so if you want to talk about border security, you ought to point your finger at Donald Trump and ask him, your own candidate, why would he block a comprehensive bill? And he ran away.
Yeah, of course.
That guy was just so emotional, it's insane.
I hear my voice and I get so mad. I wish someone could
I
hear
don't
my voice
understand
and
the
get happy.
overabundance of emotions. It's
I get happy.
Like these MAGA Republicans claim that Democrats are too emotional, and then they do that. Gaz, Ty, are you voting for Donald Trump? 3,
Yellow.
2. Okay. Oh, I forgot to do the thing. Can we get some cow emojis in the chat because we got a runner? No! We got a runner.
Mr. Head.
Adam, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am voting for neither. I'm thinking about RFK right now.
Oh.
Wait, which state are you in?
Wyoming.
Okay.
Okay, vote away.
Goodbye. You do you, buddy. Fill in
Mr.
Mickey Mouse if
Worms
you're in
for
Wyoming.
brains? Are you
He's
kidding
like,
me?
I'm from Wyoming.
Okay. No wonder.
Vote for Mickey Mouse in Wyoming. I really don't care. Alyssa, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Johnny, I beg of you. I just want to say I love you and Tashika so much. You educated me. I voted blue today. Thank you so much. I
Oh my
love
gosh.
you. Love you. Okay, please
Stop.
keep doing what you're doing.
I'm gonna follow
Love
you. I appreciate you.
Thank you,
Thank
honey.
you.
Have a
Thank
good
you so
day.
much. Love
Take
you.
care.
Wow. My heart's full. All right. Well, I'm gonna bring up the next guest, and I'm gonna put myself on mute and cry for a little bit. You guys do your thing. I'm gonna just go cry.
Okay.
Is that Kevin Hart? No, that's Uncle Ruckus. Hi, how old are you?
Chris.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm all
Did look
right.
like Kevin Hart. What's
no,
up?
No, I'm not Kevin Hart.
Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Man, I won't even vote. I'll vote for Beavis and Butthead before I vote for Donald Trump.
Crying.
That's phenomenal. Okay,
Yeah.
we have somebody with the username Trumpy coming up, so everybody get your tinfoil
Jaden,
hats out.
weren't you in Beavis and Butthead?
I was in Beavis and Butthead, yes.
That is the coolest thing. Trumpy, hi. I assume you're voting for Trump.
What?
Okay. Oh, okay. What state are you in? Okay, well, you do that.
You do you.
What the fuck is going on right now?
It's sundowning. It's about time for people to start sundowning. Statistically speaking, it's 7:29 on the East Coast, almost 7:30. Yeah, they're gonna start sundowning. Oh, trying to get up our next.
You fucking people.
Oh my gosh, why are they not coming up? Folks, if you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request so that we can get you up here and have a productive conversation. Don't be shy. Don't be scared. Use your inside voice. Come on in. Hello, Steve. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
No. I don't know. Are you debating? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming up. Let's get up for next
We're only
guest.
debating Trump supporters today, you guys.
Love y'all, though. Loving the love. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Oh shit, you guys! I'm sorry. You were in my pocket. I'm painting. No,
No,
I'm
you're
all
good.
for kids. Fuck no.
You're good. You're good. Thank you for coming up. I want to see like 1,000 W's in the chat for these folks, by the way.
Yeah.
We're getting a lot of love here. Oh my gosh, we just hit 500,000 likes. We're halfway to 1 million likes. Y'all are crazy. You know, numerically speaking, we could get to 1 million likes before 8 o'clock.
You're live.
James, hi.
Good.
James, are you voting for Donald Trump? James, hello. Come on. Oh my gosh. What is going on? Folks, if you're voting for Donald Trump, get into the guest request. I'm done playing. This is getting annoying. So again, if you are voting for Donald Trump and I see you keyboard warriors in the chat, get your butt into the guest requests and own up with a little bit of an inkling courage you may or may not have. Otherwise, my mods are just going to kick you out going forwards. Got it? I'm going to boot your butt out of the live stream faster than Donald Trump's butt going to get escorted into a prison cell after sentencing. If you're voting for Trump, do not comment it. Get in my guest requests. All right. Hi,
That
guest.
was
Are
so
you voting
rude
for
of
Donald
you.
Trump? Guest, are you voting for Donald Trump? Oh my gosh. They're testing me. They're testing me. I've been really nice. I've been really nice. That's just kindness today. Jesse, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, how old are you?
40.
When were you born?
Why is everyone always going for a door?
Yeah.
Guess what is this Wi-Fi? This is that MAGA
So what's
mobile
Camilla's
Wi-Fi.
greatest accomplishment?
Because he just walked out of his house. That's why his Wi-Fi.
Like, what's
just turned
going on?
And they live in the freaking buttfuck nowhere.
Listen,
I'm back.
this is why we got to invest in rural infrastructure, okay? And that's why we got to vote for Kamala Harris. Well, Jesse, I wish you weren't there, but anyhow, I guess you are here to stay. So why are you voting
That's
for a
crazy
felon?
talk.
Can you hurry up? You're voting for a felon because
He got acquitted.
No,
What?
didn't.
No, he wasn't.
He got his money back. What are you talking about?
What are you
Oh my god, that is
about?
one. That is one case. That is one fucking case.
Which
That
case
is
is
not-
that?
What is Camilla's greatest
It's referring. That's
accomplishment?
not. There's no I in her name. What is wrong with you people? Anyway, they're referring to the case recently.
Queen Camilla,
where,
consort of
where
the
he-
United
they took-
Kingdom.
Stop talking.
God damn.
Not you, Johnny. But yeah, like they're referring to the appellate
It's
court case
funny.
where. Shut up! Damn! Oh my god! They're referring to the appellate.
I'm in the.
Oh my fucking god! They're referring to the appellate court case, in which like the bank and Donald Trump and his lawyers were like, I don't see like even though like Donald Trump like pretty much scammed the government to get more money, the bank was still like, well, he still returned the money with interest, and so the appellate court was like, since like all parties, even though we're still happy with what they got out of it, there was technically no crime because there was technically no victim.
Okay, but let's recognize this guest, Jesse. Jesse, you're purposefully. Jesse, before we pivot to home ownership. Jesse, I have 10 homes, yes. So now before we pivot to home ownership, that me and my
10 homes.
Yes, because my husband George Soros, you maybe heard of him, has bought me 10 homes for Christmas and Hanukkah this year. Now listen very closely. So again, we are talking about Donald Trump being a felon.
Obviously,
Donald Trump being a felon, civil fraudster, sexual abuser, criminal. Can you explain to me why you would vote for a criminal? You claimed he was acquitted. He wasn't. So stop playing. So you're voting for a sexual abuser, civil fraudster,
All right.
felon
You watched the
because.
I want to clarify that case has not been overturned.
This lady is a babbling, cackling
Why did I get
weirdo.
fucking-
She hasn't
oh my
said
God.
one thing.
What is
Have
the
you
emotions?
seen any of her?
What is the emotions? I asked you for a stance based out of facts and, not your personal crying of, oh, Tashika just left. Not based out of your opinion and your, like, crybaby
It's not
little...
an opinion. Watch
But
her
you're going
on
based off
live
of you
TV.
being a crybaby, right? I need you to use less
I'm a
emotions here.
crybaby.
Well, use less
I've never
emotions and you
voted in
won't
my
be.
life until this year.
I think it's pretty obvious why. So again, you are very
Why is it
emotional.
pretty
I
obvious?
understand because you're incoherent, emotional, and you don't.
Dude,
What's
you're
with the Joker
babbling,
laugh?
buddy.
All right,
You're
Jaden,
babbling.
do you want to play with your food here? This is insane.
Sure,
this is
I'll
like
take it.
go for it.
What is she say? What does she
Yeah.
say that gets you to want to
So-
vote for her? Let me ask you,
that she's
please.
Yeah, that she's going to invest in and expand the child tax credit. That's one thing. She is calling for expanding Medicare to
giving you
cover in-home
peanuts,
health care.
buddy.
You asked me a question, my guy. What is Donald Trump offering? Tariffs?
No, you know what?
How is
Before
that
we
going to
even get to
alleviate
Donald
inflation?
Trump, let me explain to you why I would vote for Kamala Harris.
Do you
And I wanna
understand how that's going
I am
to...
speaking, Jesse. Okay, so I want to preface this with if Joe Biden in 2020, for example, who's cackling now? Who's cackling now? So again, Joe Biden, I had my issues with. Kamala, I don't. When Kamala took over for Joe Biden, I was the happiest shill in the world. So let's recognize here that Kamala Harris, you asked why we would vote for her. You look at Kamala Harris. What do you have? You have somebody who became a district attorney, attorney general, led the largest Department of Justice, second only to the U.S. Department of Justice, in a state that had the fifth largest economy in the world, becoming senator and vice president against somebody that she would typically prosecute in court, that being Donald Trump, a felon, sexual abuser, civil fraudster. And I don't know about you, but growing up, my mom, my pa taught me real young, it's pretty easy not to commit a crime, so don't do it. And yet Donald Trump has 34 felonies. That's a heck of a lot of mistakes, don't you think? Again, you look at Kamala Harris, who gave us middle-class policies, because she came from the middle class, and those values are rooted in her background. The Inflation Reduction Act, the
we
Chips
know.
and
She
Science
says
Act,
it every
the
time she gets on
infrastructure
TV.
package. I am speaking. Who's cackling now? Keep cackling,
Yo, 'cause
buddy.
it's funny.
So
It's
again,
funny.
you're
It's-
silent
Are
until
you
I
on
tell you
something?
you may speak. So the infrastructure package, the Chips and Science Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, she built tens of thousands of good-paying union jobs, not the temporary part-time jobs that Donald Trump was creating at McDonald's. No, she was creating actual jobs that benefit middle-class Americans and will last decades. Kamala Harris, who fought on social issues like abortion rights and the Respect for Marriage Act, while Donald Trump would have touched those issues with a 10-foot pole unless he was stripping them away. Donald Trump, who quite literally violated the Second Amendment, implementing a bump stock ban, whether you agree or disagree with that bump stock ban, it was in violation of the Second Amendment, according to his own Supreme Court, who overturned it in June of this year. Donald Trump, who implemented tariffs and tax deductions that caused an $8 trillion deficit and a $230 billion tax hike for the middle class. Donald Trump, who ran around saying that we should be exploiting the graves of soldiers for our own personal gain, spitting on the legacy of John McCain, a war hero, somebody who didn't dodge the draft, unlike Donald Trump, who saluted a North Korean soldier instead of our soldiers back home, Donald Trump, who's far too familiar with violating law, constitution, and even flag code. I mean, this guy sees a rule and he wants to break it. It's insane. And so again, recognize here, your question shouldn't be, well, tell me why you would want to vote for Kamala Harris, because that's an easy part. There's a reason why so many Republicans are voting for Kamala. There's a reason why she's ahead in the polls. There is a reason why she's fundraising hundreds of millions of more dollars than Donald Trump. There is a reason she's going to be your next president if you keep acting like this. The fact of the matter is, your question shouldn't be, why do we want to vote for Kamala Harris? It's why we don't want to vote for Donald Trump. And it's at the core of what I said from the get-go of this conversation. He is a felon. He is a sexual abuser. He is a civil fraudster, and you will not gaslight us into thinking anything else, because the criminal justice system and law and order stands. We believe in law enforcement. The same law enforcement that Donald Trump said on April 5th, 2023. Republicans in Congress should defund the police until they come to their senses, end quote. You want us to vote for that? So now you break down here why we should want to vote for Donald Trump, and here's a challenge for you. Try not to mention Kamala Harris's name once. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Now unmute and try to tell us why we should vote for Donald Trump without mentioning Kamala Harris. Good luck. Go ahead. And I want to say a massive thank you to Susan and Emily and Linda. Oh my gosh. Can we get some like 50W Lindas in the chat? That is so nice. Latoya, Susan, Emily, Linda, thank you so much. And Linda, thank you for the $50. That's beyond kind. Wow. Oh my gosh. All right, guest, hurry up. Jesse, come on.
Oh, I can speak?
You may. You're welcome.
Oh, okay, cool.
Do you want to thank me for letting you speak, or?
Why are you trying to be condescending to me?
It's not really condescending. Can you hurry up?
Is that not what you're voting for?
You guys all sound the same to me. Anyways.
My voice is several octaves deeper than John's.
I wish I could sound like Jaden. If I could sound like Jaden, I would never stop talking. I would be talking in my sleep. That guy's voice is, I almost cursed. That guy's voice is gorgeous. Okay, so now continue. Why are you voting for a criminal?
Like a great guy. Well, I don't know how old you are. How old are you?
92.
92, okay. Yeah, so I don't know what you've done for work or what you've
I just said I'm George Soros's baby.
Exactly. So you don't really have any real job.
It depends. You want to see the kind of things I got to do to George Soros to get my pay stub? Anyway, so can you tell me again why you're voting for the felon?
What do you, just 1 second, what do you determine as a real job? What is a job? Let's start there.
What is a job?
Yeah.
Let's be serious. I'm just asking.
Just an honest question. I mean, I don't like to devalue anybody else's work.
I can't even speak right now.
Well, yeah. How would you describe a job?
How would a job, like a real job that you make money off if you're not taking?
What is a real job versus a fake
blowjobs?
job? What's a real job versus a fake job?
I'm talking about working hard, just like an American does. Americans are hardworking people, correct?
Well, what determines hard work versus non-hard work?
Oh my God, this is getting.
I mean, like, would you consider a janitor hard work relative to like?
Of course, that would be hard work. Of course, that's an honest job.
Right, but versus what, like a meter maid? Is that hard work?
What are you getting at right now?
I'm just asking, like, what kinds of labor do we value and not value? I think it's a greater point that no person's position. Just 1 second. I just think it's just speaks to a greater point that I'm trying to make. That no matter what line of work you take, it's valuable. It has a contribution to either themselves or society, and it shouldn't be devalued like that. I don't know what the hell you do, but I'm not going to say yours is a useless job if it brings you or your family comfort and security.
You're not going.
He said he had 10 houses and he's getting it from his boyfriend.
George Soros, mind you. Okay. Now again, listen, nobody in this chat, to be clear, Jaden, Tashika, nobody in this chat either is going to take advice from somebody who has a baby crocodile as their profile photo. Like, let's just be so clear. I don't even have
TikTok. This is my son's TikTok.
Okay, that's all. That makes this even weirder, right? So we're not taking advice from you. Now again, tell me, why are you voting for a criminal? If you could break it down without sundowning and pivoting with that 7-second attention span, that would be dandy. Thank you. Hurry up.
You can't even get 7 seconds of
I've been begging you to get a sentence out. Please speak.
All right. She has not said one thing.
I said, now I have to cut you off. I said, do not mention Kamala. Tell me why I should vote for Donald Trump.
Have you watched
Try to talk about Donald Trump. See how you're talking about Kamala? Are you a bot?
Christ, have you watched Trump? As Eurasians?
Again, guest, I'm asking you to talk about why you should vote for Trump. Do not mention Kamala. Challenge for you. Try to not mention Kamala's name. Good luck.
America was going up when he was the president, and after, when Biden and Harris got into office,
he said America was going up. He really just said America was going up.
What does that even mean?
I have no idea. That's like the incoherence I'm dealing with right now. Oh my gosh.
Deficits were going up.
Am I getting tested? Like, let me do a quick prayer.
Was going up. People not having health care was going up.
That's right. Infant mortality was going up. Maternal mortality was going up.
There's 320,000.
You know what wasn't going up? You know, the only thing that Donald Trump had, the only thing that Donald Trump had during his term that didn't go up was right down there.
That's what I'm saying.
That was the only thing he couldn't get up. Everything else, like unemployment, deaths, maternal mortality, like everything, all that was going right up.
My work was booming when Trump
That
was in
doesn't mean
office.
it's because it was Trump. I don't know why you guys like. This is what I mean. Like this, it has to be a cult because you guys are attributing like things that always happen to him as if he's some kind of like.
So you
god.
don't think things are more expensive right now?
Okay, but this is called correlation causation fallacy. And you're not going to blame Donald Trump for the record unemployment that hit during COVID, right?
Why would I do that?
Oh, wow.
Then why are you blaming Biden for the inflation that followed COVID?
I'm not.
You are,
I'm
though.
blaming
You're
the fact that
attributing
they've
inflation.
let
You're attributing
millions
high cost of
illegals
living to the
into this
Biden
country,
administration.
which is making our lives fucking
That actually
hell.
drives down the cost of living here. Migrants
Are you
bring
serious?
down
You're
costs.
seriously
Yes,
going to
migrant
tell me
labor
that
brings
10
down the
million
cost of
illegals
produce.
and
Oh, just one
murderers
second, my guy.
are
They bring
going
down.
to
They
make our
one
country
second.
better.
They add trillions in revenue. They bring down deficits. They decrease the prices of produce and other things that they contribute to that otherwise would be increased if this was American labor producing it. Those are the facts. And you want to talk about mass exodus of these people working in our economy, and
believe me,
couple
I
that
have
with
no problem
tariffs.
with it. I
Couple
work
that
side
with
by
tariffs.
side
That's
with
inflation
many
times
people that
10.
come from a different country.
That's
I'm a
inflation
worker.
times 10. You remove all migrants and slap us with the tariff. That's going to make the cost of living infinitely higher than it is now. So you can complain all it is. Consider this the fucking lucky end of the stick. Come 4
you're
years,
taking it
come
with a
4
grain of
years if
salt,
Trump
yeah.
is successful,
With a grain of
you would be
He's talking
begging for the
about- he's talking
2024
about
measure.
Why would you take
Tariff.
anything a president
Let's get some
says?
W. Jadens
Why
in the
would you
chat.
take? Why
What
would you
is she
take?
saying? What are you trying to like defend?
Why would you-
She
why
hasn't
would you-
said a word. She hasn't told you
Is
guys
my
a
mic
single
not on? Or is it
ounce
because
of
I'm a woman?
I don't know.
Can we? I want to stick on the border real quick. Jesse, do you know, and I mean this very sincerely, if you don't, that's fine, but you just need to tell me. Do you know what Donald Trump's border policy is that he's currently running on?
He wants to. Yeah, he wants anyone that's here illegally to go back to where they.
Now, that's not necessarily a policy, but I hear you. So if I go through his policy, can you tell me what you genuinely do and don't care for?
Sure.
Okay, and I'm saying this again, you need to be genuine on this, otherwise it's not going to help me move this conversation along. So do you want to build the wall?
I don't think that would really.
I just need like a yes or no.
Exactly. You don't want any more than you want.
Well, because
you
we
know?
can talk more about it afterwards, but then at least what you say no on, we can ignore that and come back. So do you want to build the wall, yes or no?
I think the military needs to go there. More
Okay,
than
I hear you,
anything.
but again,
What
we're
the fuck
not
is
there
in the
yet, and we will
military?
get there. Do you want to build the wall, yes or no?
The wall is halfway done. I mean,
Oh
you might
my
as well-
God.
Oh my goodness
not
gracious.
even
One more
halfway.
time. Again, guys, I really just want to get through this. I have to get through 5 points, and then we
Oh,
can
you
talk
guys are
about
cherry
Kamala's
picking.
policy. You'll make this so much easier for me if you just tell me yes or no. Do you want to build the wall?
I don't know. I don't
Okay, so that's a
personally
no
wanna
to the
build
wall.
No.
Do you want 1,500 to 2,000 border security agents to monitor the border?
Yeah, if they're just standing around doing nothing,
Okay.
then yeah, they probably should be doing something.
Do
Because
you-
that's
hold
what
on,
they're
I'm not
doing right
done.
now is
okay.
nothing.
Okay, I really don't need the life story in between. So yes to the border agents. Do you want to put a cap on immigration? This is a limit. So here was Donald Trump's analogy. He says if you have a water bottle, this literally was the dumbest analogy I've ever heard. He says if you have a water bottle and you fill it up too far, at some point it overflows. So you have to cap the country like a water bottle. Do you want to do that?
Well, you can't fill 10 pounds of crap in a 5-pound bucket.
Okay,
you know?
so
Bro,
then
not
it's a
everyone's from
yes.
Fucking Maryland, Jesus.
So it's a yes. Then let's move on. Do you want to block illegal, that's ILL, asylum seekers from coming into the country? Yes or no? Please don't waste my time.
Could you say that one more time?
Do you want to block illegal, not legal, ILL, asylum seekers from coming into the country?
Yeah, anything that's legal
Okay.
is, if they do it legally, yes.
Okay.
Fine.
Then, do you want to funnel, we're talking millions of dollars into border states, like where Greg Abbott is saying he needs more money, Donald Trump is saying states' rights, here's more money, secure the border how you see fit, if you think there's a crack or crevice in my wall. Do you want to do that?
We could take the couple billion out of
Yes
where
or
we're
no?
sending it across.
It was a yes or no. Do you want to give them the money? Do you want to give border states money?
For?
Holy fuck.
Their border security.
Yeah, if they
Oh
need
my
it,
gosh.
just like anything else.
Okay, so let's get this right. So you support the cap on immigration he wants. You support blocking illegal asylum seekers like he wants. You support the millions in funding for border security.
no,
You
I
support the
didn't-
border agents. The one thing you don't support is the wall. That's accurate?
Yeah, if they're legal and they want to come in here, they
Can we now
silence
talk about Kamala's plan?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, great. That was Kamala's plan. You just endorsed Kamala's plan. You just endorsed Kamala's plan. The only part you didn't endorse was the wall, which is ironic.
Because we already have it.
Yeah. Do you understand that you just endorsed Kamala Harris's border policy
W Kamala
because you thought it was
chest?
Donald Trump's? I'm not
How is that a border policy?
Jesse, that was
All of a
Kamala
sudden, now
Harris's
you're
border
questioning it?
policy. Now you're questioning it, but you thought that was Donald Trump, so you endorsed it.
Well, how did I know? That was just my personal.
Folks, if you like what you're hearing today and you like watching me slap down this Republican through this, not Republican, I apologize to all the Republicans in the chat, this MAGA Trumper, if you like watching me
I'm
slap
not a
him
MAGA
down with
Trumper.
the
I
mental
just-
gymnastics, feel free
Listen,
to
I'm
support
not
me. My
political
Venmo
at
and
all.
PayPal
I
are
just
in my
see what I
bio.
see. Listen, I'm not political by any sense. I just
We
told
know.
you that I've never.
Okay, well, that's because being political suggests intelligence, and you certainly don't have any of that.
Oh,
Because
believe
you just
me, buddy.
think about
I don't
it.
need to suck dick to get
just
a house.
endorsed.
That's for sure.
You just endorsed Kamala
on.
Harris's border policy. So now what I want you to do is
how
say,
is that? How are you
Go
even
ahead.
saying that? She just
Go ahead.
let
Because
people in here.
he read it to
That was a
you.
gross
He
remark.
read the policy. Yeah. that
Who
was
is
weird.
this girl? Who is this girl?
Why are
She's
you
annoying.
bitching at me? Like, what are you
What are you
good?
talking about? You're just sitting there.
Why am I the only one
like
that you're fucking talking to?
Jackler.
Why am I
All
the
right,
only
guys, I
one
really
that you're
wanna-
fucking talking to right now?
I really want to stop with the, like, on a personal, it means a lot to me if everybody here, Jesse, and if you curse one more time, you're going to get kicked. You understand me? So let's really tone it back
fine.
with profanities. I
That's
do this
fine.
every Wednesday. This is a me thing. Thank you.
I just don't understand why he's only referring to me.
Because he is
That's
sexist,
all I
and
keep
that's
hearing. I keep on hearing you talk
Jesse.
crap behind
Jesse,
me.
what you just did was
I have no
endorse.
problem. I have no
Jesse,
problem with you
Jesse,
guys.
what you just did was endorse Kamala's border policy because I told you it was Trump's. Then
No, you
Tashika
didn't.
made clear. I am speaking. I am speaking, so you're not. Then Tashika called you
okay,
out for
buddy.
that, and you immediately turn around and get aggressive with her. That is
I'm
not
getting
normal
aggressive
behavior.
with anyone. I'm a
You
respectful
literally
person.
did.
I don't need
and
to.
you just endorsed Kamala's border policy, so own up to
How
that.
is
Don't be
that?
a hypocrite.
Because it
How
was
is
the
that?
policy that he just read.
I just read it to you point by point, and you said you agree with every point
This
but the
is
wall,
funny, boy.
which is ironic.
I can't wait till he wins, and you guys are all going to be proud.
Okay, yeah, just don't address whatever the fuck.
Don't
we're talking
address
about,
exactly
guys.
what you
Never
just
mind.
did. You just endorsed Kamala
What
on
I
the
just
border, and you don't
did-
want to own up to it. You understand? I just tricked you. I told you
didn't
that was
trick
Donald
me
Trump's
into
policy.
anything. I just told you what my beliefs were.
I just read you Donald Trump's policy, and you
Right.
said you agree to it. But then I told you it's actually Kamala's, and somehow now you don't agree to it. It's
I don't know if
crazy.
you I don't know if you understand this, but like you vote for candidates based off of which one aligns with your beliefs. If you told us your beliefs and your beliefs align with Kamala Harris's plan, that means you're voting for Kamala.
Right.
Like that's how voting works.
Oh, you guys are slow.
Oh wow.
Oh my god.
Okay, are we about done here?
I think we're done here. On the count of three, everybody in the chat, you know what to say. On the count of three, ready? 1,
Yeah,
2,
fuck all you guys.
3. Hocus pocus, poof, and he's gone. The magic is real in America, everybody. Hocus pocus is a wonderful spell. Hocus pocus is a great spell. He really had a processing issue. Like, he endorsed Kamala on the border and then
Yo.
didn't. Hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Trump 2024, bitch.
Oh my god. Fucking yuck.
Do you want to have a coherent conversation, or
I
Yeah.
need to know how we're gonna go back to normal with these people roaming the streets.
Yo, wait.
There's no
how
going
are you?
back to
Hold
normal
up. I
with
have a
these people.
question. I got a question.
How old are you? How old are you?
18.
Okay. Fetus deletus. Poof. That was not 18.
We need to go back to when I was 9 and
Like
Trump
what?
years.
Exactly. Like what? That it's just it gets to a point where, and again, you know, not to belittle the experience of young Americans. I am a young American, but when your experience is rooted in you being 10 years old, and you're like, when I was 10, the economy, tone it down. Like, let's take a step back. Hi, James. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Man, I would blow my brains out first.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god!
Okay.
Don't do
I am
that,
old.
James. We need you to vote. We need you to vote.
Wait,
Don't do that.
Vote first.
Because vote first. Vote first. Brains next. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? You caught me off guard with that one.
You know who I am. I love the show. No, I'm not voting for that.
Tashika.
Oh yeah, she's been on a roll lately.
Oh my
Tashika,
god!
Did you just see what you got? Oh
Holy
my!
shit!
What was that? That's insane!
Artist, thank you so much. What the fuck?
Oh my
Put it in.
gosh!
Put it in.
That was gorgeous. That was stunning.
Thank
that was
you.
beautiful. Oh my gosh!
Wow! Thank you.
Rachel.
Holy shit!
Oh my god! Was that Mufasa?
Yes.
Oh my
Ratio
gosh!
the entire panel. Just thank
Rachel, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Oh
Hell no.
Agartha, hi, babe. Oh, I'm sorry, Agartha. Agatha. Thank you, baby.
It was Agatha all along. Wait, did Agatha send that? Was that Agatha?
It was Agatha.
Lagartha,
Can we
yeah.
get some W Agathas in the chat? That
Wait, is
so
it Lagartha
nice.
or Agatha?
Lagartha.
Oh, it's Lagartha. It is Lagartha. Let's get some
fucking
Lagartha.
stupid.
It
I'm
was
so
not
sorry.
Agatha. It's not
I'm
Agatha. It was not Agatha all along. It was
Assholes. I
Lagartha
deserve
all
that
along.
fucking line now.
I can't read. Sorry.
Colin, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah, fuck this live. Y'all don't let nobody talk, bro. All y'all do is talk all the time. Fuck this black.
I want to cry more. My name is Colin, and I'm so emotional.
Black what? Wait a minute.
No, we just
Wait,
get
this
it
year
out.
now.
I ain't doing it. I ain't doing it. I ain't doing it. Next.
People have been
Fetus deletus. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
No, but I would like to say something to you if that's okay.
Oh.
Guys, we are just looking for debates.
Okay, this person's name is Canadian, so we're just going to move on next. To every European, okay, to any Europeans who are trying to come into the guest request and have a conversation about why they think they should vote a certain way in our American politics, I want you to know that I'm personally going to order a barrel of tea from Amazon and toss it into the Boston Harbor every time you do it. Understood?
Oh my
Great.
God.
Let's get up our next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump and you're an American, please join the guest request and let's have a chat. Thank you so much for the galaxy, by the way. That's so nice.
Mess. Lagartha, again, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That's so nice.
Thank you. Baby.
I didn't realize I
Okay.
loved you. I'm so sorry. I love you.
No,
how
you're
about
good.
you? I'm so sorry.
You're good. Good one. Who's down for a little Boston Tea Party? Anybody down? I think, you know what? That's it. All right, that's it. I'm over this. Everybody grab your flags. We're going to Boston.
Oh my God.
Muted myself.
Robert. Oh, hi, Robert.
Thank you for having me.
Robert. Oh my
They got the.
gosh. What even was that? We're going to get up
No,
in
it was the. No,
that a
no,
glitch?
it wasn't him. No, it wasn't him.
Oh, I thought that was him.
It was the goal thing playing through his microphone.
Oh, whoops. Sorry. If you want to come back to that guy, we'll have you back on. I apologize. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? You have an echo. Can you scroll out to your homepage and come back? I'm going to count down from 10 for you to figure out how to do that. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay, you can't figure it out. Let's move on. I don't have time for people who don't know how to do a simple thing.
Thank you.
Whoa.
I was thinking battles tonight. I don't even know.
Oh, I would love to do a battle, but my people already got to figure out your Halloween costume. We got to do another. We got to do a battle with like a little competition.
That was so rude.
I think it was great. Plus, they give you a good Halloween costume.
They did, but still.
Robert, hello, welcome back. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
No, I'm not. And I made my decision today.
Oh, okay.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Great.
Who are you voting
But
for?
we're just looking for
to
people who
confirm,
vote
you're
for
voting
Trump.
for Kamala?
Yes, I am.
Okay, W's to Robert in the chat, please. Thank you for coming up, Robert. Let's get
Remember,
some
we're
W's
just
to
looking for
Robert.
people who are voting for Trump, but I do appreciate you
Yep.
guys. You guys
That's
are like,
awesome.
are great.
We had a Republican come up before who had said that he just changed his mind and voted for Kamala as we were like speaking. I was like borderline in tears. I'm like,
That's good. I really do respect
Nice.
Republicans who
Right?
want to like rebuild the Republican Party because it's clearly been bastardized.
right. It gives me hope because again, I have voted for both
does.
sides of the aisle. So knowing that there are normal Republicans again, that's like that gives me a lot of hope. Hi, guest. Are you voting for
Bring
Donald
back
Trump?
just debating about like tax
Yes.
rates or some shit.
Yeah. Exactly. I want to talk about tax rates, not why you should vote for a criminal. Like it's weird, you know. Anyway,
Hang on, my dealer's here. What's up?
Hi,
how old are you?
I'm 22.
Gotcha. And you're voting for
Donald Trump.
ew.
What's that?
I really don't care for either opponent in this situation because I really don't vote each year. But this year I'm voting because I recently turned Christian and I feel like he's more of a Christian candidate.
The adulterer and the rapist?
He's not.
What?
He
Why
defrauded
do you
a
guys-
children's cancer charity.
Why do you
Defrauded
guys
a
keep
veterans
saying?
charity.
Do you seriously think that if Jesus came face to face with Trump, he wouldn't like sock him?
Well,
like actual like lore accurate Jesus, like the guy who was flipping tables in churches because they weren't doing shit right. You think that he would
Okay.
look at Donald Trump and be like,
and
yeah, this is my guy.
Let's also be clear too. MAGA Republicans are not following Jesus or God or any religious entity. They're solely following Donald Trump. Like when you say you're voting for Donald Trump based out of Christianity, let's be real. If Jesus was resurrected again and came down and said, "Don't vote for Trump," you would throw him back on the crucifix.
They'd crucify him again. Yeah, like,
So like let's not play here. Why are you voting for the civil fraudster, felon, rapist?
Well, like I said, I don't really vote each year, but I just said I was going to vote for him because it's mainly what my parents do.
yeah,
And
that's fucking. You're an adult, by the way. I just want to let you
Right,
know
you
that.
said you were an adult and you're voting based off of who your parents are voting for.
Yeah,
okay.
that's fucking weird.
If I said that, let me tell you right now, if I said, "Mom, I'm voting for Kamala solely because you're voting for Kamala," she would slap me across the face and tell me to
God,
get it
my
back.
mom would look at me like, you need to
Right.
read a book.
My mom would tell me to get a spine. Okay.
Yeah.
So
My mom would kick me out, actually.
right? Like exactly.
Yeah, man.
My
Apply
mom
some
would be
critical
like,
thinking
I'd be
here.
like, "Mom, I'm voting for Kamala solely because you are," and she'd be like, "Actually, you're going camping in the woods. Get a spine." Like, and then kick me out.
Actually, you're going to this boarding school because you got me fucked up.
Yeah, that's funny. All right, so yeah, guess. Do you have a spine? Do you have an actual reason to vote for Trump, or is it solely because of mommy and daddy told you to?
well, also, I just, like I said, he's more, I'm not saying he is like strictly Christian, but he's more
Can
of
you
like
respond to what is being said to you right now? Are you like in another dimension?
that's what I'm saying my reason was.
No,
So it's
we're
because he's
past
Christian
that.
and
Like,
because your parents are voting that way? You understand, Donald Trump has violated at least 7 of the 10 commandments. Adultery, stealing, using the Lord's name in vain,
murder,
making
Also, you
false
know,
idols.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like there's something in the Bible about burying your wife on a golf course. Like you probably shouldn't do that.
Gotta
Just
be.
like a thought. I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I don't know if they had golf courses back then, but it's probably in there somewhere. Maybe don't put your wife on a golf course for a tax cut. Just thought.
Oh, another reason is I'm against abortion.
Okay, so do you
Okay.
believe in exceptions for abortion when it comes to rape, incest, life of the mother?
No.
Okay, so if a 12-year-old, this isn't a hypothetical, this happened, a 12-year-old little girl who was raped by her uncle, you're saying that she has to carry her father's brother's baby to term.
I get that, but
Yes or no?
no.
You're saying she doesn't have to do that.
No, she
So
could.
she should have an abortion.
It's considered. No, she should. Sorry,
So she can't have an abortion or she can have an abortion.
she cannot have an abortion.
That's
it's considered murder.
disgusting. That is disgusting. Wow. So you're saying if a 12-year-old girl gets raped by her father's brother, she has to carry her father's brother's baby to term. That is
I mean, there could
So,
be some
that's
situations.
disgusting. Is that Christianity? Is that Christianity right there? Because that sounds evil. Is that
That's first
Christianity?
degree murder. That's against the 10 Commandments.
It's not, but your goal in voting for Trump is to mitigate the rate of abortion. Is that correct?
About
You want less abortion, yes?
yes, and abortion is
Okay, that was all. Because I had a follow-up. With the repeal of Roe v. Wade and the statewide initiatives of rolling back abortion rights, of cutting it off a lot sooner than what was initially entailed, has led to more abortion. Nationwide, there is categorically more abortions now than there were 4 years ago. Second point, infant mortality has increased. More people in which more parents planning to have the child have now had congenital heart defects, congenital defects, birth defects of all sizes and shapes, affecting that and making it less likely to survive. That's the
Yes.
result of these policies. More, well, just 1 second, man. More babies have died.
The dog barking.
More
though.
women
So,
have died.
guys,
Sorry.
before we pick up the dog and send it to Springfield, Ohio, do you want to mute yourself or do what you got to do?
sorry. Let me.
Great. All right, continue.
Yeah, more babies have died as a result of your policies. More abortion has occurred and more women have died. So surely this is antithetical to your belief that there should be less abortion if the opposite, the inverse has happened.
Well.
Okay, there ain't no way that this is an adult, right?
Okay, is it better now?
There's no chance that you're an adult. There's no chance. What are you, 15?
There's actually an alarming amount of adults that act like this.
This
Why are
has
you
got
guys
to be a
gifting this
kid,
person?
right?
I'm not 15.
16?
I'm 22.
Okay, well, I don't know about that because you don't sound like a coherent 22-year-old. So let's break this down a little bit further. You're voting solely based off of your religion, a new religion that you just found, yet you don't actually understand that religion. Because I believe in God, and yet my God doesn't teach me to strip away the rights of women. My God teaches me to protect and uplift women, to put women first. Your God apparently says, well, take away a woman's right to choose and don't support her financially. Maybe find a different God. Just a thought. Just a thought.
But also, abortion was started in black neighborhoods to get rid of black
hang on.
people.
Can you respond to my point about abortion first? I don't want to pivot onto that yet.
I didn't hear what you said because I was putting my dog. What'd you say?
Yeah, I was saying your policies, your votes for Donald Trump and the Republican Party has led to the inverse effect, meaning more abortions, more maternal death, and more infant mortality as a result.
I mean,
how do you
now
weigh
that I
that
see
as
it that way,
pro-life?
that could be like an exception, but like 70%.
An exception to what?
To what? They're not making the exception is the point.
No,
and you
for
already argued that you wouldn't make an exception. So
No,
now
but
you're
I'm
for some exceptions?
Can you let me speak?
We're
Go
asking
ahead.
you what you're
Just
referring
make it
to.
make sense.
I'm just like people that were raped. I mean, now that I rethink it, maybe that could be an exception or something. But 70% of the
that is the case for a lot of these states, and it still doesn't work. Infant mortality still goes up.
No, but it's not. Most of abortions are people
I don't know
who
where
are
you're getting
willing
that
to
from.
do
You
that.
didn't know this before. But why are you denying what I said? You didn't do any research.
You know what this is giving?
Wait, like I'm trying to figure out why this person is the way that they are.
Well, it's giving conversion therapy. And that's what I'm contemplating right now, if conversion therapy had something to do in this, because like this sounds like blatant brainwashing. And like all the points are adding up to conversion therapy. So I don't know if, but
Whatever it is, this person is just like entirely misinformed. So again, can you go ahead and answer what I'm saying, please?
Can you repeat the question?
Okay, so in order for us to be able to have a conversation, I need you to be able to follow along with what people are saying. You understand? If you can't
Okay.
even do that, you cannot be voting. Right. So even in states where like with like rape and incest, these rates still go up. And again, like even if this is an exception, these rates still go up. People still do not survive. So it's still like antithetical to what you want.
I
guess
mean, I
what
get
year
that.
were you born?
2002.
Okay.
I don't know why you guys keep thinking he's not an adult. He is. He's just not.
He's just
competent.
ignorant.
Well, I mean,
Okay. Let's do it. Let's do a cognitive test here. Can you? And we will pivot off of abortion.
That is Lana Del Rey, chat.
Right. Yeah, folks. I want to get something right. So again, you're coming on here and you're saying that women shouldn't have the right to choose in any scenario. You believe that if a woman is raped by her uncle, like a 12-year-old girl is raped by her uncle, she should be forced to carry her father's brother's child to term. And that right there is awful. And that is not religious in any sense. That is just disgusting. And that's rhetoric that you have chosen on your own. That makes you a terrible person. And you can be a terrible person if you want to be. But now let's talk about policy so that we can make this really quick here. You already made clear you have no morals, values, or character. That's fine. Let's look at the economy. Can you tell me one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited the middle class? Yes or no? Can you do that?
No.
Okay, that's great. Can you tell me what Donald Trump's border policy is?
To keep immigrants out?
That's not a policy. Give me the policy.
Like I told you, I don't
The
usually
answer is
vote
yes or no. Can you tell me the
No.
policy? Okay, so you can't tell me the policy. Okay, great. So you don't know any policies. You have terrible character, awful morals. You're using Christianity as a cover-up for your hateful rhetoric, and you want to strip away the rights of women. And this is supposed to be your case for why you should vote for Donald Trump. Does that sound like you're making progress here, or does it sound like you're actually pushing women away from voting for Donald Trump? Because maybe take a step back and recognize that you have a terrible stance on not only politics, but humanity.
I mean, if you were to ask Christian women if they get raped, would they keep the baby? Most of them would say yes, because that's considered murder.
It doesn't matter what. I don't care about their religion. Look at no, and also no.
What did he just say? Oh,
He
that
said
was wrong.
he said if you ask a bunch of Christian women if they get
that
raped,
was-
they'll keep the baby.
Yeah,
I don't know
that
why.
was-
I don't know why religion is relevant in this election. I don't know why.
Like what he just said was
Like,
so
do you
wrong
want-
too.
Like, do you want
This is-
fascism or not? I don't know
this is
why
I
Christians
think-
are so comfortable with that.
This is why I think it's not that he found Christianity. I think that it was conversion therapy. Like this straight up sounds like he went through conversion therapy. Like what is this?
And you know, whether or not a Christian would say yes or no
I don't
is
care.
irrelevant. I think they should have the choice either way as to whether or not they want to carry. Nobody should be mandated to do that, especially on the behest of religious indoctrination.
Okay, can I move on from this one because this is like playing with your food for too long. It's getting kind of just weird.
People like that are just strange. I don't understand.
Yeah.
I don't understand this type.
Let's move on. Hocus pocus. Poof. Let's get up our next guest. Hopefully somebody who maybe has an inkling of intelligence. Kid didn't know a single policy. Where'd my pen go? Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hell no.
Thank you for coming up. All right, let's get up our next guest. What'd she say?
I have no idea. But yeah,
She
we're just
was
looking for Trump
great.
supporters. Oh.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry.
Okay. Oh, there you go. Got my pen back.
Also, guys, if you do go through something like that, please do not trauma dump.
Oh, folks, if you do want to support any of us, our Venmos and PayPals are in our bio. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Honestly, I'm not too sure because, you know, with all the
13
things that's
days for
going
the election?
on- I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
Do you have earbuds in?
Oh, anyway, so no, I don't. It's just the way my phone's hooked up for some
You're
reason.
talking into like a Nokia 1999 or something. It's like what is this right now, dude?
So I'm just talking through my phone. That's it.
Jesus.
Using that LG Touch. All right, continue.
Anyways, so, you know, I thought about voting for him before because I have voted for him in the past, but with all the recent stuff that's come up with, you know, the rape charges and stuff like that, I'm just not entirely sure if I, you know, want to have that as a candidate. You know, there's some policies I agree with that Kamala has, and then there's some that I don't
Kamala.
agree with. And
I mean, the rape thing should be a disqualifier.
Okay, you
Yeah.
look at Kamala Harris and you have somebody who, whether you agree or disagree with her on some policies, at least at the core of the conversation, you recognize that she's not a sexual abuser, civil fraudster, felon, and yet Donald Trump is. So I don't understand why you would
Harpreet, thank you so
contemplate.
much.
I don't understand why you would contemplate voting for Donald Trump still. I mean, it sounds like you're intelligent. Are you?
I mean, I'm not like incompetent, you know, like, you know, there's
Then
some
you
things
would
I don't
vote for
agree with
Kamala.
that Trump does either.
But it's not just some things where you may disagree. Bree, thank you so much. You would vote for Kamala Harris, the candidate who is putting forth common sense policies that meet in the middle. I mean, even down to the right to choose. Kamala Harris is saying, okay, we're going to protect the right to choose, but if you choose to have a baby, we are going to give you a $6,000 permanent child tax credit. Donald Trump has no such policy to financially support a woman after he forces her to give birth, so he's not pro-choice or pro-life, he's pro-forced birth. So would you not be picking
Yeah, I don't
Kamala?
think you know, anyone that's raped should, you know, have to keep a child that's, you know, that's gotten raped because that's not
I can
fair to
barely
them.
hear this
That's a tragic.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. So, again, are you voting for Kamala or are you voting for Trump?
Honestly, I'm still undecided. I still want to do more research. I don't want to make a choice that's not.
It's
fair,
13
you know.
days, dude. Like, you guys
Right.
do this on purpose.
We're
Like,
13
this is
days
actually really
out.
fucking bad.
Like, you should
No,
know
no,
by
I'm not doing it
now.
on purpose. I'm just
You
trying
had
to find
fucking
it.
years, like literal fucking years.
Donald Trump has been campaigning. Donald Trump has
all.
been. Donald Trump has been campaigning for a decade.
It's weaponizing
We
competence
know
at this
well
point.
where he stands. And Kamala Harris has been in office for 4 years and is currently running on a very comprehensive campaign. We know where she stands. So for you to be torn between these two candidates, as though they're even similar in any sense, they are completely opposite from one another. And this decision should be relatively easy.
Like, why is sexual abuse not a deal breaker for you? Maybe you should deconstruct that.
Oh, I never said that wasn't a deal breaker, ma'am. I mean,
You just yeah. It clearly isn't because you're torn in the middle between the sexual abuser and the person who puts. If you're not in the middle, then why the fuck are you up here?
Man, you don't need to touch me. I'm being polite. I'm not being disrespectful.
Because no. I really don't like people like you because this weaponized incompetence is like actually fucking tiring. I'm sorry for cursing, but like it's actually really tiring because we are 13 days from the election. You're not even up here looking for information. You're up here to like, I don't know, make yourself feel better about not knowing anything.
Right.
And I'm pretty sure I've actually spoken to you before. So you've had months. You've had months to be able to research all this, and you're 13 days from the election, and you're torn between the sexual abuser and the person who put sexual abusers in jail.
Can I do a little thing? Listen, guest, I have voted for Democrats. I have voted for Republicans. Never would I vote for Donald Trump because Donald Trump is no Republican. For example, I remember a time when Republicans ran on uplifting veterans and military and they claimed to be the military party. Donald Trump exploited the graves of soldiers for his personal gain to the point where Arlington National Cemetery staff had to file a police report against him. I remember when the Republican Party said they supported the Second Amendment, but Donald Trump is the first modern day president to have violated the Second Amendment with his bump stock ban, having been overturned in June of this year, ruling by his own Supreme Court he is the first modern day president to violate the Constitution, more ironically, the Second Amendment. I remember when MAGA Republicans said they were pro-life, but Donald Trump doesn't have a single policy that benefits the mother after she gives birth. That's not pro-life, that's pro-forced birth. So again, I have voted for Democrats. I have voted for Republicans. I will be voting for Kamala Harris in the swing state of Pennsylvania. Donald Trump is struggling to keep his own party members, but you're making this out to be a race between a Democrat and a traditional Republican, and it's not. This isn't even Kamala and Nikki Haley. This is Kamala and somebody who was called a fascist by his own chief of staff, somebody whose own vice president won't run with him once more because he tried to unalive his vice president. This is somebody who incited the textbook definition of an insurrection and asked his vice president to violate the Constitution, something, again, Donald Trump's familiar with. This is Donald Trump. This isn't a normal Republican. This should be very concise and decisive for you. This should not be, oh, I don't know if I'm decided yet. Because you have Kamala Harris, who has comprehensive a policy background like the Inflation Reduction Act, CHIPS and Science Act, infrastructure package that created tens of thousands of good-paying jobs and uplifted the middle-class economy. And then Donald Trump, who fed into corporate greed and gave corporations who are already making record-high profits double-digit tax deductions. Donald Trump, who steamrolled farmers and small business owners. Kamala Harris, who's saying, let's give a $50,000 personal tax credit to small business entrepreneurs. There's a massive discrepancy and contrast between these two candidates, but you're suggesting that they're on the same playing field and they're not. Kamala Harris is on the playing field for the presidency. Donald Trump is in the nosebleeds.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, man.
And people telling me to be nicer to this person, absolutely not. We need to hold people accountable when they act like this. This man is an adult. Right? And you should not be this disinformed, or at least not informed at all 13 days before the presidency. That is ridiculous. And the fact that he came up here and he was stop fucking talking. The fact that he came up here and he wasn't actually asking for anything. He just wanted us to wipe his ass for him to make himself feel better about not reading, I guess. But that is ridiculous. We need to have better standards for the people around us. And I don't think it's actually conducive to anything to have a safe space for people like this.
Yeah, so to be clear, there was no conversation to be had with him. But first off, move! We got a runner. Let's get some cow emojis in the chat, please. A little moo. Let's get some cow emojis.
I cannot and will not be nice to those types of people. It is weaponized incompetence.
Let's get up our next guest here.
Let's see here. Kara,
carton of milk. Slowly but surely.
Hello.
Okay, they're not coming up.
All right.
That's fine. I want to talk to them anyway. Whatever. I like getting ghosted. It's honestly what I prefer.
Jesus.
Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I appreciate you.
Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Actually, yes, I am.
All right. Are you talking into a coconut? Is the phone in your mouth right now? Can we please fix whatever's going on with your stereo? Yeah, we can't. So fix that.
He's driving.
Are you in the car right now?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
All right, so it's very easy, MAGA Republicans, it's very easy not to commit a felony offense by texting and driving. Just the thought. Just the thought.
For. No, it's not.
Yeah, I know. I feel like I was taught very young it's easy not to commit a crime. I don't know why these adults are having such a difficult time not texting and driving. Just a thought. Nicey, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
I don't think she's debating.
Yeah. All right, let's get up our next guest. Folks, if you want to support me, feel free to do so. My Venmo and PayPal are in my bio. I'm currently using those funds as I travel the swing state of Pennsylvania to meet voters, which has been going very well,
Johnny,
actually.
Are you going on Sunday?
I'm debating it because, again, I wanted to head up.
I'll go if you go.
I'm debating it. I really do want to go. I did put in my name for it, so you should put in your name too.
Shit. Okay.
Yeah, put in your name too. I was debating it because I'm hoping I haven't been like home to see my mom in like 2 months because I've been doing this and meeting voters and running around the state and like I'm going to Erie and stuff. Everywhere I've been over the past 2 months is like everywhere but home. So I want to go see my mom. I want to do it before the election. But let me get up our next guest here.
Dallas.
Okay, maybe we need to reset the guest request here. Folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest requests. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Don't be shy.
Hey, how are you, Johnny?
Hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am.
Well, then I'm doing really bad. Why ask? So why are you voting for a convicted felon, civil fraudster, and sexual abuser?
Well, civil fraudster and civilly... whatever you just said.
No, see, you don't even know how to break down your own discrepancy in the case.
Bit accurate.
Hi, my name is Johnny. I'm the guy who programmed the website that Hi, my name is Johnny. I am the guy who counts Donald Trump's debt as it increases with interest. My public service to the Trump family. You're welcome, Donald Trump. He knows how much he owes because of me. So before you tell me that Donald Trump's debt or his civil liability of being a fraudster is not relevant here or not the case, don't. Okay, so Donald Trump is a civil fraudster, a felon, and a sexual abuser. Why are you voting for that?
Because God is voting for him.
Oh my gosh.
God is not.
Who's God? Hold on, I'm done with this. No. I'm done with this. So again, I believe in God. I'm a religious guy. I love God. I believe we're all God's children. Stop invoking God's name when you don't understand the teachings of God. Because it makes us look... Stop. It makes us look really bad. One more time. Shh, quiet time for you. It makes us look really bad when you come up here and tell people that God is this hateful, awful, divisive creature you make him out to be. You make her out to be. Don't care. Point being, again, my God says we should be protecting the right to choose, uplifting women, and yet your God says you should be stripping away the right to choose from women. That is not God's teachings. Your God apparently says you should be steamrolling the middle class and God's children, his workers, her workers. My God says uplift them. Where are you getting God's teachings from? Because you're saying that your God says, well, LGBTQ plus couples shouldn't be allowed to marry. My God says love is love. So maybe it's time for you to get a new God. Just a thought. But you need to stop coming up here and using God as some sort of cover-up for your own blatant intolerance and hate. It makes us, who actually believe in God's teachings, out to be awful people. Stop using God as your justification to be an ignoramus. You understand? Great. So why are you voting for the felon? Because if your God is saying you should vote for a felon, get a new God. Why are you voting for a felon? This time, try not to mention God.
Okay, I'll go a different way. Because he's looking to criminalize trans.
What
the
my
God.
He's not.
fascist and also
Well, he's not, but why is that a good thing?
Why is that a good thing? Because they make up less than 1% of the population. So why should we bend over?
Why does it need to be
so do
criminalized?
Native Americans, but does that mean we should criminalize natives?
Oh, he just muted.
Somebody
me,
drop a
Johnny.
20. I'll kick him. I don't care.
Well, I mean, make that make sense. Are we just going to outlaw everybody because they make up a minority group?
Well,
Listen,
no.
my guy, you're
Then make that make
obviously...
sense. What's the
1% of your
crime?
company wanted something
All
completely.
right, let me get this right. So you're either rage baiting or beyond ignorant. Which is it? Are you rage baiting or ignorant? Your choice.
Ignorant.
Okay, well, great. At least you recognize that,
trolling, man.
right?
I'm
what is
actually
this?
not trolling.
You're either
Your account is
ignorant or
very
rage
creepy,
baiting.
by the
You
way.
admit you're ignorant. That's on you. Congrats.
If you guys could see yourselves how upset you're getting over a normal conversation.
Do I sound very upset? I just
say.
asked you a reasonable question. Like, are we just going to outlaw everybody that's a minority group?
Right. And to be clear, me raising my voice is I'm just Italian. That's not anger. I think all the Italians in the chat can attest to that.
Listen,
That's just how
Johnny,
we are.
I love the gay community like you. I know.
Why are you not answering my question?
Listen, again, you love us because you can't come out. That's fine. But once you come to terms with yourself,
I'm actually super
you'll have
down
a
with
better
this
day.
conversation.
Right? Like, what is
no one
this?
cares what you think.
What is the rage baiting?
157,000 people
You have
there.
no reason why
Okay,
you're
man, can you
actually voting
engage?
for the criminal.
Yes,
like, can you
Jaden, I'm
just
sorry.
speak?
Go ahead.
Did you hear my question?
Yes, the minority.
Oh my
I didn't
gosh.
say all the minorities. I said specifically trans
Oh
I'm
my
asking
gosh.
why them specifically.
because
Thank
they're
you,
not
Kai,
real.
for the $2. Thank you, Kai.
Is they're
Why do you
not
need to
real?
Do we need
Well,
to
trans
outlaw
people
religion
are real.
then?
Do you want to
Yeah,
know?
I
do you want
mean,
to know the
well, I mean, let's
difference between
quantify. Are we saying we're going to
gay and
outlaw
trans?
things that we don't believe is real? Is that the argument now?
No, that's not the argument. I'm just telling you about specifically trans.
Well, you said we're outlawing it because they're not real. I mean,
that's it.
do we
We're
apply
just-
things to laws that aren't real?
Yo,
in
this
other
is obviously
scenarios?
rage
Like,
baiting.
is it wrong to like?
No,
Yeah,
no,
that's
I just
why
want to.
they're
I just want to
laws,
play
dude.
with my food.
No, I get it.
That's
But
why
like, this
there's
is
law.
either a rage bait looking to get the live taken down, or it's an ignoramus who isn't worth conversating with
Johnny,
because he
you can
doesn't
put
know
your
his own
finger on
stance.
mute.
Shh, quiet
I
time.
will not-
Quiet time for you. Okay, great. On the count of
it-
three,
it does
everybody,
true.
we're going to do the thing. On the count of three, ready? 1, 2, 3. Hocus pocus.
Hocus
poof.
pocus.
Oh, the magic is real in America. Oh gosh, this magic wand. It's so stunning. I love magic. It's great. Let's get up our next guest. You know, my
Kendall.
favorite spell is fetus deletus, but it's not legal in some states. Thanks to Donald Trump. Hi,
Rager.
Rager. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, I am.
Ew. Why?
What the last dude said, because he's looking to ban disgusting.
Wait, hold on one second. You're breaking up a little bit. Y'all know what he's about to start talking about, right? Do we really got to go through this again?
Yeah.
All right. Hocus pocus. Poof. Bye. Like, I think it was the same guy who just changed accounts. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
It's cracking. Of course, I'm voting for Donald Trump.
How old are you?
So what is that?
I'm 24.
Okay, and you're voting for Donald Trump because why?
Do you not understand, bro? Donald Trump was just giving out free McDonald's. He was just working at McDonald's. What the
I don't think you guys really understand like the significance of that. Like, he was making fun of McDonald's workers.
Right.
Like by making fun of Kamala Harris for working at McDonald's, he is making fun
Right.
of low income workers.
Bet he told her
you
happy
guys, and you guys
birthday.
ate that up. Like,
Who
that's
cares?
super not
Do you-
fucking cool
right.
for a president.
The point of him going to McDonald's was him making fun of Kamala Harris, who worked at McDonald's. He was mocking
told her
Kamala.
happy birthday.
Right? No, you're not understanding. He was mocking Kamala, and mind you, that same day he was working the McDonald's. Mind you, he was asked if he would raise the minimum wage for McDonald's employees, and he said no. So it wasn't about McDonald's employees. It wasn't about the working
was a
class.
photo op.
He was mocking the working class. It was a photo op to mock middle class Americans and working class Americans. So
This is what I mean
let's
when
get
he's
that
like
right.
insanely out of fucking touch.
Bro,
Like,
y'all, like, what do y'all not understand? On 5-5 Crud, he was giving out free McDonald's to the hood, like to the.
It's fries and it wasn't the hood.
is that
Like-
also like is
So
that
is
what
that
the
not
hood
the
wants? Free
suburbs?
McDonald's?
I'm
like what?
I'm pretty sure it was a little tiny gated community in the off-scale side of Pittsburgh. Like, what are
white,
you talking
wealthy
about?
area. It was
Right? It
in
was a
my
white, wealthy
city.
area. Like, what are you talking
No, it
about?
wasn't. That's not the hood,
He
my
says-
guy.
Right? Like, what's going on?
Bro, y'all not understanding here. Plus, Donald Trump be giving out stimulus checks. Like, what hell Kamala Harris did, bro?
What the fuck? Why are black men acting like this?
It's kind of embarrassing, man. Like,
It's very
show some
embarrassing.
dignity.
Bro, Jaden, shut your sweet ass up. I will give you a wedgie.
I'm glad
on
it's
5-5
sweet. Thank
Crud,
you.
bro. Stop playing with me.
It's giving 20K a year,
Okay.
bro. It's
I
giving.
didn't catch the
18K a
rest of
year.
that, but like, show some maturity, my guy. Like, this is embarrassing. You and I are in the same age group. We could have been in school together. Could be brothers, but this is.
Oh, I
embarrassing.
would not have been in the same school
No.
as this guy. This guy right here needs some serious help.
Look, bro, I had a 1.7 GPA. What do you have?
No,
A
1.7 is not a
1.7
flex. I'm
GPA.
sorry. He
It's
just said
bad.
1.7 like it was a flex. Hold on.
It's bad.
Okay, hold on.
Let me know.
Okay.
You need a 2.0 to graduate.
What did you
Yeah.
have, bro? Word to bro. What did you have?
I had a 3.7.
Wow.
4.0.
Wow.
I was 4.0 and it got me into an Ivy League. So
Like,
let's
what the
take a step
fuck?
back
That's
because I got
fucking-
in there
yikes
on
in the chat?
education, not money. But thank you again. I can't believe you just said 1.7 was a flex.
fucking-
What just happened?
Yeah, like,
He
you
was like,
just
excuse me,
flexed a
I am a
1.7.
1.7.
You have to not do anything. Like what?
Sir.
Did y'all know how hard it took me to get 1.7 GPA?
I know you had to do.
I know
nothing.
how easy it took.
Like what? You had to do absolutely nothing in school to get a 1.7.
You had to literally skip class to accomplish that. You understand?
Yeah.
Like you would have to do quite literally nothing to get below a 2.0.
Wait, like in college
Angie,
or in
thank
high
you
school?
so much for the $22. Thank you, Angie. That's so nice.
In college or in high school, dude?
I didn't make it to college, high school.
I know.
1 point. Well,
Because
how's
of
that
1.7.
funny, bro? Hold up.
Because
How
you're
did
a
you graduate
testament.
with that?
Yeah, because no child left behind. Because you're a testament to like the issue that we have with black men in this country. You guys are barely even fucking graduating high school, and you're widely voting Trump at this point, and it's really bad.
And another thing, Donald Trump freed my favorite rapper, Kodak Black.
And there it is.
Will Camilla Harris ever free a rapper?
Queen Camilla.
Come on, man. We should be freeing people that shoot people in the foot.
And there it is.
He freed Kodak Black.
And there
Come
it
on,
is.
my gosh.
Hey, that doesn't mean he's not a criminal.
Listen, you saying that he freed somebody and that this is why you're voting for him solely, even though he's a criminal, sexual abuser, civil fraudster, adds up when you turn around and brag about having a 1.7 GPA. I don't know what else to tell you, my guy. What are we supposed to go from here?
Bro,
like, what do you want to
Trump-
brag about next?
Donald Trump a felon, I'm a felon. I'm voting for him. Word of bro. That's all I got to say.
Oh, you're both felons? You just
Do
said you're a
y'all,
felon,
bro.
too.
Bro's dead ass a walking
Wow.
statistic. That's actually
He
fucking crazy.
literally just said that he's a felon. Dude, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's easy not to commit a crime.
Bro,
Very easy.
Unpopular opinion. Chat, am I wrong? Am I
That was
wrong?
just sexual harassment.
Isn't it,
Oh my
isn't it
God,
easy
you
not to
fucking
commit a
dumb
crime?
bitch, bro.
Okay, I feel like it's pretty easy not to commit a crime. It's also pretty easy not to get a 1.7 GPA.
It's also pretty
Just
easy
a
not to
thought.
sexually harass me.
Like, we understand the second you get below a 2.0, that means you weren't showing up for class.
That's what I'm saying.
Like you literally tried to get below a 2.0. Okay, hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am voting for Kamala. I'm sorry.
Kamala.
Thank you for coming up.
You're good.
You're good. You're good. Let's get up our next guest. I can't imagine saying I got a 1.7 GPA and then bragging
I
about
would
it.
literally like, wow.
Like, again, oh my gosh. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hey, yeah, I'm voting for Donald Trump.
How old are you?
Oh, man.
How old are you?
Oh, I'm 31.
Okay, well, and you're voting for Donald Trump because?
Because he's the greatest president that we had.
Actually, he's the worst president, according to 154 presidential historians and experts. So he's actually the worst president you've ever had. Why are you voting for the worst president you've ever had?
Who do they
Can
say
I
was the
ask
best
you
president?
a question there
Abraham
for a
Lincoln,
second,
they said,
bud?
was the best.
Can I ask you a question there for a second, bud?
Sure.
So, what is Kamala Harris's greatest achievement?
Kamala Harris. She's never
I would
said
love
her
to
name
talk
like
about
that.
Kamala Harris. So again, first I want you to tell me why you're voting for Donald Trump, and this time try to speak in a coherent manner. After that, I'll tell you why I'm voting for Kamala. Go ahead.
He's going to fix the economy. He's going to secure the border.
The economy is already fixed.
And the economy's actually doing very well.
Why did
Yeah,
I
the
get flagged? I'm really sorry.
Yeah, inflation.
I know they've been flagging the hell
Okay.
out of us.
So what's her accomplishments, man?
All right, Tyler. So let's talk a little bit about Kamala.
Yeah, please tell us.
All right, now what I do want to preface this with, when I speak, don't start cutting me off and saying, that ain't true. You don't got to do all that, right? So just stay quiet until I'm done, and I'll let you know when I'm done. So you have Kamala Harris, a middle-class black woman. Those are her roots. And yet Kamala Harris became a district attorney and attorney general, leading the largest Department of Justice, second only to the U.S. Department of Justice, becoming a senator and vice president, even though every card was stacked against her socioeconomically. She persevered. She's not like Donald Trump, who had everything fed to him on a silver spoon with his own name stamped into the end of it. Trump.
No, not silver, gold.
Gold. Gold plated like that toilet he sat on. We recognize that Kamala Harris persevered and never forgot her roots. She was middle class and presented us with middle class victories like the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS and Science Act, the infrastructure package, the American Rescue Plan, creating tens of thousands of good paying union jobs that'll last decades, while Donald Trump, my buddy here, thinks that the middle class is a recipe for cookies. Okay, Kamala Harris is fighting for policies that make sense, like the $25,000 first time homeowners credit, the $50,000 for small business entrepreneurs, the additional $10,000 tax incentive, the $6,000 permanent child tax credit, with, mind you, Mind you, that's a pro-life stance, I thought, but apparently Republicans aren't pro-life anymore. Now you just want to have a pro-forced birth policy where you tell women they can't choose and you won't support them after they give birth to a baby financially. Donald Trump over here, the guy who incited a textbook definition of an insurrection, attempted to overthrow the government that he wanted to run, very odd and hypocritical if you ask me. Donald Trump, who violated the Second Amendment, said that we should defund the Department of Education, defund our police department, defund law enforcement. He said on April 5th, 2023, Republicans in Congress should defund the police. That is currently on his Truth Social account. That's a quote, direct quote. He said that. Donald Trump, who has no moral values or character, who committed crime after crime, felony after felony, was found liable of sexual abuse, was found liable of civil fraud, accomplished 2 impeachments. Don't know how you do that, but great job, Donald Trump. You did something. You accomplished something. 2 impeachments. Donald Trump, who thinks that quid pro quo is like an everyday thing to do. Donald Trump, who threatened Ukraine to withhold aid unless they investigated his political opponent. He tiptoes fascism. Nobody from his old administration is endorsing him, including his own vice president. Okay, Donald Trump, the most hated president in American history, according to every presidential historian. Then you have Kamala Harris, who you asked what her accomplishments are, and I just gave you a list. But now you tell me, what are Donald Trump's accomplishments? Let's start with the economy. Tell me what Donald Trump economically passed that benefited middle-class Americans. Go ahead.
Wow, I'm glad the rant's over there, but
you asked for it! Tell me the policy. Tell me the policy. Tell me the policy, man. Tell me the policy.
He's bringing jobs back to America. He's putting tariffs on.
It's not a policy.
Coming in.
Also, he's not the president. So you saying he's bringing jobs back to America? You just said he's bringing jobs back to America? He can't be. He's not the president. Tyler, quiet time for you, baby. Tyler, Pookie, listen closely. You're not even speaking coherently. Tyler, Pookie, you're not even speaking coherently. You just said that Donald Trump is bringing jobs back to America. Donald Trump is not the current sitting president of the United States. He can't be bringing jobs back to America. So try to pick yourself up. Quiet, Pookie. Pick yourself up by the bootstraps and try to speak in past tense here, because Donald Trump used to be president. He is no longer president. Speak coherently. Try again. Unmute. Let's go again, Pookie. Tell me why. What are Donald Trump's accomplishments economically? Go ahead.
Bro, what has she done the last 3.5 years?
Tell me Donald Trump's accomplishments economically. Okay, nice cackle. I understand simple psychology. You're getting nervous. That's fine. Pick yourself up by the bootstraps. Tell me again, what are Donald Trump's accomplishments economically? Go ahead.
Bro, this was the greatest economy from 2016 to 2020.
2016? He was president in 2016.
He wasn't president in 2016. Is that what you said?
No, correct. He was not president in 2016. You understand that?
Yeah. Congratulations, man. Is it economic lag?
Let's get some thank you Obamas in the chat. Thanks, Obama.
Yeah, that's
Obama
what
was president in 2016.
On. That's who's running the country when you vote Kamala in. Fucking stupid.
Yeah, I would rather Obama than Trump.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Congratulations, man.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, dude, he had a better time.
Can you name the accomplishments that Donald Trump had?
What is she gonna do the next 4 years?
I'll break it down. Apparently, Tyler.
He ain't done shit.
Man, what is
that? He's gonna do shit the next 4 years.
Miss, please stop. Again, I need you to recognize here. You won't answer my simple question.
Just a second. Just 1 second.
Okay, whatever. Why would I know? I heard you. Okay, calm down. Calm down. That's on me. Okay, I apologize. I heard your voice and I assumed. That's on me. So again, now tell me, what are Donald Trump's accomplishments economically? You couldn't name a single one. Can you tell me a policy he passed that economically benefited the middle class?
Please enlighten us. If you know, I'm
asking you to enlighten me. Go ahead.
No, you enlighten us.
This is your candidate, not.
This is your stance. Argue on it. I wanted to ask you. Can you tell me something that?
Oh my gosh, that's great. Does everybody in the chat recognize that this guy, you said your pronouns were he, him? Tyler?
Obviously, man.
Careful.
I heard your voice and I guessed. That's on me. So again, this guy, sorry, Tyler, this guy, Tyler, he is saying that he can't name a single economic policy that Donald Trump passed that benefited the middle class or an economic accomplishment across the board. That's telling as to how ignorant you are. Can you tell us any accomplishment Donald Trump had whatsoever?
Look at the economy now.
I like the pivot. I like the pivot.
It's actually
the
not in the
pivot.
shit. You still being like financially irresponsible has nothing to do with the overall economy. The economy is like one of the best in the world right now.
Oh yeah, so the price of groceries and gas are fine right now.
Have declined month over month. Yes, we are at pre-pandemic levels of gas prices right now.
Rate? Tyler, what's the inflation rate today? Tyler, what's the inflation rate today?
Go ahead and tell us, man. You know,
it's 2.4% today. The inflation rate.
Oh,
what
damn,
was
it
the
went down
inflation
again?
rate? I know, right?
It's speeding up.
I know. What was the inflation rate in 2018, Tyler?
Who knows? But aren't
same
mortgage
exact
rates up
thing,
50% right now?
2.4%. So Tyler,
Interest rates
let's
through the
understand.
roof?
Tyler, the economy is as it was in 2018 and better. So you're coming here to cry about how the economy is not doing well, but it just does not statistically or factually or categorically make sense because it is doing far better than it was in 2018 under Donald Trump pre-pandemic. Now, I'm trying to recognize here why you're voting for the felon and you're not giving a coherent argument. You're speaking about your feelings and I don't know, you have some trauma you want to unleash here?
The only reason you're voting for Kamala is because Donald Trump hurt your feelings. I don't really care what her name is.
Donald Trump did hurt my feelings. Yes. Donald Trump hurt my feelings when he told, for example, black Americans that they can vote, but that their vote might not count as much as a white American. He broke my heart when he steamrolled farmers and drew them out of business. He hurt my feelings when he told women they can't have the right to choose, and neither will he support them financially after they give birth. He hurt my heart when he told veterans that he would exploit their graves for his own political gain, and then quite literally spit on the legacy of war veterans like John McCain. He hurt America's feelings when he steamrolled our economy and threw us into an $8 trillion deficit. If hurting my feelings consists of destroying our economy, throwing our country into a economic disaster and global catastrophe, then yes, he hurt my feelings, but he also hurt the feelings of all of America, okay? So let's make very clear here, it's justified not to vote for Donald Trump, because not only is he a rapist, civil fraudster, felon, he has no qualities. The guy can't, what is this? Why am I justifying to you why this psycho can't be president? Do you understand that this isn't Nikki Haley? This isn't even a Ron DeSantis. This is a straight up felon. Like, why am I doing this anymore? Why am I trying to play with you MAGA Republicans about how Donald Trump, a felon, should even be in the same room as Kamala Harris? Do you understand that because he was on the same debate stage as Kamala, people had to do you understand that people contemplated if he was going to touch her? Like, your candidate's not normal. Your candidate is a sexual abuser, civil fraudster, felon. Okay? Great. So Tyler, let me set the stage on this.
2.6 thousand people in
Tyler, get back on track. I want to set the stage here that when you say you're voting for Kamala because Donald Trump hurt your feelings, dude, you are so out of touch with America if that's why you think we're voting against Donald Trump. You understand? You understand. Thank you for the galaxy, not on Earth. I appreciate it.
So then why aren't you voting for Harris? Did she hurt your feelings?
Yeah.
Maybe it's because of the 10 million illegal immigrants she let into the border the last 3.5 years.
That was Donald Trump.
She hasn't, and that's cumulative. That's over 40 years. That many.
Yeah.
That's not over.
Okay, yeah, find the.
I'm pretty sure Donald Trump is the one who keeps marrying illegal. Pardon me. I am pretty sure that Donald Trump is the one who keeps marrying illegal immigrants and bringing them into our country. So if you want to go complain to somebody about illegal immigrants, go talk to Trump. Just a thought.
So you think it's fair for these people that are in Florida and in North Carolina that are only supposed to be getting $700?
Yeah, let's talk about FEMA funding. Let's talk about FEMA funding.
Don't interrupt me.
I mean, I know where you're going with this already, so no, I haven't spoken very much.
Why is he yelling?
Why are you yelling at me?
Because you're talking over me.
That's okay. Well, you don't know anything about this. So
Gwendolyn, thank you so much for the $20.
You're on the panel.
Just wait a second, sir.
Okay. Tyler, I'm the host, so I'll shut you up. Gwendolyn, thank you so much for the $20. Tyler, I'm going to tell you to shut up.
Screaming. Did he hurt your feelings?
Can we get some Gwendolyn's in the chat? Thank you, Gwendolyn.
Can we get some something that's in the chat?
Okay, Tyler.
Yes, stop talking, Tyler.
Tyler, just because nobody's supporting you doesn't mean you can sit here crying. Get over it. People
there's
would
a lot of
support you.
people supporting
All right,
Trump.
people would support you if you weren't trying to strip away the
You
rights
are
and
not
freedoms
Trump.
of women. Okay, so let's take a step back here. You just mentioned the $750 that was offered to those impacted directly by the hurricane.
My point?
Tyler, no, because
Can
your
I
point
finish
was
my
redundant.
whole point?
Tyler, I'm trying to
Hey,
explain
babe.
something to you,
Hey.
but you're ignorant.
No,
so
can
again,
I finish my
you
whole
recognize
point and then you can
Tyler,
be a little
You already got the point.
Tyler,
you think that FEMA
Tyler,
funds are going
I
to
know
migrants.
that
They're
MAGA
not.
Republicans like Donald Trump don't understand no means no, but when somebody
Can
says
I
no to you,
finish
that
my
means
point? I'm
no.
gonna keep
I just
talking
said
over
no.
you until
no,
I can finish
actually, you
my
can't
point.
keep talking over me because I have a mute button and you don't. And you could
I have
passively
one
aggressively
too, bitch.
continue unmuting yourself.
Oh my God.
Continue unmuting yourself. I will continue muting you. All right. So actually, Jaden, you take over here with the 750. I'll continue muting him. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we're talking about $750. This is because Republicans refuse to sign on, replenish, and extend FEMA disaster relief towards what people were actually asking for. This goes back to the House. Democrats in the Senate, Democrats in the executive branch do not control FEMA funding. That goes up to Congress. Republicans control that branch, refuse to sign on to it consistently. Even members out of the Florida delegation refuse to sign on to hurricane relief, even those prior to ones that just affected them. So this idea that the Democrats are responsible for money going to migrants, which isn't true, is laughable. If you want to talk who did divert funds away from FEMA disaster relief, it was Donald Trump in 2019 during his emergency declaration, dedicated $200 million away from FEMA funding towards facilities, towards camps, towards housing, towards procedures pertaining to undocumented migrants. This is not a matter of the Biden administration. This is not a matter of the Democrats. If you want to talk about FEMA funding, call your congressman.
I was just going to say, actually, Tyler, unmute right now. Hurry up. Come on. I don't got all day. Let's go. Unmute. Tyler, unmute. Tyler, unmute. Tyler, come on, unmute. Tyler, unmute. Tyler.
Oh, you muted me.
There
all
you
the
go.
fucking
Good boy,
time.
Tyler.
You can't unmute me.
All right,
What do you
Tyler.
want, bro? Like,
Listen,
what-
we don't need the
what
temper
is it?
tantrum. Calm down. You're acting like a fucking. Oh, that's a coin in the
Oh,
swear
wow,
jar.
please
God
don't fuck
darn
with
it!
my
That's a
Put some
coin in the
Calm
swear
down,
jar.
Tyler, okay? Like,
All
let's
right, Tyler.
talk like adults, Tyler.
Tyler, come on. Stop with the temper tantrum. So, Tyler, are you listening? So you're making the case that you want more money going towards those impacted by the hurricane. Let's recognize then you need to be calling Mike Johnson, who refuses to call a special session into order, to put more money into the pockets of those who are being impacted by the hurricane. So get a pen and paper. You're going to call Mike Johnson right now. I'm done playing with you.
Hold on.
Jess, thank you so much for the $20. She said $20 because Tyler is ignorant. Thank you so much, Jess. All right. So again, get a pen and paper. You're writing down Mike Johnson's phone number and calling him. I'm done playing with you. I want to make very
Can I
clear.
get
This
my
debate.
full point across,
Nope.
please?
Hold on. Debate ends until you make this call. You understand? Make the call. Tyler, here's what we're gonna do.
No, we're not.
Tashika,
We're not
Jaden, and
doing
I.
anything.
Listen closely.
I'm gonna
You'll
get my
like this.
point
You will
across.
like
I'm gonna
this.
keep on
You will like
talking
this.
over you until I
Tyler,
can
you will
get
like
my
this.
point across.
Tyler, you will like this. We will go on mute and not say a word for 5 minutes straight. You could say whatever you want
That's
to the
a lie.
2,500 people in here.
That's a lie.
If you make this call and prove you actually care about those impacted by the
I'm trying to
hurricane.
get my full point across.
Tyler, you said you care about the people impacted by the hurricane. So you need to call Mike Johnson and tell him about that because it's Mike Johnson who is in charge of the wallet in Congress. Are you going to make the call or are these people just a talking point to
I
you?
think that would be Kamala Harris's job. That she should
Unironically,
do
isn't
that.
though.
It literally is
It's
not
literally
her job.
your job as an American
Correct.
citizen.
It is literally not Kamala's job. So again,
Yeah.
will you make the
She
call
don't
and
have a
prove?
job right now.
Are
She's
these
not
people a
doing
stat
shit.
to you? Do you genuinely just use the people impacted by the hurricane in North Carolina
I
as a
don't give a fuck
talking
about these
point?
people.
I'm
This
from
is
North
why,
Carolina.
to be clear, this is why North Carolina is currently leaning blue in the polls. Okay? Because of people like you.
What poll-
So
what
proof,
polls are
thank you
you-
for the pivot. Before you go crying and ranting and tangenting again,
just
will
trying
you
to
make
get
the
my
call?
point across.
Will you
That's-
make the call?
that's
You're not
all.
making the point. Hopefully I made that very clear to you by now, but it
Yeah,
seems you're
because you
still
don't let nobody
confused.
talk on your
Again,
live.
I'm not letting you talk until
talking
you
over
talk to
them.
Mike Johnson.
And your little
You
feminine
said,
accent.
cry more.
You're the one that's
you
crying
just
right now.
said,
You're the only one being feminine. Calm
You
down.
just
No,
said,
he's got a feminine
Tyler,
accent.
you just
It's
said,
chosen.
the
Yeah,
crying
this guy's
is
a freaking
insane.
hater.
The crying
What
is
does that make
insane.
you?
Tyler,
Yeah.
we all need to stop.
It's okay, Pookie.
Tyler,
Keep talking, Pookie.
Tyler,
Pookie.
act like an adult.
Nah,
Okay.
you
The
act
temper
like a
tantrum is beyond insane.
I think he's
the temper
flirting with you.
tantrum is beyond insane. Tyler, this is emotional trauma you're unleashing on everybody else. It's very weird. I get you got trauma. Call a therapist. You don't got to do it on us. So again, if you're an adult, act like one. Adults don't act like this. Act your age. Just a thought. Okay, because we all seem to be able to do that. You can't. Okay, I'm asking you if you will call Mike Johnson to suggest that he maybe should offer more money to those impacted by the hurricane, as you're claiming you support the people impacted by the hurricane. You said you want more money for them. That's not Kamala who can offer that money. She doesn't have the executive authority as vice president, and neither does Joe Biden. The money comes from Congress. So call Mike Johnson or go cry alone. I don't care. This is my last time asking you. You either get kicked after this or you call Mike Johnson. It's up to you. What do you want to do, Tyler? Unmute. You call him Mike or are you getting kicked?
Mike Johnson.
Great. Get a pen and paper and I'll give you the phone number.
Before I call them,
get a pen and paper. No, get the pen and paper and then we can talk. Get the pen and paper and then we can talk.
One question.
There's the slur.
Yep, sure.
Cry more. So again, everybody, this right here with the F slur rolling around, he just said, let's cry more. So again, let's recognize that this is not an adult, right? This is a MAGA Republican. And there's a difference between an adult and a MAGA Republican. MAGA Republicans are deeply emotional and vote solely based off of their own hate and intolerance. Cry more. So notice how he's crying and getting very aggressive. Goodbye. Next. That's insane.
Did anyone here who lives in Philly go to the Philadelphia portal?
I did. Oh my gosh. Okay, so believe it or not, I had to go there for an event with somebody I won't say the name of. However, it was an elected leader, and I go to the event, and it was the minute they opened the portal, had no idea it was happening. It was crazy. There's just a bunch of people surrounded around this event. I'm like, what is the odds of this timing?
That should be in every city. That's so cool.
I love that.
But then people start flashing people like it's.
Oh wait, was I not supposed to do that? No, I'm just kidding.
Johnny.
All right, let's try to get up our next guest. What is going on with the MAGA Republicans today? They're like throwing the F slur around. They're just, I don't even understand, folks. Reparations. This is.
Thank you.
Like, come on. We need some reparations on this nonsense. Y'all are just watching us get hate crimes up here for funsies. Like, Venmo and PayPal in the bio. I will end this live. I'm done. Like, this is getting real annoying real quick. I already been on for almost 4 hours. This is like insane. Now we're just going through the crazies. Like, watch. I'm sure this one's going to be a psycho. Hi, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump, yes.
Okay, next time when somebody says, why are you voting for the criminal? Maybe just say, yeah, and save us all some time because the criminal is Trump. So why are you voting for the criminal?
Dang, you're aggressive, man.
It's not really aggressive. It's just being straight
kind of in the face of criminals. I'm not going to lie.
Right.
If you're not, then you're strange.
Yeah. So you're voting for the criminal because? You're voting for the criminal because?
I do not say blah, blah, blah.
To that woman.
That sounds
You're voting for the criminal because?
I think he's a better choice. They're both not very good, but I think he's the better choice.
Wow! You mean you're voting for Donald Trump because you think he's the better choice? Wow, I couldn't have made that reasoning on my own. Gosh. Okay, so again, why are you voting for Trump? Do you know any policies, background characteristics, morals, values, anything that makes a reasoning to your case?
What's her policies?
I'll talk about that after you answer my question. I'll talk about that after you answer my question.
You're asking
why
us
are
like
you
that's
voting
a tongue
for a
twister
criminal?
for us. Like it's not.
Can you tell me why you're voting for the criminal?
I don't know why I have to keep calling him like the criminal.
Because he is. So can you tell me? Can you tell me why you're voting for the criminal? This isn't hard. I don't know why you're stuttering. Why you're getting all nervous.
I agree with, and you're just going to get mad because I'm going to say that.
Talk about
that. Do you agree with his tariff policy?
Right? No tax on tips. Securing the border. Yeah, I can keep going.
Yeah, how are you going to secure the border?
No tax on tips is Bernie Sanders' policy. Do we all recognize that? You're literally
no tax on overtime.
Hold on. To be clear, you just said you just said you want the policy written by a socialist. That's you. You just endorsed the policy that was put forth by a socialist last year.
Okay.
That's okay.
I don't
just
think
to be clear, do you like socialism?
I can see both sides
Let
here.
me get
That's
this right.
problem.
So do you like socialism?
But Donald Trump hates socialism.
Okay,
Yeah,
so there's a lot of socialist
exactly.
policies that we have in place right now. There's
I'm
no
just confused. You're saying
Donald Trump hates all of those
you want a
policies.
socialist policy, but you're voting for Donald Trump. That's weird. But okay,
Well, then how
continue.
come Kamala hasn't brought? And the only thing she's brought forward was her putting no tax on tips after she lost the.
Can you hurry up and answer the question? Like, I don't understand
What's
the
the
whole
question now? You guys are just trying to get me
It's
bad.
been the same
It's
question.
the same question.
What policies? I've named them.
You didn't.
You didn't.
Can you hurry up? I don't have all night.
Those are not policies. I'm asking you how this is going to be the case. Like, no tax on tips. It's like the dumbest shit ever. I disagree with both candidates on that front.
Okay, well, I'm not a tipped employee, so no tax.
And also, like, you're gonna vote for a sexual abuser just so you can get extra like money in your pocket. Like, what is the difference?
Whoa!
Like, what's the difference between that and like?
Blah, 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 blah. Robert, I want to see like 1,000 W. Roberts in the chat. Robert, thank you for the $100. That's insane. Oh,
damn.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
nice.
Okay, so I was low key.
You're welcome for that money.
Okay, so Robert, thank you so much. W. Robert in the chat, please. I want to see like 1,000 W. Roberts. That is going right towards my travel as I continue meeting voters across Philly. Thank you so much, Robert. Thank you, Robert. Okay, guess if you want to continue with your intolerance and ignorance, that'd be.
So have you seen the Polymarket poll?
Polymarket is not a poll.
Yeah.
And let's go into Polymarket, actually. That is a foreign controlled betting system. That is not American voters. That is not even real American money that's at play here. This is just how people who don't live in America. Right.
No,
but that's
it's
not,
not American voters, not
that is not a
representing us.
determinant. That is not a determinant as to how elections are going to play out. In fact, they said
So
that
the
Hillary
Wall Street
Clinton would
Journal
win.
poll is correct.
It's not a poll. It is a betting market.
Okay.
That's the
Either
point.
way,
And it is not
betting
U.S.
odds, people are
dominant.
betting money.
Right, I know, because
doesn't mean that
gamblers
the kid's gonna win.
gamblers are notoriously never wrong, right?
Yeah, like what?
That doesn't determine
What's funny?
elections. I
What-
think
what are you laughing
it's
at?
foolish that
live
you
still
guys
when
are. It's
Connor
foolish that
loses?
you guys are betting
Are you gonna be
your
on here, like,
beliefs on
crying?
this.
No, I'm still going to do the live streams.
No,
after
we're not going to
Kamala
storm the
becomes-
Capitol like Republicans do.
After Kamala becomes president of the United States, I'm probably going to continue the live streams, and I'm just going to spend my time laughing on live streams at you MAGA Republicans. I'm just going to. It's going to be me nonstop laughing.
No, you're going to lose a lot of money because you don't have
Both
anything
Jaden
political to
and
talk
I have
about.
been streamers even before the election. I don't know why you guys keep saying this.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also,
what are you going to do when she wins?
There's no way she's going to win.
I mean, what are you going to do? We answered your question. What are you going to do?
I'm not going to have to do anything because the guy I want in is going to get in.
Well, you're not doing
Okay,
anything.
no. Engage.
So-
Listen, you have to engage
That's
in a
why TikTok's
hypothetical.
pushing
1
all
second.
of you guys to be
You
on
have
here.
to engage in a hypothetical in which your guy loses because he lost the last time. So clearly that's not without the realm of possibility. He
Right.
could lose this. Very well could lose this
And
by
this
a
time-
larger margin than last time.
This time,
what
don't
are you
try
going
to
to do?
incite an
A larger
insurrection.
margin than last time.
He
The
could
least-
lose by a greater margin than last time.
Because
yes.
more people are
North
leaving him from
Carolina's
his
in play.
side.
Right. But
More
let's
people-
talk. What
I've
are you
seen more
going to
people leave
do
the
when she
Democratic
wins?
Party.
You have
Especially
not.
big
You see
names.
Tulsi Gabbard. She's not a big name. She's always been conservative.
She's
but
a
that's kind of it.
Republican.
Okay,
Hold on, Tulsi
RFK,
Gabbard's a
that's a
Republican.
small name,
To be
right?
clear,
Kennedy to a
Tulsi
big
Gabbard is a
Democrat.
RFK has never
Republican.
held office.
Okay, take a step back. You're saying Tulsi Gabbard endorsed Trump. Tulsi Gabbard is a Republican. You
I did not
understand
say
that?
Tulsi Gabbard endorsed Trump. That is what you're.
Laura, stop! All right, y'all are gonna make me cry. Laura, thank you for the $50. Laura.
Damn, why
Okay, I know. I understand. I
These people
understand
need to
that.
save this
I
money and spend
understand.
it for their own
quiet,
lives.
Quiet. Okay, first off, people are supporting me
Yeah.
because I use these funds to travel and meet voters in person.
Stupid paying for this live. This guy.
Okay, so let's take a
Can you
step
calm
forward.
down, sir?
Can we calm down here? What is with the temper tantrum?
I don't
What
know
is
why
with
they're
the
so
temper
violent right now.
tantrum? I don't understand either. I understand why I'm overly emotional. It's because I'm about to be able to say Madam President. And there's only 13 days until we get to do that. But this one right here is just overly emotional. And I understand why he's emotional. It's because he's about to lose the race. But guest, engage in the hypothetical. You just asked us what we would do after this race. Okay. Now I want to know, what are you going to do after Donald Trump loses? Are you going to incite another insurrection? What are you going to do? Go ahead.
I'm not going to incite another insurrection, but the Democratic Party might pay for that to happen.
Why would they pay? You think they?
So
pay
wait, you
for the
think
insurrection?
Democrats? You think Democrats pay for that, and yet Donald Trump wants to pardon them?
I'm just going to put on my tinfoil hat.
I look at a guy who's more successful than any single person in this
Wait,
entire
can you answer that? Why would Donald Trump want to pardon?
5,000.
1 second,
And
my
he
guy.
still wants to run for president, and you probably
Bro.
don't believe he actually got shot at. You probably
Why
believe
would
his
you not
ear was a
believe that?
hoax.
Johnny was
Okay, well,
fucking
stop
there.
I was
fucking going off
there!
the goddamn subject here.
Literally, he's like,
Stop
you
going off
probably
subject.
think blah blah blah. I was there.
Block? Can he focus,
Like,
please?
yeah, just Christ,
gosh.
have a one-track mind for 1 second, please. You're talking about January
Well,
6th and that
50 people
Democrats.
don't want that.
My guy, shush. You're talking about January 6th, supposedly Democrats paying for them. Why does Donald Trump want to pardon them?
Yikes.
Now
Why
you
don't you
stop
tell me?
talking.
Well, I gotta see if
Because
you
they're
muted me, 'cause you mute
Republicans,
me
my
every
guy,
time I
because
click
they're
something.
No one muted
conservative.
you. You were,
So I had to
you've
push the
never
mute
been
button.
You've never been muted.
Bullshit! You guys have muted me like 20 times. I was sitting there having an
Nobody is
argument.
muted.
Can you
Can
answer
cry
the
up?
question?
Answer the question instead of crying, my guy. This is so annoying.
Why
Like,
does he want to pardon them if they're Democratic operatives?
I don't
Doesn't he-
know. Why don't you ask him?
Because they're not democratically associated.
Do you have any sources for that? Or are you just spouting whatever you think is right?
Sure, we have the Proud Boys, we have the Oath Keepers, we have Patriot Prayer.
Has anybody asked you for a source?
Yes, the fact that hands full of people have been convicted over seditious conspiracy, long time associated with the Republican Party or far right leaning think tanks. These are the people going to jail. These are not Democratic backed people. No affiliation whatsoever. And I would challenge you. Find somebody who has been convicted that has been a registered Democrat or a Democratic voter.
Yeah, first of all, the Proud Boys were the first ones inside.
You know what?
Oh, my G.
What's that? Does somebody give you some more money?
All right, man. If you're not going to engage,
I should get permission.
Should we just move on? All right, hold on.
Go ahead and block me.
All right, the benefit of the chat, they deserve this. On the count of three, everybody. 1, 2, 3. Hocus Pocus.
Hocus.
Poof. Oh, he's gone. Oh, the magic is real in America. Hocus Pocus is such a nice spell. I really do like Hocus Pocus. It really is. Fun fact, this wand, straight out of Salem. Got it from a witch.
Oh,
So
you
it
got
works.
it when you went to Salem?
I did.
That's
I
awesome.
went to Salem. I asked for a couple people to have a curse. She cooked me up a little thing. Don't know if it worked or not, but I guess we'll find out in a couple weeks.
Did you curse Donald Trump, Johnny?
Hey, you know what? I did what I needed to do. I'll do whatever at this point.
I'm crying.
Hi, Jackie. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay, bye, Jackie.
Be quiet if you're voting for Kamala.
Wait, that's so funny. I love that. Be quiet if you're voting for Kamala. Hi, Luke. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Depends. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
13 days.
You know, normally I would, but I'm just not in the giving season right now. Let's get up our next
It's been
guest.
13 days. I need you to know.
Yeah. I'm like, we got 13 days, y'all. If you need to know something, look up their websites, KamalaHarris.com.
Like,
and
you're
then for
doing this on
Donald Trump,
purpose.
Donald Trump's, you could get his policies by looking up prison inmate 0911325. Oh my gosh, what is that car thing? Thank you so much for the car thingy. That's so nice. Hi, who is this? Our guest? Hi, who's this guest? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, ew. Oh, gosh. Okay, so why are you voting for the felon? Why are you voting for the felon? Okay, he's just coming up here to cry.
When I
Let's go
took
to
a
the
shower
next
with your
guest.
dad.
Oh my god, I love that! You did too? Stop! Oh my gosh, Jaden, I knew we had
Not
the
his
same
dad getting
taste.
passed around like that. Oh my god.
James, hi, are you voting for Donald Trump? That's gross. Just thought you should know. Anyway, so why are you voting for a criminal?
He is a criminal. Stop fucking complaining about it.
Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. No, you're right. I'm sorry.
We don't need to make
James,
him.
let me take a step back. I'll take a step back. I'll take a step back.
Oh, they can't hear him. They can't hear him.
Oh, James, leave and come back.
No,
X
not
out
leave and come back. Mute and unmute.
Right, mute and unmute.
Or leave, whatever works.
Here, hold on. I'll mute you. James, unmute.
They can't see him, apparently.
All right. James, go ahead and talk. Do you guys hear him now? All right. They can't see or hear you. Goodbye. Next. Thank you. Next. I was about to make such a funny joke, too, about the whole felon thing that's so upsetting. So, chat, since you didn't hear it, he said, Johnny, it's not nice when you call him a felon, basically. And then he said, I'm a little poopy butthole. Which, okay, he didn't say that part, but I knew what he meant. And then I was going to say, actually, I'll do you one better. He's a rapist. But I ain't get to do that. That's okay. I'll get up our next guest. Oh, I think we're going to get James back in here. Let's try to do this again. All right, folks, let me know if you see him this time. All right.
guys see him now?
Do y'all see him now?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, there now they can. All right. I don't know if that's better or worse that now they can hear and see you. So anyway, James, why are you voting for the sexual abuser, civil fraudster, rapist, felon, insurrectionist, spit on the legacy of the presidency, a stain on this country? Why are you voting for the stain?
Are we having a civil discussion, or are you just going to keep
This
track?
is a civil discussion.
This is pretty civil. I mean, am I yelling?
You're not going to even give me a chance to speak.
I asked
He
you
asked
a
you a
question.
question.
Okay, you asked me a question, but you put on all them parameters on there.
Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. You know, God forbid I talk about what Donald Trump is.
Like, you guys are such snowflakes. Like,
Right?
you're choosing to vote for. You don't have
Literally
to vote for him.
snowflakes. Like, this is
You literally
so
don't have to
strange.
fucking vote for it. If you don't like hearing this, don't fucking vote for him.
Right? I don't like hearing that I'm voting for a felon. Then don't vote for one. Okay, so why are you voting for the felon? Go ahead.
Okay, well, because I like his border policies. Also,
Okay.
I like the
What border
trickle-down economics of what he's going to do. He's going to bring in Elon Musk. He's going to bring in billionaires.
What the fuck? Oh my god.
All right, hold on. Do you know what Donald Trump's border policy? All right,
jumpstart our
sir.
economy.
Dude.
Sir. Do you know what Donald Trump's border policy is, though?
Oh my god.
Can you turn off whatever ringtone that
You're
is?
not jumpstarting any fucking economy with a fucking Nokia ringing next to you.
All right. That Nokia ringtone. Let's turn that off. All right, James.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Now, do you know what Donald Trump's border policy is? If you don't, that's fine, but you need to be honest. Oh my gosh! Turn off the ringtone. Put it on silent. All right, it ain't that hard. Okay.
I'm sorry, man. This is my girl.
Yeah, but it's
Can I-
blasting in my eardrums, right?
can
So
I
let's
jump-
turn that
can I
down.
Jump back and come back on. I'm sorry, y'all.
That's cap.
Drop me and I'll come back up. I'm sorry. I got to answer my girl because
James,
this is
listen,
what
I ain't bringing you back up. I already let you up twice now.
Damn.
Let's get up for next, guys. He's like, please let me back up after, come back and we'll have a conversation. Sir, listen, get it under control.
Jules, hello, how are you? Are you voting for Trump?
That's my nickname.
1 million likes. Y'all are too good. That's crazy. Y'all, stop it. Now do
Oh,
the same
nice.
thing with your vote. Be that quick with your vote. Thank you guys for liking the live. Love y'all. Jules, are you voting for Donald Trump? 3, 2, 1. Bye, Jules.
Okay.
I tried to talk to Jules. I really did.
Moocat.
Moo.
Moocat, you there?
Okay, they're not there. Let's get up
More
our
like
next
Boo
one.
Yeah, we're done.
Allison.
Okay, we're
Allison
apparently-
Chains.
Folks, if you're
Sounds kinda
voting for
kinky.
Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it.
I said, are you debating? Hello? Oh, didn't connect.
No, they're not coming up. Slowly but surely, we're
How long
gonna
gonna be
get
live
someone
for?
up. I don't know. Agatha All Along's new episode is out. I'll probably do like another hour, maybe. I think.
Oh, okay.
Just rolling with it. Normally, I stop once my like asthma starts really acting up, but it seems calm right now, so I'm feeling pretty good. You
I
know.
really want some tea.
Me too. I'm all out. Oh, maybe the MAGA Republicans can help. Can you guys cry into my mug?
Oh my god.
Fill it up, MAGA. Come on. Let's go.
At this point, MAGA's going to become a slur.
Oh, you're
True.
so right.
What's up, my MAGA?
You gotta say MAGA, not MAGA.
Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hello, yes I am.
Wait. Hold on. I ain't even going to say anything.
Yeah, that's a whole.
I ain't even going to say anything.
No, this is satire.
Yeah, that's one of them.
Bye, love you, God bless.
Love you. I wasn't even going to say anything. I'm like...
Roaches for raid.
Roaches for raid. I love that. That's so funny. I love roaches for raid. Did you just come up with that? I love that.
Oh, no, I've been hearing a bunch.
Oh, that's so. I love that. I want to get a bumper sticker. Start putting them on the back of the pickup trucks with the Trump flags on them. Roaches for raid.
Rat for rat trap.
Sylvia.
Slugs for salt. Oh my gosh, Jay, that's funny. Sylvia, hi. Are you voting for the criminal?
Sylvia.
Sylvia, are you voting for the criminal?
Nope. Okay.
Okay, bye, Sylvia.
You guys
I love
break
you.
my heart when y'all do that.
I love you, Pookie. I miss you.
Y'all
I
have
think
got
we
to
already
stop
let
saying
this
Pookie.
one up. Did we already let Kara up?
Yeah, they didn't connect, I think.
Kara, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I think so.
That's disgusting.
Well,
Yeah, so why are you voting for Donald Trump?
After the video that I heard, where
If you
somebody
bring up
shouting
where-
out.
I swear to God, you guys are liars.
Are you going to talk about the Jesus Saves thing?
She's a fucking Baptist Christian. She quotes Bible scripture in her speeches. Why in the Sam hell would she ever tell other Christians that they're at the wrong rally?
I don't know. Why was it in the
herself
video?
is a Christian. What she
Yeah.
was responding to were a bunch of Trump supporters heckling her at her own rally.
I
said Jesus is king or something like that, and then
yeah,
she said
no.
that
If you watch the actual video, somebody's yelling, "You lie, you lie, you lie," and that's what
Right.
she's responding to.
Like, do you understand?
All the videos I've
seen are
You did
Kara.
not see any video. You're a liar.
No, she did. The video you saw was edited, and the person who edited it already came out and admitted it, and they also had community notes against their video on Twitter, making clear it was
It's
edited.
not on Twitter, it's on YouTube.
Ma'am,
I know, that
on
still doesn't make it
Twitter,
true.
there were community notes on the video as well. It was edited.
It's
It was an
doctored.
edited
I watched
video.
it live.
Correct.
I watched it live. There
Right.
was
Me too.
nobody
That's what I'm
saying Jesus
You saw what
saves or
really
Jesus or
happened.
whatever.
You saw the doctored video.
But like,
There
if
were
that's a
people that were there, they're
disqualifier,
not even saying that. Like, what the fuck are you guys talking
That's a huge disqualifier. Like,
that's somehow that is a disqualifier, but not defrauding children's cancer charities, not photo ops at cemeteries, not saying I want generals like Hitler, not I don't know 34 felonies, not violently assailing a woman, not having to, not the defamation coming out of that, not the January 6th role, not the stealing of classified. Excuse me. Not the stealing of classified documents, not the claiming that Obama wasn't born in America, not claiming Kamala Harris wasn't black, not the paying off a porn star while he was married and his wife was recovering from the recent birthing. That's not a disqualifier for you, but saying you're at the wrong rally is.
Well, that's why I'm leaning toward third party. Like, they're both kind of a disqualifier.
How about the Smith dinner the other night where he said, "I don't give a shit," feet away from a cardinal?
I'm
a little bit confused. Like, what difference do you want to make?
Low-key, I want to say
voting
this
for
real
a
quick.
party?
Speaking of Cardinals, speaking of Cardinals, low-key, funniest thing, just reminded me, a Cardinal flew into my ma's house this morning, and she was rocking out with a Cardinal while making breakfast. Funniest thing, just had to say, because you mentioned Cardinal. Just thought it was the funniest thing. She messages me, she's like, "Johnny, there's a bird in the house," and I'm like, "What do you mean?"
There's
and she
always
sends
a
a
bird in
photo
my
of a
house.
freaking Cardinal flying around the house. I'm like, all right, sorry, continue. Just had to
There's
say
always a bird in my house.
Mama P, love you. All right, let's continue.
I really don't care for either one of them. Like,
Yeah, because it's because you
Clearly
don't
you
read and
do.
you don't know how to fact check,
And you
right?
clearly do if this is a determinate factor and not the dozens of things that I just listed.
That's why I'm leaning toward third party.
Okay,
Yeah,
man, what
but, like-
state are
Leaning
you
third
from?
party.
What state are you from?
What third party?
Florida.
You're from Florida.
Libertarian.
Libertarian? and who's the leader in that?
Chase Oliver.
Right, and so what are their
He's part of the
policies, and what
LGBTQ
chance do they have? And what you don't care?
Oh,
about
we don't
LGBT.
claim him.
You
We
give
don't
a
claim
fuck.
him.
You
Yeah,
give
we
a
don't.
fuck.
He ain't part of us.
Yeah, so I'm a little bit confused. What are their policies and what chance? Like, what actual utility are you putting forward by voting third party here?
Because for the most part, they are like a stay out of your business.
Yeah, but like that doesn't fucking matter though. I don't know if you know this, but that's not how elections work. Elections, like, you need to vote for not only the candidate that you prefer, but also the candidate that is most likely to win. And third parties have never won in the history of the United
I
States of
prefer
America.
him over both of them. So
Right, but you're just doing it for no reason because for example, what do you want out of voting third party other than like bragging rights?
it's not somebody. It's not.
What do you want out of voting
we've
third party other than bragging rights? What do you want out of that?
So we've had 4 years of a Biden and Harris administration, and we've had
What
4
do
years
you
of
want
Trump.
out of voting third party other than bragging rights in the future when you're like in an internment camp or some shit?
Something different.
Like
You know
Somebody that's
quantifiably
not
so.
Trump and not
But you know
Harris.
quantifiably so that Chase Oliver will never be president. So
Oh,
why are you
well,
wasting your vote on that?
Because I don't really want to vote for either one of them.
Right, so you don't
But
care.
one
Well,
of
you
them
don't-
will
Wait,
and
wait,
has
wait,
to
wait a
win
minute.
this election.
I'm a little
Chase is
confused,
not an
though.
option.
Well, I'm not going to help him win.
I just want. You're right. So it's about your own hubris. You don't actually care about the people around you. You're just like haughty. But yeah, like again, this is what I mean by people like Kara, is that like they don't actually care about any of this shit. They just want to feel morally superior 30 years
She
from now,
wanted
where
attention.
they're like shucking up corn in an internment camp. Like they don't care.
To be clear, hold on. To be clear, you were looking, Kara. Actually, I don't really care what your name is. It could be Maggie for all I care. So again, you by literal definition are an attention seeker. You came to
Yeah, you're
this
fucking
platform
selfish.
where you are supposed to debate. And I am a Kamala supporter. You said you were leaning towards Trump, voting for Trump. Now you're saying you're a third party. So you came up here because you wanted attention. That's what it was.
I
Listen,
don't
if you're
really
not,
care
stop.
for
I'm not
either.
Maggie. If you're not getting attention
You don't
at
care
home,
for her, but you're
that's
basing
fine.
this off of a doctored video. You
But
don't do any
I really,
research.
Right. I really want to again, Maggie, you came up here to be an attention seeker. If you're not getting attention at home, fine, but then go join a community group or something because this is cringe. This is really cringe.
I don't
like. I mean this sincerely. I have secondhand. I mean, Maggie. I mean this sincerely, Maggie. I have sincere secondhand
benefits.
I have sincere secondhand embarrassment for you, and I mean that sincerely. Okay, great. So. Are you still voting for Donald Trump, or are you voting third party?
I know you don't care. People who vote third party in this election don't actually give a shit about the state of the United States. You just want voting rights. You just care about making yourself feel better and making yourself feel morally superior to the people around you. It's actually really fucking disgusting, and it's weird as shit because you are willing to throw away the rights of other people just because, like, what you feel. Are you white, by the way?
Yeah.
You have no fucking stakes in this. Like, what is wrong with you people? Like, I don't understand this concept. You just want to feel morally superior to other people. You don't actually care because you're never actually going to be affected by most of the things that get, like, you clearly don't care if you get affected by these things because you're voting third party. You know that you are never going to be able to win the presidency. They don't even have enough votes to get fucking federal funding, okay? You don't care about any of this shit. None of this shit will ever actually affect you if you're voting third party, and you know this. Because you have nothing to lose if Trump does win. You don't give a fuck. You don't care.
Well, I'm not going to vote for people I don't like.
It doesn't see, here's my thing. You know what? And this is a point of privilege, right? Kara, the fact that your whole thing is that you are voting based off of someone you don't like means that, again, no matter who wins, you have nothing to lose. You are a privileged fuck. That is what it is, okay? You have nothing to lose this entire election, and so you have the choice to be able to vote third party because you don't actually give a shit. You have no stakes. You just want to feel better about yourself. You don't care about people around you. You just want to feel better about your damn self. This is not a hard concept. People who understand that they have things to lose are voting for Kamala. People who understand they have things to lose understand that we need to lessen the chance of Donald Trump winning at any turn. You can vote for whoever the fuck you want when Donald Trump is not winning. I don't give a shit if you vote third party, but there are significant things at stake right now. But because none of these things affect you, you don't give a shit. So you're going to vote third party for your own hubris.
Yep.
But it comes down to that's
said. Can we get some W Tashikas in the chat, please? That was beautifully said.
Right. You're being myopic again. You're being myopic again. You cannot be myopic about your fucking vote. You're doing it again. You are censoring yourself and you're fucking white. Like, you're censoring yourself and you have nothing to lose. You're being myopic. And I just critiqued you for this and you're doing it again.
Well, I'm not going to vote for people that I don't support.
Right, and if you were actually if you were actually understanding what's at stake here, you would understand that people are not voting for Kamala Harris because they like her, but people are voting for Kamala Harris because they do not want Trump to win. Because people have things to lose, but you, Kara, have nothing to lose.
Yeah. And an out of context rally clip is a dumb reason not to vote for somebody too.
Like,
so you don't have you don't have a quantifiable reason as to why Kamala Harris doesn't have your vote, other than a stupid ass clip that was doctored that you saw and somehow ran with and said, well, that means that she's unqualified. That's as stupid as it gets. What exactly are you against that Kamala Harris is proposing?
And you're saying that she has 4 years
of Biden and Harris.
Right, okay, so you have
all these people.
Like,
you haven't done any fucking research. If you actually looked at the comparison between Biden's years and Trump's years, Biden has done more per capita than Donald Trump, spending half the amount of money and then paying back half of that again, right? So realistically, Biden only spent $2 trillion comparative to Trump's $8 trillion, right? And he got more done. He got the infrastructure bill done. He saved us from a recession. Like, what are you talking about? Inflation rates are at 2.4. Last, like literally a couple weeks ago, they're at 2.5. They're again going down at an exponentially faster rate. Prices are going down. More people in American history have health care. More people are able to have jobs. He got double the jobs back sans COVID. What are you talking about? You do not give a shit. I'm going to say this. This is the difference between people like Johnny, between me, between Jaden, because people like you don't actually do any fucking research. You see things and then you just believe it. And then you think this like impartial attitude towards these two candidates by saying like both of them are dumb or both of them are bad makes you sound impartial and intelligent. But in reality, you just can't fucking read. You don't know how to do. Stop fucking talking. You don't know how to do research. You don't know what you're talking about. You being there are poor people in every. There are poor people people in every economy. You're just fucking one of them, okay? But again, at the very least, vote for the candidate that is going to leave at minimum $4,000 extra in your pocket. But again, you don't actually give a shit. You don't care about being able to afford shit because you're voting third party, of which you know is not going to change anything because they're never going to win. You don't care. You don't care about being able to afford things because you're voting third party. You have nothing to lose. You don't give a fuck. You don't care. People who give a fuck are voting for Kamala. When it comes to like economic policies, you don't give a... Name one policy from both sides right now.
That's why I'm voting for my party.
Name one policy from both sides right now.
I like my party.
Name one policy from both sides right now.
You should like that they win.
I would love my party.
Kara, name one policy from both sides right now.
Oh, I don't care about their policies because I vote
exactly right. Because you're
then
degenerate.
what the hell?
Yeah.
What are you actually supporting? What do you care about as a voter?
It is not that you don't care, it's that you can't care because you're incapable of understanding the policy. You don't know a policy. It's not that you don't care about the policy, it's that you don't know the policy.
Like,
you
policy
understand?
is literally the only thing you can go off
Right.
of. It's the only
policy,
thing.
to be clear as well, policy is everything, right? Policy decides how much money you get in your pocket to put food on the table. Policy tells you if you're going to feed your kids or not. Policy tells you if you're going to get married or not. Policy is your life.
Yeah, you brought up fucking grocery prices. That's fucking policy, but you don't care about policy? Like
policy defines if you get to vote or not. Policy defines if you get to have children or not. Policy defines if you can feed those children or not. Policy defines if they're going to go to college or not. Policy is your life in and out. So when people come up here and say, I don't care about policy, then don't complain. You have no right to complain about everything if you don't care about policy. Policy is everything.
I like the policy, the platform of the Libertarian Party.
And yet it wasn't enough for them to earn the trust of the American people. So what does that say about them?
Libertarians don't have policy, right? I want to be very straightforward on this.
Libertarians are against
Libertarians have no policy. That is their whole spiel.
It's a platform.
No, there's no platform. That's their thing, right? That's their thing, that they don't have a platform, that they're the anti-platform, okay? So don't, you know. Two, I remember your national convention when y'all had it on the Libertarian side. You had a man jump on stage in a diaper and announce his candidacy for your leading ticket, and y'all voted for him. This was a grown-ass man in a diaper, okay?
Libertarians get laughed out of every fucking political stage. Like,
it's
you
not
guys
a
are like
flex
actually
to
a
say
fucking
you're a
joke.
libertarian, right? It's not a flex, okay?
To you, it might not be, but to me, it is.
No, it's not, because we have
It ain't.
real world. No, define libertarian right now.
Oh, now Tashika's got it.
Define libertarian right now.
Actually, yeah.
Like you want.
Define it. What is it?
What a degen!
They want individual autonomy
My God.
and political freedom.
What does that entail?
So equality before the law, protection civil rights.
Not even. Literally no.
Yeah, literally so.
If everything was privatized, I don't know how people can be equal.
Have you been voting for the Libertarian Party for some time now?
No, but compared to where we were, like, I'm just sick of what we have. Tired of what we've had.
Right, but you've researched them enough. You've researched them well enough to garner your vote, right?
Yes.
Yikes.
What have they accomplished?
They don't have
What's
much
like a
say.
single most accomplishment that you can cite from the Libertarian Party?
I mean, they don't have much say in DC.
That's because nobody likes them.
Yeah.
And nobody likes you.
It's because
you're a libertarian.
It's because we have real world examples of libertarian societies, and you know what happened? They were infested with bears and sexual abusers, like sex offenders. They were infested with bears and sex offenders. Their roads were fucked up because they had no one to fix them. They didn't have any police members. Yeah, no. We have real world examples of a libertarian type government, and that community got infested with bears and sex offenders.
Y'all keep saying drop a 20 and we'll bippity boppity boop her out. Until then, we're going to keep playing with this meal like it's Thanksgiving
Someone drop
dinner.
a uni on me for my because when this video comes out, oh my God, I forgot the Jubilee video is coming out tomorrow.
I'm so excited. I'm so stoked.
That's just me. Like, I
Carl,
can't-
you don't know what a fucking libertarian is. Shut up. You don't. You're not a part of the conversation.
Maggie,
You don't actually stand on anything.
Maggie, you are solely, I mean, think about it. Even you coming up here and saying, well, I'm voting for Trump, and then admitting you're actually a libertarian, even though you don't know what it is, this is you just being an attention seeker. You have so little at stake in this election.
They just want bragging rights. They just want to feel superior to other people because they have nowhere else in their life where they can do that.
That it's not really about. It's not the fact that I'm not voting for Trump.
No, it is.
It comes down to that.
At
I
the
don't
very
agree
least,
with
you could have said fucking Jill Stein, but libertarian.
Yeah.
Right. And like, you care so much about individual freedoms and liberties being protected, but I just want to drive home this point.
Yeah.
You know who's not going to be thanking you when their rights are being revoked, when women's maternal health has been downgraded and more people are dying, when gay people have their marriage rights revoked, when courts have now stacked them against them and rolled back protections for trans people and etc. You know who they're not going to thank? You. Nobody in their fucking right mind has ever said, well, you know, at least I voted third party, or at least this person that could have swayed the election in my state voted third party. I should thank them. No. You don't have anything to stand on. Your policies, your beliefs, this fictional moral high ground that you stand on, this pedestal, it turns into nothing. Does nothing to benefit people's lives. Does nothing to benefit your lives. If you actually care about these things, you put your vote towards a candidate that actually has a sway in this election and not fucking Chase Oliver.
I want to. Well, wait, before we continue, because can we get some W Roberts in the chat? Because Robert did just drop a 20. Let's get some W Roberts in the chat, because the food here was getting cold, so it is time for it to go back into the trash. So. Oh, goodbye. So thank you so much, Robert.
People like her make me like they just creep me the fuck out, because like you're being a libertarian, you don't even know what the fuck libertarianism is.
What gets to me is she was what was wrong. Like, she is by definition.
She's what was wrong with third party voters right now.
With the country, I was taught that there is a right and wrong. The right is the bridge between the unifying parties as the country as a whole. The wrong is what she was, where she's quite literally trying to divide and just being attention. It was just awful. Anyway, I think I'm going to end it.
Fucking pick me.
You guys want to do battles? You guys want to do a battle?
We can do battle.
I'm down for a battle before Agatha all along.
All right. I'll be seeing you.
Thank you for joining, Jaden.
All right, I'm gonna go live. If you guys want to get some debates, I'm gonna host.
Tashika, you're staying because we're gonna do the battle.
No, I have to go live.
Oh, you're going live. Okay.
No, I have to go live to battle you.
Oh, sorry. I'm still learning all the thingies.
Yeah.
Okay, Tashika's gonna go live, and then we're gonna do a battle. So if you want to tune into that, we should make a bet though. What should we have to do if we lose? Oh, she ran away. Tashika, come back. Okay, guys, so we're gonna do a battle, but we gotta yesterday we did a battle and we won, and because we won that battle, you all got to pick out what Tashika's Halloween costume was, which is phenomenal. And y'all picked that she has to dress up as Poison Ivy for her Halloween live stream. So I think we got it. Yesterday's battle was so much fun because it was so competitive and like we got to pick that. So if you want to do another bet, this time with Tashika's community, feel free to stay right here. We're going to wait for Tashika to come back in. Tashika's about to join, and we are going to do another battle. And like that, we're going to do another bet, I think. So we just got to wait for Tashika to come on in, and then we'll do that. I'm excited. What should we do? What should we do as the bet this time? Do you folks have any recommendations? What should it be? I feel like it could be like a tablespoon of hot sauce or something, but it should be good. It should be better than that, I think. It should be better than that. My Halloween costume isn't picked out yet, but then that's only... How about maybe that's what we do. If our community wins, you pick my Halloween costume. If her community wins, they pick my Halloween costume. I think that's what we're going to do. Does that sound good? And then for my live stream on Halloween, I'll dress up as that. So if you guys pick a hot dog, I'll be a hot dog. Whatever it is, I think that's what we should end up doing. I think that's what we'll do. If you win, you pick my costume. If her community wins, they pick my costume. So we'll wait for Tashika. She's about to join. Somebody just told me to dress up as Satan. Listen, if we win, then you can tell me to dress up as whatever you want. We just got to wait for Tashika to join. She's about to jump on in. This is going to be fun, I think. I'll also be Poison Ivy. Watch. We'll both be Poison Ivy. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we are just waiting for Tashika, and then we're going to get started. How y'all doing tonight, by the way? If you haven't already, please hit that share button, like the live. How's everybody doing? Y'all having a good day? Beck, yeah, let the games begin. I'm kind of nervous, I'll be honest, because I'm hoping that you guys get to pick my costume instead of her community, because I feel like you guys won't do me wrong. I think that her people are going to be like, Johnny has to dress up as JD Vance, and I'm going to go have to get those eyeliner sticks to put the eyeliner down to here or something. Anyway, actually, that'd be kind of fun. All right, so we're just waiting for Tashika. Tashika, where'd you go? Did she go live? Waiting for Tashika. Oh my gosh. I don't even want to know what I'll have to dress up as now that I think about it. All right. Think Tashika's live. Whew. I'm a little nervous. I can already feel my lungs getting stiff again because when I get nervous, it happens too.
Hold on.
So, I think... Oh my gosh. So what we're going to do, Tashika, is if your community wins, your community gets to pick my Halloween costume. If my community wins, they get to pick my Halloween costume. So whoever's community wins picks my costume since we already decided your costume. Okay?
Well, if you want to decide Johnny's costume, then we're gonna do some battles.
Okay. All right. I'm like actually so nervous. Guys, okay, so basically tap your screen if you send a gift, I think. Wait, I don't know. What are the rules again?
I'm not gonna tell you.
No, don't do that. What are the rules? What are the rules?
For battles?
Yes! Fucking say the rules.
Well, whoever team gifts the most, you'll see it at the top here. It'll go to the top.
Okay.
Sometimes we'll get double the points.
Okay.
Just whoever gets the most points wins.
Okay. All right. So if you send like a gift.
Are we doing 2 out of 3?
Yeah, please. Please 2 out of 3 because I'm scared I'm going to not get the first round because I didn't say the rules fast enough. So folks, send things. Do the things. Thank you so much,
I'm going to mute Johnny for now.
Oh, how do I mute you? Is that a thing I do?
Am I okay? No, I'm like, thank you for the roses, by the way. 1 second, let me make sure I can like monitor everything.
I don't know how to mute Tashika, so we're just gonna keep going. Send the things! So basically, if we get more gifts than Tashika, we will win. And if we win, you pick my Halloween costume for my Halloween live stream. If her community wins,
I couldn't go live. Like,
she
I've just
and
been
her
live with
team
Johnny
get to
today.
pick
I'm trying to find
my Halloween costume.
I've just been live with Johnny today.
So.
And
please send the things I don't want to lose.
So much for the roses.
We're like double ahead. We're double ahead. Okay, wait. We're doing pretty
I have
good.
really bad.
Bree and Andy, thank you so much, Bree. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, April. The ghost! More ghosts! Thank you, Andy!
Yeah,
okay, we're doing pretty good.
Like that.
We're doing pretty good.
It's really performative.
We're doing pretty good.
Thank you, Dami.
Okay. The little ghost, we're doing good. Patricia, thank you so much. So, folks, again, the bet that we have is if my community, if all of you folks, if our community wins, then you pick my Halloween costume from. Oh my God! Stop!
Also, y'all check your bag. Check your bag to see if you have a like.
Tashika, you missed it.
A gift.
You missed
I don't know what it's called.
Tashika. Oh my gosh, she can't hear me because she has me on mute.
Boxing glove.
Oh my gosh,
see if
she
you
missed
have that, okay?
it. Oh my gosh.
But Michael, thank you so much.
Oh my gosh! Thank you so much, Josh. Thank you, April. Thank you so much for the lion. That was insane. Okay, we're already doing really good. I'm gonna cry. I'm literally gonna cry right now.
Guys, they're winning so hard right now. Okay, so y'all, the speed challenge is about to start, you guys. Oh my God, it's for 3 times the points. We have to make everyone.
3 times the point means whatever you send is 3 times the thingy.
Santana,
so whatever you send is 3 times the point. Wait, no, she's already catching up. That's not cool.
2 galaxies with the 3 galaxies. Wait, did it start? Oh my God! Oh my God!
Everybody,
guys,
don't send until like 10 seconds from now.
Drop all the big ones right now. We have 3 times the point. That means every gift you send is worth. Yeah, you went too early.
Every gift you send is 3 times the point in 30 seconds.
Every gift you send.
Thank you, Barb. Thank you so much, Tammy. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh!
Something big. It's okay, Santana. You're fine.
Thank you for the hand hearts.
Guys, they're gonna take it from us.
Thank you so much.
He has a significant population, like.
Oh my God! Oh my God! No! How did she just get ahead of us?
Oh my God! Yo, double in the chat.
Wait, guys. So if you win this, you pick my Halloween costume for our Halloween live stream. If she wins this, her community picks our Halloween live stream. Remember, if you win, you pick my Halloween costume for our live stream that day. Thank you so much for the wizard hands. Thank you for the good night. Okay, it is 3 times the point straight up for whatever you said.
Oh my God.
We could win this. We could still win this.
Yo, guys, I feel like we're still so close.
Please do something. Somebody do something. Josh, thank you so much.
You guys
oh my gosh, my lungs are starting to hurt. I need my inhaler. I'm getting.
Oh my God, thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you, Francis,
we
for
might
the
still
VR
win.
goggles.
Stop! We might still win.
Guys.
I feel like we
Keep
can still win.
tapping.
Somebody.
Oh
okay, this is like insane. Somebody do something for 5,000 points behind. We can catch up. We can catch up. Patricia, thank you so much. Silent, thank you. Flying Marianne. Patricia, thank you so much, Marianne. Thank you, Jennifer.
Is it Kiasa?
Okay, we have 30 seconds.
Thank you. Oh my God! Guys, we have 20 seconds. They just sniped us. Yes! Oh my God!
Who just said that? Who just said that? Oh my gosh!
Wait, guys!
Oh my gosh!
Oh my God! Guys, we have to snipe!
No! How did she just get ahead again? Thank you so much for the bear. Who just said? Guys, we are so neck and neck right now. No! Oh my gosh! No! Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the greeting card. Thank you.
Oh my God, Santana, please.
Oh no, we're doing.
Yo,
Tashika,
chat,
unmute.
I need MVP Santana's in the chat. W Francis, W
Okay.
E,
Can
W
we please get
Johnson,
some W
Royal,
Joshes,
and
some W Bree, some W
Bree,
Crystal?
W Jalexa,
Yo.
W.
2 out of 3. We were so
I'm so
close.
sorry, I don't know about
We
your
were
name.
so
Elizabeth,
close.
thank you for the galaxy.
Okay, Tashika, do you hear me?
I'm so sorry. How do you pronounce your name? What?
I don't think she can hear me. Okay. Tashika, you hear me?
I feel so bad if I can't get your name right.
right,
Yo,
we're gonna do a
W's in the
rematch on
chat.
Okay, I want a rematch.
Oh my God, hold
I
on,
want a
hold on.
rematch. Okay, I want a rematch.
How that made him feel. Yo,
I want a
taps and
rematch. So, folks, basically, if we win this, then you pick my Halloween costume for our Halloween live stream. If her community wins this, then they pick my costume for our Halloween live stream. We just lost the first round. Please, I would rather you guys pick my Halloween costume for my live stream on Halloween instead of her community, because they're going to make me dress up as, like, something ridiculous, but you guys can pick something cool, like Mickey Mouse. I could do like the, oh boy, like the, hi, I'm Mickey Mouse. Like, we can make this good. We could do something good. We could have a good costume. Folks, please send something. I don't want to lose this. If we lose this round, we lose the entire thing. I don't want to lose. I really don't want to lose. Thank you so much, Kit. Thank you, Shaq. Thank you, everybody.
Halloween costume.
Thank you,
And
Brianna.
if he
Thank you,
wins,
Rocky.
his team gets to pick his Halloween costume.
Right.
So we want for us to win
Thank
the
you,
Halloween
Carolyn.
costume, okay?
No,
Y'all,
we
got the speed
want to
challenge,
win.
We got the speed
Thank
challenge.
you,
It's for double
Carolyn.
the
Thank
points,
you,
y'all.
user.
We have to hit
User
this,
98,
right?
thank
we
you.
have to hit this, and then we get
Tammy,
it, right?
thank you for the
all
boxing
we have
gloves.
to do is win
Thank you
this
so
next
much.
one.
No, we need to win
Okay,
this
the target is
round. We need to
450.
win this
Which
round.
gift is like 450?
Otherwise, we lose. So
I don't
please
remember.
help us win.
I don't know which gift is 450.
Okay,
Someone
guys,
find it.
so
we
one
need
more
to-
time. If we win this round, then we're tied. If we lose this round, thank you so much, Bree. Bree, thank you. Can we get some like 1,000 W Brees in the chat, please? Bree, you really are an MVP. Thank you so much, Bree. Okay, so folks, if we win this round, we're tied. If we win, you pick my Halloween costume for my Halloween live stream. If her community wins, they pick my Halloween costume for our Halloween live stream. We want to win. Please, somebody do something. Okay, Swag, thank you. Thank you, Swag, for the snaps. Okay, we're still ahead, folks, but they are going to snipe us. I'm well aware they're going to snipe us any minute.
Oh,
So please, somebody do something. Brianna, thank you for the crane.
Galaxy.
So they're
Yo,
already
we have to
catching
get
up.
this. So the
They're
speed,
already
the way that
catching
we
up.
get
This is
speed
not
is it'll
cool.
set a
Crystal,
goal like
thank you.
450 or
Kit, thank you
500.
so much.
Josh, just thank you so much for the money,
Okay,
man.
I don't like how
and,
close they are
someone
to
has
us.
to send
Somebody
something that
needs-
is like that many coins, right? Thank you so much. I appreciate
I'm
you
getting
guys.
so stressed.
We might be able to hit this.
I
Holy
think
shit,
that
Johnson's.
if we
As we
lose
have
this-
the meteor
No! Okay, folks, again, if we win this,
Oh
you
my
pick my
God!
costume. If
I
they
don't think we-
win,
I don't- yeah, we
they
didn't hit
pick
it
my
this time, but
costume. Okay. Yes, thank you so much, Brianna. Brianna, thank you. Love you. Thank you, Matt. Thank you for the galaxy, Auntie. Auntie, thank you so much. Okay, we are catching up to them. If we win this round, we are tied. If they win, they pick my Halloween costume. If you guys win, you pick my Halloween costume for my live stream on Halloween. I do not want to dress up like a hot dog, so please help us win this. Thank you for the money gun. Thank you for the hearts. Thank you for the swan, Valerie. Oh my gosh, we're like neck and neck right now. Somebody needs to do something big. Somebody needs to do something big because we're neck and neck and they're ahead. Somebody needs to do something really big. Please!
Yeah, thank you so much. That was
Somebody
really-
do something! Like,
Oh my God.
There's a minute
wait,
left.
guys.
Please, I don't want to lose.
I'm scared. Jonathan
Folks.
with a galaxy. Yo, guys, we have to wrap it up.
What's going
Wrap it up,
on?
y'all.
Somebody
Wrap
do
it up.
something. Somebody
Wrap
do
it up.
something.
Come on, y'all. Do not.
Thank
let
you
them
for the
snipe.
whale.
We
Okay,
have a little
we're
bit
neck
over
and
a
neck.
minute here.
We are neck and
I'm
neck.
so
Thank you so
excited.
much for
Wait,
the whale.
we're gonna
Thank
be able
you,
to pick
Z.
this fucking outfit.
Thank you,
I'm
Z.
so excited.
Thank you,
We're gonna
Zerani.
get payback
Thank you,
on
Matt.
Johnny, y'all.
Bree, thank you.
Jalixa with
No,
the
please,
what is
guys,
it? The Forever
there's
Roses? Thank you so
1
much.
minute left.
Mama
Somebody
with
needs
the
to do
with the
something.
roses,
Like
Smurfy with
somebody
the
do
ghost,
something big.
Miss with the confetti,
Please.
Maddie with the coral.
Tammy, thank you for the heart. Mike, thank you.
Thank you so much.
They're
You
ahead.
guys are so
Oh no, I
generous.
think we're
Thank
gonna
you.
lose. I think we're gonna lose.
You guys are insanely generous,
Thank you,
y'all.
Diane.
Yo,
Thank you,
wait for the
Alexander.
end so we can snap.
Please.
Francis with
Thank
the
you, Brie.
chasing the
Thank you, Matt, for the hanging lights. No. Somebody do something.
Yo! Millie, I feel like
Thank you for the meteor shower, Brianna. Oh my god.
Oh my god, it's
Yes!
a galaxy.
Thank
Danny
you,
with the
Josh. Thank you,
galaxy.
Zach.
Oh
Thank you.
my
Okay,
god.
Somebody,
Oh my
we are still a little bit behind, but we can still win this. There is 30 seconds left. No, she just totally took it. No, somebody do something, please. Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you, Ashley, Janelle. Thank you. We have 15 seconds. They're gonna pick my costume, guys. I'm sorry. There's no way we're going to win this. We have 15. Somebody would need to do something massive. We in 10 seconds. Somebody would need to do something beyond huge. It's just we're so far.
Hey, Johnny, how does it feel?
Only for today, tomorrow, yesterday, and forever. Period. Bitch.
I love you guys so much, though. Thank you so much for thank you, everybody. Thank you for your support. We got close. I appreciate you trying. Thank you so much, Josh. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, Tammy. Love you folks so much. I appreciate it. Love you, love you, love you. I really appreciate you taking the time and your support and your love. We almost won. We almost did it. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, folks. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry, though. I'm really sorry. The bet was that if her community wins, they pick my costume. If our community wins, you guys pick the costume. Let me see if she'll do an all or nothing. Tashika, do you hear me? Tashika. She's dancing at it. Tashika! Oh my gosh. I want to do it all or nothing. Please do one more. We can prove ourselves. Tashika.
Hi, what's up?
Tashika.
Hi.
I want to do an all or nothing. Would you be open to that?
An all or nothing?
Please? Listen, I know that my community will give me a good costume and that your community is going to make me dress up as the
I have
Titanic
makeup
or
on my
something.
hands. Why do I have
Would you
makeup
do like one more rematch, but like an all or nothing? Would you be okay with that?
My audience is not having it.
You don't have to. Would you please do it? I would do it for you. I would do it for you, and you know I would. You know
Chat,
I would.
We gotta. We do.
You know
have,
I
okay,
would.
Look.
You
look,
know
chat.
I would, because I love
Hold on.
you and
Hold
you
on,
love
hold
me.
on.
So please,
Hold on. We have to do.
an all or nothing, please.
Wait, guys.
I did it for you.
They did do it for us, but look.
I did.
And we still lost. Look, okay, they're all saying no. Holy
Please
shit.
do an all or nothing. I did an all or nothing for you. You have to. That's the code.
They damn.
You gotta do it. You gotta do it. You gotta do it. We already did it. It's the code. It's the friendship code. You owe me one because I did a rematch. I did the all or nothing for you. It's only fair.
Kiesa said, "All I got is nothing." I'm crying. I don't. Well, people are saying, I don't know, man.
I did it for you. I did it for you. You have to. I'm just gonna click that rematch button. All or nothing.
Look.
All or nothing?
I don't know.
It's the friendship code. You have to.
Oh my god, chat.
You have to.
Chat. Okay. How about this?
Thank you.
Chat,
okay, guys, we need to win this one. This is all or nothing. Okay.
How about this, chat? Look, we have to make first of all, look. I feel like they're chat, we need to make sure.
Guys, please
do that.
Please, if we win this round, it's all or nothing. If we win, then you pick my Halloween costume, okay?
This gaslighting ends here. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Tashika's community. Love you. Okay. So I have Tashika on mute now. So folks, if we win this, then it's all or nothing. You pick my Halloween costume. If she wins this, then her community seriously does pick my Halloween costume for my Halloween live stream. I do not want to have to dress up as JD Vance. So please, if you want to pick my costume, because you guys will pick it if we win, please pitch into the fight right now. This is all or nothing. Thank you, Brownie. Thank you, Janelle. Thank you, Josh. Thank you so much. Okay. All Halloween gifts are double points. That's what somebody who just commented that. Thank you so much for the advice. Gina, thank you. Okay. Halloween gifts are double points. I just learned that from Gina. Thank you. Folks, we are a little bit ahead, but I want you to understand that her people keep sniping us. Every time we get ahead, they drop something crazy and completely destroy us. Okay. Please pitch in. I don't want them to pick the costume. I can't express how bad I don't want them to pick the costume. Somebody do something. Okay. So, again, we need to win this. Thank you so much, Emma. Thank you, Clever. Thank you, Clever. Folks, if we win this, then our community picks my Halloween costume for our live stream on Halloween. If she wins this one, this is all or nothing, then her community picks. But mind you, we already lost. This is them being graceful and saying, okay, we'll give you one more try. We need to win this. So please help. Seven, thank you. Gail, thank you so much. Oop, I gotta sit on this chair differently. Thank you so much, folks. Emma, I don't want to be JD Vance. Exactly. See, they're already catching up. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Erica. Erica, oh my gosh. Can we get like 100 W Ericas in the chat? Thank you, Jelly. Thank you, Lady. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're ahead and we have like 2 minutes. I really am scared. Yes! Ashley, thank you! Okay, we're winning. We're winning. We're winning. No! How did you just...
Oh my god! Yo, we're dropping it. Drop everything. Yeah!
Who just did that? How did she just get that far ahead? No! Somebody do something, please. Somebody do anything. Somebody do anything.
Hey,
Jelly user, thank you so much, Jelly Belly. Thank you, user.
Chat, can I go? Oh my god! All right. Girl from 18.
Why did I ask for all or nothing? Guys, okay. Thank you so much, Rob, for the jellyfish. Folks, we tried. I mean, unless somebody like dropped a lion, there's just... Thank you so much for the boxing gloves, Just Mars. I appreciate it. Folks, unless somebody was dropping a lion, I think we're done. I think we just lost. I think we lost really bad. What the heck just happened? What just happened? Thank you so much, Brianna. I appreciate your love and support. Thank you, Brianna. Yeah, lion I don't even think would help. I don't think there's any way to beat her now, right? Is there? I don't know the mathematical equation on this. I think if a lion was dropped, it would win because it's triple points. Right now, there's a minute left. Like, we would need something absolutely crazy to win. It's okay, though. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, somebody gave her a lion. That's exactly what happened. Yeah, so if somebody dropped a lion right now, that's the only way we would get ahead of her. But please don't feel pressured to go dropping a lion, guys. That's crazy. Thank you so much, Carson, for the galaxy. Thank you, folks. Like I said, do not feel pressured to drop a lion right now. Seriously, it's okay. I appreciate you folks so much, though. Thank you so much for your support and your love and pitching in to help us. We almost won. That's okay.
Hey, what the fuck?
What just happened?
Whoa, what happened?
What just happened?
Your live got suspended? Your live lives got suspended?
How?
What just happened there?
That was confusing. Probably MAGA Republicans getting all angry.
Oh, wait, text the agency. They can probably fix that. No, TikTok has really been cracking down on that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
oh my
weird.
God, Poppy, Jesus.
All right.
Oh
so
my
if you guys want to
God.
pick my Halloween costume, go ahead.
Okay, guys, it's yeah, no, Francis, like TikTok has really been like cracking down on that. But yo, we won. We won, period. Can I get, W Francis, W Santana,
Love
W
our community
Poppy.
so much, though.
Yo,
thank you so much,
everyone,
Brianna. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, everybody. Love you folks so much.
Yo, W's in the chat right now. W gifters. In a landslide. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, yo, Johnny, it's kind of looking like Kamala Harris and Donald Trump's, it's kind of looking like their voter polls right now. You know what I mean? You know,
looking like your voting polls right now.
Okay. Well, everyone,
So what's my
now
costume?
time. It's time to vote. Guys, I don't know if okay, so what are we thinking? What do we want for Johnny to dress up as? Joanna, thank you so much for this up. What are we thinking, chat? Wiccan, Gru.
Wiccan.
Fix It Felix,
Do you know
the
how
Riddler.
hard-
Hold on.
Fix It Felix. Somebody picked that because of my voice. I have
Hold
been
on.
hearing that since I was in elementary school.
Oh, you just have to restart. Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
Let me see. Let me write it down. The Riddler. Fix It. Wait, fuck. The Riddler. Fix It Felix. What else? Gru. Trump. Johnny, do you want to dress as?
That's okay. I would dress as Trump if they want me to. Fair and square.
Cher?
You guys won. So.
Oh my gosh, Cher.
No, cut Cher out. That ain't happening. I ain't disrespecting the queen like that.
True. Understand. Wiccan. Wiccan would be so hot.
Do you guys know how hard it is to get a Wiccan costume? They haven't made them.
I feel like Aladdin would be kind of racist. I'm not gonna lie. Wednesday Addams. That's fucking funny.
Okay, Wednesday's funny. That's funny.
A pickle. The Lorax.
Telling me to dress up as Wiccan is like telling me to dress up as like I don't even know. Like, do you know how hard
Dress
it is
as
to get a costume?
Tashika. P Diddy.
Yo.
JD Vance. Timmy Turner. Timmy Turner's hilarious.
Timmy Turner's funny. I could get the buck teeth.
I think Timmy Turner. Oh, Peter Pan.
I hate you guys so much.
Gojo. Hold on.
Who?
Oh my god. It's an anime character. A chicken. Jojo Siwa. Ryan Reynolds. Okay.
Ryan
Cosmo
Reynolds.
or Wanda?
Oh, Cosmo. Write that down. I would so do Cosmo. Love Cosmo.
Mike Wazowski. Insanity. A T-Rex.
Oh my gosh.
Daphne. Ice Spice. Y'all are just
y'all
saying shit.
y'all gotta calm down.
Vector. Oh, that's another one. Do you know who Vector is?
Vector's funny. Yes, I know Vector.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Lil Kim. Y'all just saying shit. Okay.
Y'all are what's going on?
All right. So our first couple, we have not even a couple. This is a lie, actually. We have the Riddler, Fix It Felix, Gru, Trump, Wiccan, Wednesday Addams, a pickle, the Lorax, Timmy Turner, Peter Pan, Gojo, Cosmo, or Vector, or Jack Skellington.
Oh, that could be really cool.
No one is dressing up as real. Someone said dress up as Troy, like fucking Sivan. That's a real person.
I am not dressing up as Troy Sivan.
Why would you do that?
Like,
Vecna, yeah.
Who's Vecna?
It's from what's that Zionist ass show called? Stranger Things.
Oh, Stranger Things. Gotcha.
All right. So what? Okay, chat. Let's vote between these. Okay. Let's actually no. Let's do like a Let's actually do like a tier. Okay. So let's see. Okay. So Riddler versus Fix It Felix. All right. I'm gonna do a quick poll. All right.
This is so stressful.
I'm
Fix
gonna
It
do a
Felix
quick
could
poll.
be really fun.
All right. Riddler versus Fix It Felix. Smiley face for the
oh my
Riddler.
gosh.
Crying face for Fix It Felix.
Like, I'm gonna fix it.
Oh my god.
I could see it. The Fix It Felix.
Happy
vibe.
face for the Riddler. Crying face for Fix It Felix. Let's see what we get here, y'all.
I can't see who's winning, but I'll trust you'll tell me.
I'll tell you. Right now, Fix It Felix is winning.
Okay, cool. I vibe with this. I vibe with this. You know, people have been calling me Fix It Felix since like elementary school. That I've been called that forever.
All right, so it seems like Fix It Felix is going to be the winner here. Okay.
Okay, so Fix It Felix is...
Okay, so now it's going to be Fix It Felix versus Gru. Okay? The next one is going to be Fix It Felix versus Gru.
Yeah, to my community here, because we lost the battle, her community gets to pick what I am. So now we're just waiting to hear.
Is it 2x2? Is it 2x2? 2. Okay, wait. Okay, fuck it. Actually, before we even do that, let's go Gru versus Trump. All right, I'm gonna do it like the actual like the way you would do it in like
versus
a battle.
Trump.
So quick poll, start a new poll. Smiley face for Gru, crying face for Trump. Smiley face for Gru, crying face for Trump. Oh my God, this is actually a close one. Hold on, wait, hold on.
The Gru nose would just. I don't know what would be worse, the Gru nose or Trump.
Oh my God, wait. Okay, so Gru's actually winning. Okay, Gru's winning. Okay,
that's
Gru's
gonna be
pulling
really
up the rear.
tough.
Okay.
Gru would be really
put Gru
tough
over
to dress
here.
up as.
Well, it's not the only one yet. Okay, so next one, we have a clear winner here. Okay, so next one will be Wiccan and Wednesday Addams.
Please pick Wiccan. Guys, I would look so hot as Wiccan,
smiley
I can tell you
face
now.
for Wiccan, crying face for Wednesday Addams.
Folks, please pick Wiccan. I would look so good as Wiccan. I already know. If you guys know who
Smiley face
Wiccan is,
for
I would look really good as Wiccan, all right?
But Wednesday Addams is winning. What the fuck?
Oh, what is going on?
Oh my God.
It's because I said Wiccan. If I said I wanted Wednesday, they all would have picked Wednesday.
Okay, so it seems like
that stinks. Oh my gosh.
It seems like Wednesday Addams.
I hate you guys so much. To Tashika's community, I hate you.
Clear winner. Now you know how I feel.
You guys are gonna make me dress up as Wednesday Addams.
Oh my God. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
All right. New poll will be a pickle and the Lorax. Okay. Smiley face for a pickle, crying face for the Lorax.
You put the fucking Lorax on this list?
I did, and I did. I did, and I did.
Oh my gosh.
Smiley face for I'm a pickle, Morty. I'm a pickle. I'm Pickle John. And then the Lorax. He speaks for the queers.
I don't want to be
Oh my
here
God!
anymore.
Why is the Lorax winning? All right, the Lorax won that by by a long shot. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I got such beef with your community. I hope you know.
Okay, new poll. Next poll. Timmy Turner versus Peter Pan. Smiley face for Timmy
those are both
Turner.
fun.
Crying face for Peter Pan. I feel like Peter
Those
Pan's
are
gonna
both
win.
fun.
You got
I
hella
feel-
leg.
Timmy Turner could be fun.
I feel like you would look best like Timmy Turner, like the older Timmy Turner with the cap.
That could be fun. Like Timmy Turner with the sleeve
Well,
and.
wait. Peter Pan's pulling up the rear.
Oh.
Oh wait, no. Timmy Turner is a winning in a landslide. Okay, Timmy Turner.
Oh, y'all, Timmy Turner would be fun.
Turner.
I could get a little Cosmo and Wanda and put them on my shoulder too. That could be fun.
That'll be okay. All right.
That could be fun.
Timmy Turner's a clear winner here. All right, perfect.
Wanda
Now,
and floaty clowny things.
the next
Which
one
they have the
is
wand. That's funny.
Gojo or Cosmo from Fairly Odd Parents. So smiley face for Gojo, crying face for Cosmo.
Please.
Oh my God.
Do a Cosmo here. Don't pick whatever this Gojo dude is. I've never heard of him.
He's hot, you know. Everyone wants to dress up as a Gojo.
Oh, is he? Okay, pick Gojo. All right, pick Gojo. I could do that.
Can't touch me like Gojo. Hold on, I gotta pull up all my shit. Oh my God. Okay, so Cosmo won. Cosmo won insanely.
Okay, all right.
All right. Next one is Vector from Despicable Me or Jack
Vector.
Skellington. So happy face for Vector and crying face for Jack Skellington.
Jack Skellington could be really cool. But they're going to pick Vector. I already know. They're going to pick Vector.
Let's see what we do.
I seem to understand
they're- Wait a minute. Wait, Jack Skellington's low-key getting up there. Hold on. He pulled up the rear. Hold on.
Is Jack Skellington winning this?
Wait, it just started winning out of nowhere.
I really thought you guys would have picked Vector. I feel like y'all would have.
Hold on. Wait. Dude, this is actually neck and neck. Hold on. We might have to play this out. It's not a clear winner
I feel
yet.
like you're going to pick Vector. I feel like, because I know your community.
It's neck and neck.
Y'all seem like Vector people.
Crying face for Jack Skellington, happy face for Vector. Oh my God, wait. Holy shit. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Holy shit. Dude, it was 77 to 80. Like, it was neck and neck for the entire time. Okay,
Who
so
won,
Jack Skellington, Jack Skellington won by like really tight margin.
That's insane.
All right.
That's insane.
Last one before we go to the approaching our final rounds. Okay, it's going to be Vecna from Stranger Things or Mike Wazowski. So happy face for Vecna, crying face for Mike Wazowski.
I hate you guys so much. Tashika's community, I hate you. This is neither of those options
Mike
are
Wazowski's
okay.
winning off rip.
Neither of those options are okay. You guys are awful. Tashika's community, you guys are awful. Neither of those are good answers.
All right.
Do you want to be Vecna or Mike Wazowski? I'd honestly, I'd rather have an appointment with the tree outside. That's disgusting.
All right. Okay, so off rip for our next round, it is Fix It Felix, Gru, Wednesday Addams, the Lorax, Timmy Turner, Cosmo, Jack Skellington, and Mike Wazowski. So now it's going to be a matter of Fix It Felix versus Gru. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and start this up real quick, y'all. Remember, guys, we are picking out Johnny's fucking thing.
My Halloween costume for my live stream.
Yeah. Oh, there we
Fix
go.
It Felix. I legit, not joking. I've been told that I have a similar
like him.
voice to him. It's forever.
All right, y'all. Happy face for Fix It Felix. Crying face for Gru. Right? Happy face for Fix It Felix. Crying face for Gru. Who's gonna win?
It's like,
Fix It Felix is in the front running right now.
Fix it. Like, I can fix it. You know,
Hold on.
It's been my whole life.
Hold on. Fix It
I think
Felix
that character was made after
clear
me.
winner from Fix It Felix. Okay, clear
Let's
winner
go.
here.
LFG. That was a good option. I give your community credit. That was a good pick, guys.
My
that
community
was a good pick.
has hella drip. Okay, all right, all right. So Fix It Felix is the clear winner here. Let's go on to the next thing. It would be Wednesday Addams versus the Lorax. So happy face for Wednesday Addams, crying face for the Lorax. Happy face for Wednesday Addams, crying face for the Lorax.
It's gonna be Wednesday. I already know it.
Oh my god! Actually, the Lorax is low. It's set neck and neck. Hold
Ain't
on.
no way that you guys are gonna pick the Lorax
Hold
right
on.
now.
It's
Are you
actually
kidding me?
it's a tight margin. Hold on.
I'm not
Wait.
defending no trees. You better bet I'll be cutting them down.
Oh shit!
I speak for
they're
the
tied.
trees. See, I got the little trees.
Then you want the Lorax. Whoa! Oh my god!
I really thought that you guys would pick Wednesday. You're really going for the Lorax right now?
Wait, they're neck and neck.
That's insane. Would have never guessed that they'd be neck and neck.
73 to 74. Holy shit!
That's insane.
Hold on.
I really thought y'all were gonna pick Wednesday.
Oh my god!
That's wild.
75 to 75. Guys, we're approaching the last 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7,
That's
6,
insane.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's a tie. Wait, no! Wednesday Addams won with a
Wednesday.
1-point margin.
That's
Whoa!
Oh, thank you so much, Becca, for the galaxy. Thank you.
Whoa! Okay, that's actually
insane.
crazy.
Yeah, that's insane.
That was insane. Emos for the win.
That's wild.
All right. Next group we're going to. It's going to be Timmy Turner versus Cosmo. So Timmy
that's
Turner,
really tough.
Yeah, smiley face for Timmy Turner, crying face for Cosmo. Smiley face for Timmy Turner, crying face for Cosmo, y'all.
Like that's
right
a really
now.
tough
If you're
one.
just coming in here, we are not betting for we're battling for what Johnny's gonna dress up for Halloween. All right, remember, smiley face for Timmy Turner, crying face for Cosmo. Timmy Turner's winning by a long shot. He might be the.
I always do the hocus pocus wand thing, so I think that's kind of funny. I think that people would like because I could say I wish, and instead of saying hocus pocus, I could be like, I wish you were, and then kick him out. I wish you were gone. Poof.
I wish you were gone. Poof.
Yeah.
I wish you were
I'll
gone.
get a different wand. That was good.
Thank you. All right, it seems like Timmy Turner won. Debbie Derryberry is one of my favorite voice actors. All right, last group: Jack Skellington versus Mike Wazowski. Okay, so
You're gonna pick
happy
Mike.
face for Jack Skellington, crying
be a
face for Mike Wazowski.
Big eyeball.
Happy face for Jack Skellington. Why is Mike Wazowski winning?
Oh, I knew Mike
wait, they're
Wazowski
actually
was
like
gonna
low-key
win.
neck and neck. Okay, wait, they're neck.
They're gonna pick
wait.
Mike.
Oh shit. Okay.
They're gonna pick Mike, right?
Oh,
I mean,
shit.
that.
Oh, yeah,
Mike
Mike
would be
is winning.
cool, right?
Mike is super winning.
Mike would be cool. That could be cool. Mike Wazowski. I'm watching you, Wazowski. Always watching you.
Always watching.
What is that character's name?